Welcome to the 2023 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships in Manchester's Sports City Stadium. So, across the sprints, distance, throws and jump events in which the greatest sports stars and students across the country will be crowned.
Marley Jessup coming to the line. It's pretty close, but Jessup does take her third BUCS title. A roar from the crowd gets them underway. 1 lap to go now. They all want that space, don't they? They're fighting over small patches of ground on the track, hugging the inside. Do you dare go all the way out to lane 3?
Watch out for Tom Young in the centre, the African Violet of Loughborough.
So launches that one out to around 50 metres for George Seary, champion for Warwick.
There's no shortage of colour, drama, excitement and names to watch out for.
And over and out from here in Manchester. Until next time.
Well, good morning and welcome here to Sports City inside the Etihad campus in Manchester. It is finals day of the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships of 2024, and we've been really excited to kind of set the story through the heats and semi-finals and ultimately crown some medalists as well. And that's going to continue across track and field, running, jumping and throwing, and there should be some exhilarating battles, fighting for centimetres, fighting for fractions of a second, trying to savour the moment, trying to be fueled by the adrenaline and live off the atmosphere and team spirit that we know, especially when the noise raises up the decibels, that really gets the athletes going and motivates them to perform as a team in a sport which is generally considered to be for individuals. So let's have a look then at the schedule for finals day, starting off with the 5,000 metres, which will intersperse with a lot of field action that we'll see in a moment, and finals pretty much all the way through apart from the 200 metres and the sprint hurdles, which we still have to negotiate before their finals, and also having some ambulant action as well, as we did yesterday. Women's 5,000 coming up later, and then as you can see here, 4 finals all at the same time, so triple jump 2 adjacent to one another, a long throw with the hammer and then high jump in the first bend, adjacent 2, and brings us towards the women's shot put towards the end of the day at 2:30, which will be another busy moment as well. So that's how things look today. Don't forget you can keep up to date with exactly what is happening on the Roster Athletics app and website. There we go, meets.rosterathletics.com. So as I say, now is one of those mad rushes of action in the field early on in the morning, but it means we have around half an hour in which we'll focus solely on field action, and even during those 5,000 metres we will bring in some field as well, obviously making sure that we see the important parts of the race as well.
And you open up with a personal best. That's a great way to start the competition.
So obviously we've seen quite a few long throws already. Zoe Price winning the women's hammer yesterday. Zara Obama-Kinwa winning the women's discus. Owen Merritt will be one of the leading contenders in this men's hammer competition. He's the best ranked athlete and comes in with a personal best of 61.65. This is Khalid Mohammed, also representing Loughborough. So he's a Kuwaiti international athlete. Actually, just last month competed at the Asian Under-20 Athletics Championships in the UAE, in which he came 6th. So, personal best of 58.42 for Mohammed. You can see he's close to that 50-metre cone there. Hammer goes out long into the sector. And you could see from his technique that he made it look very, very simple and effortless. And ultimately, that's what you're trying to do, even though that you are going through the motions, trying to accelerate as you turn. 48.99, 49.99 even. Sounds like a discount item. $48.89. It's like when a football manager wants to make a substitute and they change the numbers. So, watching closely this first round of the men's hammer. 7.26 kilos. See, just standing at the back of the circle then. Going to slowly rotate, establishes that momentum. Around 40 metres there for the Oxford student, Yannick Limmer. Got a few athletes who are taking part in multiple throws as always. Jacob Matthews, a medalist in the shot put and also involved in the discus, is also appearing in this hammer. And Ebenezer Abara of Sheffield Hallam, who was in the discus yesterday, has returned for the hammer also. Ultimately, that helps get a number of points for the team, which is quite crucial, just like the heptathletes and the decathletes help out as well. So 36 metres 2 centimetres. Best so far is from Archie Small of Nottingham with 57.52. Owen Merritt just 50.64 so far. And we are midway through this first round. So this is just a straight final. There's no A or B final either. Hammer, obviously one of the most complex technical events in track and field, takes years to master, and often athletes do peak into their 30s, mid to late 30s sometimes for some athletes. And there's that real longevity, and with that kind of building of strength and experience, you tend to improve. So to master the hammer as a student is quite impressive in that regard. Again, another hammer that goes high and long and out beyond 50 metres. Looks like the red flag, though, came out there for the Brunel student, Harry Ricketts. So he's second ranked overall coming into this with a personal best this year of 58.93. He was fifth at this competition last year, which was won by Ben Hawkes from Jack Paget and Owen Merritt. So just the bronze medalist returns this year. Opportunity for others to get on the podium. 52.26. So yeah, apologies. I was responding to the red flag. It's actually the official adjacent to the high jump. Hence, we had a valid measurement in the end.
So that last hammer throw literally hit the 50-metre mark. Harry Ricketts in the men's hammer has opened up with 52 metres 26 to move into second place. reigning Southern under 20 champion.
So this is then Lewis Shaw of Glasgow.
This year,
Our leader still Archie Small of Nottingham, 57.52. And we remain in this first round. Really nice acceleration that. And put all his strength behind that, did Shaw. Seemed to be hitting that 50-metre mark quite frequently now. Small from Ricketts from Merritt, the top three. Available on the Roster Athletics Upland website. The scores and measurements coming through quite quickly. .43.13 the measurement for Shaw. So you can see, even though it appears to be close to 50, the way that the curvature of the sector means it isn't necessarily that close to 50 metres. So this is the women's triple jump final happening adjacent to the men's. We'll return to the hammer before too long, but this, over the past few years, has been a fantastic battle between particularly a couple of the Loughborough athletes who've traded titles, Lily Holland and Georgie Ford-Wells. Men's triple jump final happening alongside at the same time as well. And Holland and Ford-Wells also in the long jump. Lily Holland winning the British indoor title, her first UK senior title indoors this year, and Georgie Ford-Wells winning her first title outdoors here at Sports City, coming up to a year ago. So this is Julie Ann Boatshe of Loughborough then. One of those with an outside chance of a medal here. So far in the men's triple jump happening alongside, we've got top three, very early stages though. Jadani Wright, Cardiff Met, 15.82. Kevin Masindo of Loughborough, 15.42. And Matthew Cox, Birmingham, 14.89. And in the women's event, Latifa Agbaremi, King's College, 12.60. Olivia Rea of Nottingham, 11.85, and Hollyfield, Anglia Ruskin, 11.04. Waiting for some of the big hitters to establish a mark. Boatshe's effort that we just saw coming up as 11.48. So yeah, the best jumpers around that kind of 12-metre mark. Even something like 12.20, 12.50, that sort of region might get you pretty close to the podium, and anything over 13 metres at this level is fantastic. Lily Holland and Georgie Ford-Wells, they're the pair with personal bests of that nature, and of course they now both have British titles at quite a young age. Best triple jumper in the UK for the last few years, albeit she has had some time out from an athletics and competition, has been Naomi Metzger, winning the British titles quite consistently and also making major championships. Previous winner of the BUCS title, of course, in the colours of Manchester. I'm sure she would have loved to have competed here in those colours. So this, I believe, 11.66 is Ndom Agbuagye of Manchester, alongside his teammate Daniel Akinradewo. in this competition. So as for the men, something like 15.20 to 15.50 might get you close to the podium. Okay, first sight we've had then of the high jump, having checked out the hammer and the triple jump. Don't forget, 4 finals going on at the same time. Reasonably early stages in this men's high jump, although we often get to the case where we reach about 2 metres and we've got 3 or 4 athletes left in. So bar at 194. We're going through first attempts. You can see there Lionel Awona of Nottingham Trent in the pink. Hard to miss. But another event in which we had terrific battles the last few years. Last year's podium, Kelechi Agawacha, tall upper athlete, was fantastic. So he's not here. As a result, Harry Wiley and Tom Quisser, the other medalists, do return. And that is a very nice clearance there. I believe that is Luke Ball of Bath in this high jump final. So on to the second round of the men's hammer. Owen Merritt has gone out into the lead, 58.14 from Archie Small, 57.52, and Harry Ricketts, 52.26.
Also finished third, and very consistently, he was third at the England Under-20 Championships.
So it looks like we have at least 3 athletes clear at 194 on the high jump. Samuel Ebenine, Luke Ball, Harry Wiley. Others yet to have a go. Will Sutton's just popped up and cleared 194. Second round here of the men's hammer. Still that top 3 I mentioned of Merritt, Small and Ricketts. 38 metres for James Hayward there. So a raw let out as that hammer goes up pretty high. Archie Small, I believe that was, of Nottingham, who was our leader. He's still in a very healthy second place with more than a 5 metre gap to those behind, but this, of course, is the early stages of the competition. So, if you're just joining us, this is finals day of the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships, and there are 4 medalists about to be decided. 4 sets of medalists, I should really say. Men's high jump, men's triple jump, women's triple jump, and men's hammer here, which is in the second round. So Archie Small, no improvement, 56.60. On to Ebenezer Abara. Hammer going into the cage. And along with James Wordsworth, who joined us yesterday, he seems to be really enjoying the camaraderie between the throwers, as we so often see in track and field.
Over a 10-metre improvement for him from 2023 to 2024.
So Khalid Bahamed, the Kuwaiti international that we saw a few moments ago. It does seem that we have more of an international flavour to these championships over the last few years, and certainly Loughborough have recruited from other nations as well. Seen the Indian international athlete Harita Badra for them in the sprints. I mentioned there are quite a few Greek and Cypriot athletes involved. There's Khan Tosun, the Turkish athlete, shot putter for Bristol. Bahamed in 4th place as things stand in this second round. Yannick Limmer next to go for Oxford. 49.27, I believe, here in the second round for Bahamed. So closing a little on the medal spots. On to Yannick Limmer. Limmer finds himself at the moment in 10th place. There are the rest of the throwers waiting to go. So Limmer 33.20, no improvement. So now the Brunel student, as we saw a moment ago, Harry Ricketts, who is in 3rd place with 52.26, and that gap behind him 3 metres still, despite Khalid Mohammed's improvement for Loughborough. So waiting for this measurement to pop up. For Ricketts, it's 57.75, so he's in 2nd place now, overtaking Archie Small, adding 23 centimetres. So the 2nd best effort that we've seen so far. So it's now Owen Merritt, 58.14, Harry Ricketts, 57.75, and Archie Small, 56.60. Sam Clifton of Birmingham. Good rotation there, but hammer into the cage. That's a red flag. Clifton wearing the support strapping. Lewis Shaw of Glasgow. So once again rotating while trying to stay balanced. Quite a low flight of the hammer. Out and over 40 metres. So Shaw finds himself in 5th place, 43.13 at this stage. He's 10th in the throwing order out of 12. So we'll shortly be going into the 3rd round. So 40.65 for Shaw. No improvement for him. Right, let's go over to the triple jump then. Don't forget these 2 finals happening side by side. In the women's event, Lily Hullen now leading 12.97 from Latifa Ragbaremi 12.60, Olivia Ria 12.85 then. So navy vests, I'm going to guess that this might be Wolverhampton's Hazel Shanley there. Without being able to see the numbers. This is Shaunan Pofo of Brunel. So 1st round effort for him. And the 1-2-3 at the moment is Jadani Wright, 15.82. Daniel Akinradero, 15.23. Jordan Aki Sawyer, 14.91. So that's how things stand at the end of the 1st round. 4 athletes with no mark, no jump from this 1st round, so 8 measurements on the board in that men's triple jump final. Latifa Agbaremi about to go for the second time here for King's College London. Big personal best, by the way, that 12.60 in the opening round. No wind indicator showing, so hopefully that information available afterwards, but certainly that's her best ever jump. It was 12.38. Her outright personal best coming into this. She was 4th indoors, following a 5th and a 6th last year, outdoors and indoors respectively. So can she get on the podium for the first time and continue with that improvement? Holly Field of Anglia Ruskin then looks to be on the runway there. So she's in 6th place at the moment with 11.04 is Field. So trying to continue that momentum through all of the stages of the triple jump, similar to the hammer in a way, that you try and continue that acceleration while staying balanced and in control. Triple jump, obviously a more explosive event in the way that you use your muscles, but let's have a look now at the men's event alongside. So this is Jadani Wright, who is leading the way as we moved into the second round, but actually the measurements just come up for Daniela Kinradewo of Manchester, 15.23. And weirdly, Jadani Wright's measurement has been corrected from 15.82 to 13.82, which that is quite curious, because obviously it makes a big difference. It just disappeared off the lead from in front of my eyes, so I think that was what was happening. Anyway, appears to be a Kinradewo 15.23 from Aki Sawyer, 14.91, and 14.52 for Alajiki. Now enters the top 3, so Manchester, Loughborough, the 1, 2, 3 in the men's event. Latifa Agbaremi's second jump measurement hasn't come up just yet. So 2 Birmingham athletes in this men's triple jump final. Got Matthew Cox, who jumped at 12.89 in the first round. And we've also got Josh Woods, who carrying 1 failure from that opening round.
Now into the third round of the men's hammer. So at the end of this third round, the officials will pause, identify the top 8, who will then have a further 3 rows, and they will go in reverse order.
Shelby Odia of Brunel on the runway. Best of 10.81 so far, capable of much, much further. 12.48 is her personal best. She was 8th last year. This is Kevin Masindo of Loughborough, who finds himself in 7th place with 13.42 at this point. Right, so a bit of a clap going for the athletes now. And lots of spectators there who are very keen to watch these triple jump competitions. Odia Brunel on this runway now needs to improve. Comes through the 3 phases cleanly and landing into this pit. Still in the second round here of this triple jump competition. Odia, as I say, 10.81 so far from the first round. This is Lauren Hill of Cardiff going next. So, personal best 11.61 from Southampton 2 years ago. 11.82, 11.06, sorry, so far this year. 11.36 in this competition now, so she's already got a season's best by 34 centimetres. So two Manchester athletes in this bit of a stutter through the middle phase. You can see there, just lost momentum with that step a little bit. And Abouagui, who finds himself in 5th. And there is Lauren Hill jumping right after him, adjacent. So we'll stay with this triple jump a bit longer, just to make sure, for one reason, that we get a chance to see all of the athletes in action. This is Ruth Ann Arturuo of Sheffield on the runway. Going before her, as you can see, looks like Ampofo of Brunel, or Ignatius Ababrazi of East Anglia. Obviously coming in to this with, I can see on roster, a no jump from the first round, so yes, no wonder he looking a little bit frustrated with himself to see that happen again, and not able to fully execute that triple jump, which is a challenge in itself. So Lily Holland on the runway then. Lily Holland, our leader in the women's competition. So she'll go shortly there in the African violet vest, just disappearing out the screen to the left. Nabi O'Day of Cardiff. So we effectively going through the athletes now who didn't get a marking in the first round. O'Day of Cardiff, nice and strong through there. Again, just lost a little bit momentum right at the end. Tried to extend out that leg to get the maximum out of the jump and salvage what he could. Looks as though he might be moving slightly gingerly there. Okay, so here's Lily Holland's second jump then, already with 12.97 from the opening round. Holland, the UK indoor champion this year, 13.24 her best. Winner of the BUCS indoor title, not only this year, but also in 2022 and 2020. And were there not some cancellations due to COVID, she might have more than 3 gold medals. Don't forget, of course, her own teammate should be her biggest challenger, Georgie Ford-Wells, although this is her first competition back from an ankle injury for Wells. Holland, I wonder if her sister Jasmine is watching on. So here she is on the runway now, picking up good speed and getting the white flag. Emma Wiltshire of Loughborough coaching, watching on, leading the team, as she has done the last few seasons. So we remain in this second round of both triple jump finals. Can't see any measurement being put up just yet on the scoreboard. This is Aki Sawyer then. Again, just stuttering a little as he comes through the phases. Aki Sawyer, who's recovered from a very serious injury that kept him out long term, and I know that he was just happy to be healthy again, not least competing really well as he did indoors. So some 5,000 metre action now on the way. This is the B final and the A final will follow, so we'll certainly be wanting to intersperse with lots of those field finals where the medals will be decided, while we also capture some of the story of this 5,000 final as well. So the A final to come a little later on, as I say, at 10:50, so around 20 minutes time. So 12.5 laps of these of this track for these athletes. You can see in two groups here, giving you a sense of just how many are involved. We've got 21 athletes that are on the entry list for this particular B final. Whether they all start is another matter sometimes. We'll wait and see. Sometimes there's a bit of movement actually in between the A and the B race, the reseeding at the last minute. Sometimes obviously people would want to be in the A race, the chance to be pushed on by faster athletes to a faster time. And this is one area where we've seen in the last few years that your seed time across the last couple of seasons, if you haven't run a fast 5,000 metres in the last few years, couple of years, then as a result your seed time might put you in the B race, whereas you might actually on real pace be fast enough to go in the A race. So we'll follow the opening stages of this race then, as they now get underway. As I say, 12.5 laps of this track here at Manchester's regional arena inside the Etihad campus, adjacent to the Manchester City Football Club stadium here. And really it's about posting a strong time. It will come together as an aggregate result, arguably, so there's a very small possibility that a medalist could come from this race, and you could get a situation where it's a very slow race in the A final. That does happen. So we've got Tom Chandler of Bath, and Harry Alcock of Nottingham, Harry Sweeney of Sheffield, Manchester's Callum Broadbent, Sebastian Poma del Campo of Manchester Met, Harry Allen UCL, Freddie Roden of Manchester, Chris Coulson of Newcastle, Jacob Wood of Manchester Met, Edinburgh's Peter Bradshaw, Peter Merritt of Lancaster, Thomas Fell of York, Swansea's Liam Stone, St Mary's Josh Hobbs, Brighton's Will Goddard, Leeds' Ewan Wheelwright, Durham's Alex Kilby, Southampton's Jacob Atwell, Alex Dunn of Leeds, Joseph Comerford of Cardiff, Newcastle's Luke Davis. Another thing to mention is that there's sort of a cut-off point at which any recent performances might not play into that seeding as well. So a couple of these athletes have made big improvements recently, partly as a result maybe of not doing too many 5,000 metres on the track before as well, because many of these will have great pedigree over 10,000 metres, which is a separate event to this, taking part in Loughborough, which we've already seen happen. And then cross-country pedigree as well, some stepping up from the 1,500 metres. So you invariably get a real range of athletes as a result. And of course, when you reach under 20 level, you're more likely to do 5,000 metres for the first time in any case, because before that 3,000 is generally the maximum distance that athletes do manage. And then up to under 23 level is where you do 10,000 for the first time as well. But yeah, long distance, therefore chance to get into better and better races and run faster times, and hopefully we'll see some personal best today. So round 2:52 I think for that opening kilometre. Pete Bradshaw of Edinburgh and Tom Chandler of Bath, so two of the top athletes here. Bradshaw, though, with a big personal best recently at the comeback 5,000 metres in Battersea. It was 14:54 and it's now 14:09, so 45 seconds personal best. That's a massive chunk and one that you do see sometimes in races of this distance. Certainly for him, the opportunity to be in that race was great. Liam Stone of Swansea's up there in 4th place. In the same event, he improved to 14:35. So that was a personal best by 19 seconds for him, also in Battersea recently. That's his only track race this year for Stone, as we tick over onto 4 minutes on the clock. So early stages here with Bradshaw of Edinburgh in the green leading. Tom Chandler tracking him nicely. Personal best for him, 14:55. And then just having a look along, you can see Stone trying to hang on to this group. It's a little bit more splintered now as well. You've got Peter Merritt of Lancaster in 2nd place as Bradshaw begins to come away. So lots of action going on at the same time here in Manchester, and we'll return to the 5,000 in a bit, but an important stage that we check in with this men's high jump final now. We're getting to that important point where the bar is at 2 metres now. So Toby Cherry of Birmingham, 3rd attempt at 2 metres. Really important jump. Unfortunately, Cherry goes out of the competition, so quite a big set of medal contenders, you would have thought, in this high jump, and naturally going out one by one as the heights get higher and higher. Kimani Jack, his teammate, remains in this competition though, and I'm sure after that terrific indoor performance in which he won the gold medal that he's very, very capable of adding outdoor gold to that. So there is Jack just in the background with hands on hips. But this time we do see a clearance at the 3rd attempt for Will Sutton of Birmingham. So 2 Birmingham athletes out of 3 remain in this final. That's quite impressive depth actually for Birmingham in a jumps event, to have 3 that came into the competition capable of getting on the podium. And especially given that rivalry, Loughborough don't actually have an athlete in this final. So 11 athletes involved in this. Kimani Jack, Luke Ball, of course we saw that previous clearance for him, I think it was at 194. He remains in and cleared 2 metres. So does Harry Wiley of Nottingham Trent. Morgan Williams of Leeds Beckett. Samuel Ebenine of Manchester. I think this is his 3rd event of the weekend. Ebenine, he was in that 100 final, of course. So really interesting versatility that he has. One to watch out for. Kimani Jack though, at this new height, 203, and I'm sure he's going to continue to go up higher and higher. 206, 209, 212 and 215 his personal best. What's he capable of today? Certainly looks in a confident mood here. So yeah, just like we did in the hammer and the triple jump, a chance to see some of the main contenders here as we try and keep across all of the action. So here is Ebenine. Again, I must stress, I'm using my best guess with some pronunciations of athletes, so I'll go with Ebenine unless corrected. In the home colours of Manchester, with shorts that don't exactly match, but we'll let him off. So, equalling his PB at 2 metres, so going for an outright best here. And so we can't fault him if he just misses out slightly with that first attempt. So we've seen Kimani Jack of Birmingham go clear, and just wonder whether there's anyone capable of taking the gold medal away from him. Luke Ball, one of the most likely contenders. He was 7th at the UK Indoor Championships, but also competed at the European Under-20s last year. Didn't progress through to the final, but I'm sure it will have been a very, very valuable experience for Ball, whose personal best is only 1 centimetre off that of Kimani Jack, 214. So bronze medalist indoors. Tom Quisser was the one between them of Leeds Beckett. Luke Ball becomes the second athlete to clear 2 meters and 3 centimeters. So really interesting test of nerve then at this height. This is Harry Wiley of Nottingham Trent. Not too many medal chances for Trent, but he is certainly one of them. They'll have Joseph Agbodza in the sprint hurdles as well to watch out for. So Harry Wiley at 2:03 then. Nice leap, but ultimately the bar does come down at this first attempt here. Wiley, the Midlands indoor bronze medalist earlier this year. He was second behind Kelechi Agawacha last year. Terrific performance from him when Tom Quisser was also on the podium, getting the bronze. So 4 laps to go in the men's 5000 B final. You can see Bradshaw still leading the way, 10 minutes into the race now. Will Sutton of Birmingham going at 2:03. So we've already got 2 athletes clear. And one of them is his teammate Kimani Jack. Well, out of the failures that we've seen at 2:03, that's possibly the closest. Ultimately, same result though. Meanwhile, in this 5000 metre B final, you can see you've got 2 athletes at the front. And it's Tom Chandler of Bath joining our early leader, Peter Bradshaw of Edinburgh. So Chandler of Bath now shoulder to shoulder with the Scottish athletes. On to Tom Quisser of Leeds Beckett, another contender here. Never tasted BUCS gold before, but he has a bronze from last year outdoors, a silver from this year indoors. I'm sure he'll know that Kimani Jack will take some beating though. So he also has a first-time failure at 2:03. So that's the way things stand at the moment in this high jump. And 3 laps to go in the men's 5000 metre B final now. So, as you were, no change at the front. They'll come through with 800 left of this race, and Bradshaw looks pretty keen to push on with things now. And we'll wait and see whether Chandler will have to respond to this increase in pace and whether he's able to do so. A reminder that Chandler, personal best 14:55. Until recently, Bradshaw was 1 second quicker, but he's now some 46 seconds quicker based on personal bests. And now the length of your screen separating our top 2. So a big change on this penultimate lap. Bradshaw's going to be outside his personal best here, but if Chandler can keep the pace going, then he could improve on that 14:55. Chandler in that solid second place. Peter Bradshaw going along really strongly now. And this is still the kind of pace that could feature strongly once you look at an aggregate result after the 5,000 metre A final. As he starts to lap some of the back markers in this race. Josh Hobbs of St Mary's back in third, it looks like. Some way back. And here comes Peter Bradshaw, working really hard out there still. So he's going to win this 5,000 metre B final. And even though there's no guaranteed medal for that, it's still a great accomplishment for himself and for Edinburgh. About 14:22, the clock didn't stop. 6 seconds behind in the end. Chandler finds a good sprint in the last 50 metres or so. We're just watching for those further back. So just in front of this group is just Hobbs of St Mary's in third. 14:54. Ewan Wheelwright of Leeds, 15 seconds. And then athletes finishing further behind, 5th, 6th, 7th. All the full result available on the Roster Athletics website now. But Bradshaw from Chandler from Hobbs, our top three. Clark didn't stop trackside, but 14:22 was there or thereabouts when Bradshaw crossed the line in the green and white of Edinburgh. So we'll watch these athletes coming through and then we'll head back to some field action. I can tell you the bar is still at 2:03 in the men's high jump, and Samuel Ebening has just gone clear. So joining Kimani Jack and joining Luke Ball. We're now into the 4th round of the men's hammer final as well. Owen Merritt appears to be still leading the way from Harry Ricketts and Archie Small. So Merritt's best effort, 58.14, 57.77 and 57.52. We're in the 3rd round of the men's triple jump. Akin Rodero remains our leader, no improvement there, 15.23. Michael Alajiki up into 2nd with 14.91, the same as Jordan Aki-Sawyer. So silver and bronze going down to count back at the moment. Women's triple jump, again, same top three with Holland, Agbaremi and Rhea, 12.97, 12.60, 12.11. But I think the result's a little bit behind the live picture. So we haven't checked in for a while with the hammer. Let's do that right now. You can see that's the Nottingham best of Archie Small, was briefly in the lead. And backing up that strong effort well from the first round, 57.52, then 56.60, and then a no throw. So looking to pick up where he left off from those early big efforts. Others are fighting to try and get on the podium. The lead currently standing at 37 centimetres. Harry Ricketts is going to try and close that gap very shortly. 56.38 for Archie Small, so consistent if nothing else. That's his 3rd throw that has gone over 56 metres. And the gap between 3rd and 4th is just under 7 metres now. So Ricketts throwing his 4th attempt. men's 5,000 metre A final coming up. And we'll keep you up to date with what's happening in the field as well. 12.5 laps of the track, and this is where the medalists should be crowned. Really excited for this final. And let's take a look at some of the bigger contenders. Cameron Allen of Northumbria, someone who's spent time out in the States at Adams State University in Colorado for a couple of years, but 13:42.26 is his personal best. Someone who's been part of the World University cross-country team in the past, going out to Portugal. Obviously, we saw a contingent going out fairly recently this year. And a great notch to add to the belt for those that are selected. Will Barnicott also in this race, a European bronze medalist at under 23 level last year. 13:45.24. We'll always remember Will Barnicott winning a fantastic trials race over 3,000 on a Friday night, I think it was, here on the eve of the main British Championships. And Alex Malloy, who is another European medalist, this time at under 20 level over the 3,000 metres. His personal best 14:01.82. The upper athletes. And Isaac Hurstman Chandler, another Birmingham student, 14:05.78. His personal best from BUCS here last year, where he was 5th. I can tell you that Luke Ball has just cleared 2:06 in the men's high jump, which we'll cross to before too long. Liam Rawlings, also from Birmingham. So they've actually got 4 men in this. Toma Tarragano, last year's BUCS 10,000 metre champion, is the other. Hirschman Chandler was 5th in this race last year, as I say. And Lloyd Shepherd of Cardiff Met, another contender. Welsh 1,500 metre silver medalist, so stepping up to the 5,000 here. And Jeremy Dempsey, the 1,500 metre silver medalist from last year, was with us, I'm going to say yesterday, but I think it was the day before. It kind of blends into one. But yes, unfortunately not competing this weekend, but was saying that the 5,000 metres, as is often the case, is a good chance of a medal for Cambridge. I think the steeplechase will be a good opportunity too, as well, where they've got Terry Forden. But they've got George Ogden in this race, and he appears to be our early leader at this point in the race. Of course, they're going to come through having completed the first kilometre out of 5. If you missed it just a moment ago, Peter Bradshaw winning the B final. We think that 14:22 came up on the clock. Just looking out for that final confirmed result, of course. Results available on that roster athletics website and app. So Tarragano is the first of the Birmingham students. Bradshaw's teammate Harry Henriksen now taking over the lead as they come through. Round 3:06 there on the clock. 3 minutes 6.2 officially then. So obviously it's around 15:30 pace if it were even. So first kilometre completed in this 5,000 A final, and we will stay tuned as to what might unfold, knowing also that big things are happening in the field right now. So the bar's still at 2:06, I can tell you, in the men's high jump, and Kimani Jack has joined Luke Ball in going clear. And we're going through second and third attempts now. Still Morgan Williams, Samuel Ebenine in the competition. But Harry Wiley and Will Sutton, 3 failures. And also Tom Quisser, seemingly, well, that seems hard to believe because we've seen jumping at higher heights than what's being shown on roster as 3 failures. So that I find a little curious. But appearing to be the case that we now have 5 athletes left in the high jump. And we are in the 5th round of the men's hammer. Owen Merritt improving his lead by 19 centimetres to 58.33 from Harry Ricketts, 57.93, and Archie Small 57.52. There's still that big gap to fourth place, but it's now held by Samuel Clifton of Birmingham with 50.79. And then the other two finals, results a little bit slow to come through there, but in the men's triple jump, looks like half-time. Daniel Akinradewo, after 3 rounds, 15.23. Michael Alajiki of Loughborough, 14.91. And Jordan Akisoya going down to second best efforts between those two, because he also has 14.91. And there is, just having a look, 31 centimetres between their second best efforts. 14.81 for Alajiki, 14.50 for Akisoya. So of course that would change position if Akisoya could improve on 14.81 as his second best effort. In the women's triple jump competition, also looked to be in the third round. No action right at this second that we're missing out on. Lily Hulland of Loughborough leading still, 12.97. Georgie Ford-Wells going into second place with 12.63, and Latifa Agbaremi, King's College London, behind the two Loughborough students on 12.60. Ebeneen, third attempt now at 2.06. So approaching this bar with momentum, but unfortunately bringing it down. So he is out of the high jump competition. He's certainly having a great weekend. Kimani Jack still involved, as is Luke Ball, of course, going over 2.06. Harry Wiley out, Samuel Ebeneen out, and Will Sutton as well. So looks like we have just 3 athletes now left. Kimani Jack, Luke Ball and Morgan Williams.
So 5,000 metres, men's ace final rules starting to develop. We've got one of the favourites, Will Barnacle, moving up to Connect Margano, now sitting second place. The men's men's competition rubbing up nicely in this penultimate round. Harry Ricketts has gone out in the 5th round
to 59 metres 88. Remember, he came into the competition with a best of 56.93.
So the bar goes up to 2.09 in the men's high jump final.
But just 7 centimetres separates first and second.
Archie Small in second place. Sorry, Archie Small in second place with that 59.81 in the 5th round. I've just given you his previous PB. The leader is Harry Ricketts with 59.88. He's a Cornell student, and that is a personal best.
Kimani Jack, first attempt 2.09 and sails over. That was more comfortable, if anything, than the first attempt, and a clearance at 2.06. So we've passed the 3K mark in the 5K final. 8.52.8. So pace has improved. We've got Will Barnacle leading, the teammate of Kimani Jack, of course. So happy moments for those watching and supporting Birmingham. Toma Tarragano in second. Birmingham 1-2. So that 2.52 kilometre, 8.58 split. Improving the pace, they're a little bit more strung out, but pretty much single file. not huge gaps other than the one between this lead group, if you can really call it a lead group, as it's very much splintered at this point. 4 laps to go now, 10 minutes into the race. Cameron Allen of Northumbria in a very good spot in third. Of course, that 13:42 time, impressive, and we know he has great pedigree over 1500 metres, as I was saying as well. English senior silver medalist in 2021. Over that distance, Will Barnicott still leading though, and you would think that Barnicott is pretty much able to deal with most of things that other athletes might throw at him, but he will want to reduce the size of the lead group. So starting to do that now with 6 athletes out front at this point. Barnicott, Tarragano and Allen, the top 3. Looks like that was Alex Malloy in 4th place as we look at this second chasing group. So 1-1-2-5 is indeed Malloy, and then we have 8-3-4, which is Thomas Crockett of Exeter, and then we have Isaac Chandler of Birmingham. So look at that, a chance of a Birmingham clean sweep. 3 athletes in the top 6. And you've got Joseph Massingham and George Ogden of Cambridge both in the second group. And if this second group work together, there's definitely a chance that they could manage this gap, or at least pick someone off who isn't able to go with this pace. Hirschman Chandler is, well, I don't know if fighting's quite the right word. I think he's pretty relaxed there. That gap isn't really opening up too much. So, Kimani Jack made it over 2:09. What about Luke Ball? Second attempt, brings the bar down. We could be about to decide the gold medalist. Luke Ball will have one more go at 2:09, so really crucial stage in this high jump. So if Ball is unable to clear at the third attempt in a couple of moments, then that will be that so far as the order of the medalists. Still some work to do to decide what's going to happen in this 5,000 final. Well, we thought that Hirschman Chandler might be about to drop off from the lead group. He is still there, just a few metres back, behind the tall figure of Cameron Allen of Northumbria in the white and black. Again, not too many medal chances for them, but Luca Manali looking strong in a steeplechase, and Allen still there in this 5,000 lead group. Alex Malloy there, just overtaken by Thomas Crockett of Exeter. Could say the same for them. Big medal opportunity here, especially now Allen is dropping off the back of this group. And if anything, Hirschman Chandler is looking like the stronger. 13:20.08 on the clock. So, Will Barnicott, Tomer Tarragano, Alex Malloy with Crockett dropping off. Which order are these men going to finish in? Malloy makes a move. Tarragano puts on the afterburners. And now it's a Birmingham 1-2 between these, just like it was for St Mary's with Ellis Cross and Emil Keres. Will Barnicott, we said he could deal with anything that the athletes would throw at him. He's done just that. 14:17.28. Barnicott from Tarragano, who has a slight shake of the head as Cameron Allen just beats Crockett home for 4th and 5th. A really exciting end to that 5,000 metre final. And it was a game of poker between the two Birmingham teammates. At one point they had a chance of a clean sweep, but 1-2, just as we saw in the steeplechase last year for Birmingham with Imroth and Bridger. This time Barnicott from Tarragano, who really tried to up through the gears very, very quickly. But Barnacut was able to deal with it. He had the quality, he had the speed right at the end of that race. So we're watching here what could be really decisive in this high jump. And just having a look, so Kimani Jack is the gold medalist and he's going for 2:13. Personal best, of course, 2:15. Let's have a look at this first attempt. So Jack of Birmingham adding outdoor gold to what he did indoors. And failing at the first attempt. Aaron Traves of Nottingham joins me, one of their captains. How's the weekend been for you so far? Enjoyed it?
It's been brilliant, thank you very much. We've absolutely exceeded expectation here at BUCS Outdoors. Better than many years gone by. It's been really exciting to see lots of athletes coming on and off the track, just enjoying themselves.
Which is fantastic, as we see Kimani Jack just get some coaching advice there. Laura Ziala is there as well, GB International. Yeah, exceeding expectations. I know you've got Daniel Goriola in the sprint hurdles, which will be one of the most exciting moments to watch out for, perhaps?
Yeah, absolutely. Every time I watch him run, I can't believe how young he is, and yet he's so mentally strong and experienced. I can't believe how many times he's been over the hurdles on a senior height. It's exquisite to watch. It's scintillating.
And yet he's one of the youngest athletes with the least BUCS experience, but it just goes to show you that if someone is a real quality athlete, you know, whatever they've done before, whether it's English schools or something like that, it's really exciting to see them maybe compete here for the first time, but also win.
Yeah, when we talk about Daniel being a young athlete, yet he's still gone up all the age groups and, like I said, been at English schools multiple times, and his accolades of achievement is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's always a close battle though, isn't it? Because I suppose you want to get one over Loughborough as well, because they have some great athletes in that race as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We're sandwiched between two absolute powerhouses of Loughborough and the University of Birmingham, yet we still hold our own when we can and when we have the athletes to.
Fantastic stuff. So Kimani Jack trying again at 2:13, of course. We're quite close to some track finals as well. This day is really quite special compared to the other two, isn't it? We have finals all the way through.
Yes, you really feel the tension in the air. It goes deadly silent, and the crowd really responds to the quality on the track.
Yeah, they certainly do. I hope the noise is going to be raised. Up, let's see Kimani Jack, second attempt, 2:13 there in the high jump. This really just to add gloss to his title. And ultimately 2:09, it looked like there was lots of space between him and the bar, but 2:13, he hasn't actually been that close, has brought the bar down. So what else are we thinking about from a Nottingham point of view? You've qualified some relay teams for the finals later.
Yeah, really impressive with our relay teams. We've had an unfortunate amount of injuries over the last couple of weeks leading into this championship, yet we're still able to substitute in quality, especially the 4x4 women's, who have gone above and beyond. Those who were watching yesterday would have noticed, like, our first two legs were quite behind the others, yet the last two, Mia Oldfield and Hermione Mason, really held their own, and great kickers in the home straight.
Fantastic. And what's your best memory then of BUCS competition? What year were you in?
I'm in my third year at university. I'm a big fan of the relays, but I think nothing will ever conquer stepping foot at BUCS Outdoors for the first time individually as a first year. Even though didn't go as planned. The whole experience was incredible.
So we're heading for this next final, which is the women's 400-metre hurdles. And this is a really interesting one because the champion from last year, Emily Newnham, not here, but silver and bronze medalists are. And then Mel Coxon, who was 4th in that race, having a chance to step up to the podium. It's again a big battle between Birmingham and Loughborough in this. Birmingham actually having as many as 4 athletes in this, and it looks like we've got all 8 athletes starting in this final as well. So take you through the lineup. We've got Deanna Clark of Nottingham as well. She's had a good championship so far, hasn't she, making it through?
Yeah, she was really impressive yesterday in her semi-final. Came from behind to follow the 2 leaders in and qualify comfortably.
So we'll watch out for her. She goes in lane 8, but also the full lineup. Molly Swingler of Birmingham. She was 6th last year. 61.45 at best. Hannah Ulvaid, England under-20 bronze medalist. Meg Willis of Birmingham. She was 4th at the England under-20s last year. We're just going to see this Kamani Jack 3rd attempt, 2:13 then. Brings the bar down. But in any case, the high jump all wrapped up. No PB for Jack today. Would have had to eclipse 2:15, but strong performance and a double gold this year at BUCS. I wonder how many of his teammates will be on this 400 hurdles podium. Mel Coxon then so closely matched with Orla Brennan, 48.4 for Coxon and 58.4 and 58.25 for Brennan. And then Briggs Good, the bronze medalist last year. Stephanie Brooks of Cardiff met massive personal best in the semi-final, 2.65 seconds off her personal best at this competition alone, following a heat PB to 62.07, having been 64.73. And then it's interesting that Coxon and Brennan quite separated on this track. They were neck and neck, obviously, in the semi-final, which is quite unusual to have the 2 best-ranked athletes alongside one another. Brennan goes from lane 7, hoping to go one better than she did last year. And then Deanna Clark, as we've been saying, really strong that she made it through, but also she was 5th last year. Again, a chance of improving on that. So Swingler, Ulvaid, Willis, Coxon, Briggs Good, Brooks, Brennan and Clark. The final of the women's 400-metre hurdles. So these athletes roared away, and Coxon and Brennan both with decent starts. Just have to keep their cool and composure over these barriers. Going well down the back straight is also Briggs Good in the second of those Birmingham vests. Don't forget that they've just seen Barnicott and Tarragano get a 1-2 in the men's 5,000 metres. So Coxon now starts to emerge as the stagger unwinds. Birmingham, Loughborough, let's see how they look. Coming down this home straight, Brennan had a very strong kick off the final barrier to get away from Coxon down the home straight in that semi-final. So Brennan still just about leading, but Coxon still there, moving into second, past Briggs Good. Just a bit of a loss of momentum off that final barrier, and that means Brennan comes home for gold for Birmingham, following her silver last year. Briggs Good and Coxon both go up one place as well from 2023. 58.81 on the clock. Aaron Traves watching that with me from Nottingham University. What did you make of that battle?
It was exquisite watching Brennan come down that home straight. Absolutely scintillating. She held her form, she held her head, and she was pumping her arms better than all the other girls around her. It really showed in that last 50 metres who really wanted it most.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you talked about stepping here, your first occasion at BUCS, but when you've come here and you've done it time and time again, the experience, I think, helped out there. Someone who's, later years in university, and also I think a captain as well. I think that helped.
Absolutely, it's all about being headstrong, keeping yourself in the game and not letting others around you. She had 3 teammates in that final, and herself.
Yeah, incredible, really. And yeah, sometimes we see in 400 hurdles, it's not the event that everyone puts their hand up to do, because it involves the 400 metres and it involves hurdles, 2 things that are quite difficult to train for. But yes, we'll have another look, hopefully, at that race if we can. And we'll also see how Deanna Clark did, and then we'll hopefully get a full confirmed result as well. Certainly the time was 58.81 showing trackside, and whereas Coxon and Brennan have run faster than that in the past, Briggs Good has never run sub 59 seconds. But a really strong final, and of course we've got the men's race to come. So let's have another look at this. So Deanna Clark on the outside in lane 8.
Yeah, we know from the start she's not the quickest out, but she's got the endurance when we come round here. You see the other girls come past her from Birmingham and Cardiff Met, but she holds her own. She holds her own. We all know she knows her own strengths coming down this back straight.
Yeah, so Brennan here and Briggs Good in the 2 red vests, and then you've got Clark in the dark green on the outside. Difficult, of course, when you've got some fast girls coming past you as well, just to kind of focus and not think about that.
Absolutely, we elaborate to this. We elaborate on the mental toughness it takes. Over 400 metres is tough, but jumping over hurdles at the same time, it's one of the hardest events in the sport, alongside what I'd say is the 400 and the 800 metres.
So Clark here in round 4th place, and there we go. It was quite decisive there. Briggs Good and Coxon were so close together, but Brennan, once again, she just seemed to have great pace off the final barrier, but really solid there, 4th place. So actually, Emily Noonan won this gold last year, and then everyone else who's behind her is in the exact same order, just 1 place up. So consistent, if nothing else. Yeah, so what's the kind of spirit like among the Nottingham team at the moment? You know, you've got a decent sized team, you know, not as big as something Birmingham or Loughborough, but kind of middle of the range in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to try and hold our own in between brilliant competition and athletics clubs. Year on year we're trying to improve, and it's always important that we still have as many athletes as possible participating in day 3 rather than going out on the first and second days. But the team spirit and morale waking up this morning has been top.
And I think now we can go to our first on there on the final order.
So men's 400 hurdles coming up next. But Nottingham actually getting their first medal through, is it your first medal of the weekend, is it? No, actually, Simran Kaur, I think, in the women's Ambulant, yes. But first medal today for Archie Small, good performance. And sometimes, yeah, the throwers, particularly if they take part in multiple disciplines, but the throwers can help you really score points, as can decathletes. But really strong performance that from Archie Small. Again, getting on the podium when you had some strong competition from Loughborough.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Archie very well. We're quite close. But when I saw him waking up this morning, he had a subtle ounce of optimism coming into today. Unbelievably, his PBs have rocketed in the last month, and everyone from the club has kind of been outstanding by his progress, and it's clearly shown today. Couldn't think of a greater lad to take a second place there.
So confirmation there. It was Harry Ricketts taking the title with 59.88 from Archie Small. 59.81, beating Owen Merritt, who was third with 58.33. Key improvements there happening in the 5th round. It's a good hammer competition. Good to see those changes of lead that we saw while everything else was going on. So athletes coming out, including for the women's shot put. I can see Jess Hopkins going past, ahead of hoping to add outdoor goal to indoor, as we've seen a couple of athletes do so far. So back over we go to the triple jump. Men's and women's final happening adjacent. So just having a look here. In the men's final, still Akinra Dayro from Alajiki from Aki Sawyer. The only thing that's happened is Akinra Dayro has gone out to 15.40, so it's added to his lead. And the women's event, Lily Holland has improved to 13.01 but remains our leader. Latifa Agbaremi with 12.73, so adding to her personal best. There was 12.60 from the opening round, and then Georgie Fordwell's 12.63. So hammer and high jump concluded. Kimani Jack winning the high jump title, and then we saw Luke Ball get the silver And it looked to me like on countback, Morgan Williams getting the bronze ahead of Samuel Ebeneyn. So women's triple jump final, and this is Lauren Hill of Cardiff. So she's in 8th place with 11.56. And we look to be getting into the 6th round now. I can see 2 scoreboards. One of them says 5 and one of them says 6. I'm not sure which one is for which. Certainly I can see measurements coming through from the 5th round on the roster app. And Hill inside this top 8. Over to the men's event we go now. So 4 Loughborough athletes in this. Alajiki in 2nd place. Aki Sawyer in 3rd. Lascelles in 5th, and this is Lascelles 14.51 so far. Okay, back to the women's event. Julianne Bochi in 7th place. 11.60 so far, 12.63 needed for a medal. So quite an improvement required. Again, just a bit of a loss of momentum through the step there. Okay, next to final on the track. Excited for this one?
Absolutely. This is a wide open event, a wide open final.
Yeah, and I think someone pointed out to me that the depth isn't quite there at the lower end, so it's quite easy to make it into this final. But again, you know, all credit to those who've done so. They give themselves potential opportunity, outside opportunity maybe, for a medal down to the lower reaches. And as a result, good BUCS points as well. So we've got Jack Houghton of Swansea, 6th last year. Gus Carter of UCL. This is his first 400 hurdles competition of the year. Coleman Corrie of Exeter, personal best in the heat of 56.16 by best part of half second. Ben Heron, Strathclyde. Onyeka Oko of Loughborough's the favourite. Jake Minchell of Birmingham, European under-20 4x4 relay champion. Bradley Francis of Aberdeen. Will Parry of Oxford. So these 8 athletes are underway now, and watch out for Oko then from that lane number 5. Jake Minchell actually going out really hard, but Oko will try and push on down this back straight here. Yet again a battle between Birmingham and Loughborough. Who else might try and contend? It'll be difficult for them to do so, given the speed of these two. Oko with a personal best, way above the rest. Nearly a second, 50.95. Someone who performed at the World Under-20 Championships, but Minchell has been to the European Under-20s, and Minchell leads the way. This is a bigger margin than I was expecting over Onyeka Oko, and just like Orla Brennan, he holds his nerve. He comes through for gold. Ahead of Oko, and Heron just dipping to get that bronze. 51.25, a personal best by nearly half a second for Minchell, and he delivered the race of his life.
It was brave, it was technically executed really well. He held his own on the home straight. His head was up, and his form, unlike the others behind him, was strong all the way through. And he kept his knee drive going into that final hurdle. It was brilliant by Minchell. A little upset for the BUCS there.
Yeah, terrific stuff. Someone who's got great 400 speed as well. 47.30 his flat PB. He's an English schools champion as well over the flats. So yeah, no surprise his pedigree. I mentioned he won that European relay with the likes of Charlie Carvel and David Race. But huge performance there from Minchell, and everyone wants a hug from him. Let's have another look at how he did it then. So Minchell's there in lane 6. Yeah, and at this point you kind of picture Oko catching up.
He's brave going over that 3rd hurdle. He's running blind as well from Oko, so he has to be brave and put his foot down. Coming into this bend, you start to question whether Oko's going to come and close the gap on him, but Minchell, he doesn't pull away, but he doesn't lose any ground either. He holds his own.
It's absolutely terrific. It's almost like a Karsten Warholm like performance. I'm going to be brave and I'm going to go out super hard. So at this point, just the final barrier to overcome. Puff of the cheeks. Oko, I guess, knows he's beaten at that point. He did well actually to hold on.
And it's a close dip there for the silver, closer than we expected there.
Yeah, for sure. Ben Heron it was for Strathclyde, getting a medal for them. Amy Ware of Brunel there in this triple jump. As we catch these final few jumps, she looks a bit frustrated there. Obviously performed very well indoors. Yeah, getting the silver medal indoors and was fifth in the long jump. Personal best of 12.88 this year. One of your teammates here, I think that's Olivia Rea.
Olivia Rea, yeah, she absolutely smashed a PB on the Saturday qualifying. And again, has done well again in the earlier rounds of this triple jump competition.
Yeah, I think 11.92 she came in with as a personal best. The Yorkshire champion from last year. She's improved to 12.11. So she's in fourth place, a very solid fourth place. There's a gap of half a metre in front of her to Georgie Ford-Wells. Still the same top three, but fantastic performance.
It is a big ask for Olivia to hit that third place, but coming into the competition, she smashed the PBs, she's added extra distance. Is it just too much for her? Hopefully not, but we'll see.
Certainly will. So that's Aaron Traves with me from Nottingham, one of their university captains. So yeah, let's have a look at this jump. Of course, we've got the men's event side by side. I think that's Jadani Wright, who's in sixth place, 14.42, so he needs 14.91 for a medal. So similar sort of window of opportunity that is just beginning to close. So Wright pushing down this runway but can't execute, I'm afraid, and that is the sixth round. They're both in the final round. Akin Rodero, Alajaki and Aki Sawyer, Manchester from Loughborough and Loughborough, the top three. Few more jumps to come, I guess, around 5, unless there's been any movement in the last 3 rounds. So here we go. Olivia Rea in this last round, looks clean, looks strong. I guess one thing she can hope for is another personal best.
She's always one to express how she feels. She knows how the jump is executed. She's not one to shy away as soon as she comes out of that pit.
I like that. That's good. That's good to see, really, because otherwise you're kind of left guessing what the athlete thinks of it. Especially when the distance doesn't come up straight away, we get more of an idea from the athlete's reaction. Back to the men's event. Abuaghi, he's been pushed down to 8th place, 14.23. Triple jump and long jump, just having the traditional format. 12 athletes in the final, and then top 8 getting all 6 goes. 13.67 for Abuaghi. Olivia Rea's measurement hasn't come up in that 6th round. Amy Ware looked frustrated. She had 4 no jumps, but 12.06 what she achieved in the end. I think she'll feel she was capable of extracting more from her performance. Agbarami of King's College, she is one of the athletes of the day. To mix it among 2 British senior champions is absolutely fantastic. And she has to try and hold on to the silver medal with Georgie Ford-Wells also in this competition, with Lily Holland ahead of her, of course. And Nabi Ode of Cardiff, 14.36 so far. So Georgie Ford-Wells, she's in 3rd place, 12.63, and 10 centimetres off Latifa Agbarami. So I think we have just a couple of jumps remaining now. We've seen Agbarami go in this 6th round. Haven't seen a measurement come up just yet. Olivia Rea's last effort would come up as no jump.
Regardless, she should be really proud of how she performed this weekend.
Yeah.
Absolutely, coming into the event, even with a little knee wobble, yet still execute a brilliant set of 3 jumps in the first 3 rounds.
from Sheffield University.
So we'll try and get this jump in before the next track action. Could be an important one. Athletes just waiting for the right moment, just focusing and setting themselves important final jumps. So Ford Wells looks ready to go. Final round here, needs 10 centimetres improvement. First competition back after ankle injury. Did what she could to stay in the air. Red flag though, unfortunately, for Ford Wells, but she does get herself another BUCS medal. And that is crucial on her return. It's, I think, 15 centimetres off her season's best this year for the athlete who won the BUCS indoor title last year, the UK outdoor champion this year, and she'll be a contender for that outdoor title with Lily Holland as well. So, women's 200 metres semi-finals. Emily Reid of Sheffield, Bronwyn Mooney, Sheffield College, Alice Woodhouse, Edge Hill, Kinga Kudzia, Cardiff Met, Jasmine Moss of Loughborough, Shani Skirvin of Trent, Rachel Lorimer, Stirling, Navneet Kaur of Surrey in this first of our semi-finals. So Jasmine Moss, twice a BUCS champion, 2019 outdoors, 2020 indoors. She should be the favourite here. Two athletes going through to the final, two-time qualifiers. Shani Skirvin was fourth over 100 metres, but maybe this is her stronger of the two sprints. Moss is the fresher athlete, but these two are going to go through quite comfortably. 23.77. So I wonder if we've got any Nottingham athletes in the 200 metres at all.
Yeah, we do have Zoe Dake running in one of the semi-finals. Tough lane and being in lane one, yeah, it won't hold her back, I'm sure.
So yes, ideally wants to be in the top four to give herself a chance of qualifying. That was a good run though. Skirvin has more races in her legs, but Jasmine Moss probably just wants to get through the rounds without exerting too much. So last few jumps here. And this is a Shaunam Pofo of Brunel, 5th place, 14.81, 10 centimetres off a medal. White flag he gets. Jordan Aki Sawyer in 3rd. So this goes down to countback, and that's been the case for a long time. Since the second round, they've both been on 14.91, he and Alajiki, his teammate. So he doesn't actually need to improve on his own best jump. He just needs more than Alajiki's second best of 14.81. So Aki Sawyer here, as Lily Holland improves to 13.05 in the final round, adding 4 centimetres to what she had already. Only athlete over 13 metres today.
Little shake of the head there. He wanted to pull away from his teammate, even though he is in the second position.
Yeah, so it leaves us with 2 more jumps, I believe. Women's triple jump having concluded, as we said, with Hullen from Egberemi from Ford Wells. The final order. So Aki Sawyer, it's come up as a 15.03, so he now moves into an outright second place. As you say, and Alajiki has to respond in this final round. So he's been in second by the narrowest of margins for so long, Alajiki. Final jump. Let's see. Looked like it is a red flag, unfortunately, for Alajiki. So we now know that Akin Radewo does win gold here in Manchester for that university from Aki Sawyer. and Alajiki. It's a Loughborough 2-3-4 with Deshaun Lascelles climbing into 4th place with 14.86 in the last round. One more jump to go. Well, the pressure's off now, so he can perhaps enjoy this. Aaron Traves with me from the University of Nottingham. Yeah, what do you hope to get out of this weekend? Just from, you know, a team point of view, could be achievements actually on the track and field, but also could be just savouring the opportunity of another BUCS.
Absolutely, medals would be brilliant, but at the end of the day, I want our athletes to come off the track happy. Their welfare is number one, and that's an ethos we carry throughout the club, through our coaching team, all the way down to our athletes. Enjoy the occasion, give it your best, and come off the track with a smile, no tears, hopefully.
And what's the weekend be like from a kind of point of view of, you know, what's the situation been like coming up from Nottingham, you know, on the bus together or something like that, and,
yeah,
and staying at the same hotel? What's that like? It's going to be like a school trip, but for slightly more.
It does have
people.
that sense of feel sometimes. It's always tough to urge to get the athletes out of bed early in the morning on these days, apart from the ones that are competing early. But it's all about the team, even though it's a very individually orientated sport.
100%. So we're going to watch Zoe Dake here in this second semi-final. So ultimately, if we have a look, there are some faster athletes in this. Go through the lineup in full. Dake of Nottingham, Barclay Agipong, Oxford, Rosella Togo of Loughborough, Olivia Fowler of Edge Hill. Edge Hill smashing their 4x1 club record. No surprises, they have two women in these 200 semis. Lois Garland of the University of Highlands and Islands, Millie King of Loughborough, Serena Grace, East Anglia, and Izzy Tustin of Cardiff. So Garland, 4th indoors over this distance. King, English schools champion in the past over this distance. And Serena Grace, UK indoor semi-finalist over 200 metres. So strong semi-final this. Garland going well in the orange and black. And then Grace on her outside. These two leading at this point. Zoe Dake in about 5th or 6th place. King in a distant 3rd behind Garland and Grace. 24:20 on the clock. Fairly still wind there.
It was strong, Garland, all the way through, nice and smooth, coming off that bend with the float and then coming down that home straight. Made it look nice and easy. Didn't fold to the pressure of Grace that was applied to her, and sort of edged away at the end there.
And Zoe Dake, it was always going to be a difficult semi-final with such quality involved. Ultimately, she battled well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough being in lane 1, like I said before, but she comes out quite well. But we all know, as we know, Zoe, like the latter half of the race is more of a strength, and she comes off the bend there and takes the opponent out on the inside lane. She'll be happy with that. Hopefully, she's aiming for a PB, but if not, she's executed the race quite well.
See some decent times for 200-metre semi-finals as well. Men's to come after this. Well, Aaron, it's been great to have you join us, and hopefully some medals in the colours of Nottingham, as we've already seen a couple so far.
Absolutely. I'm hoping to enjoy more celebrations later on. I can't wait to go and see Archie Small later. I'm sure he'll be over the moon with his success.
Archie Small through big.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
Representing Luna, in 2024, England under-20 indoor silver medalist, Wamba. Representing Loughborough, she was fourth at the BUCS Indoor Championship, Gwendolyn Daisy, and completing the lineup from Surrey University, Paulina Devoted. Semi-final 3, off 3, women 200.
Athletes called to their marks in this third semi-final of the women's 200 metres. Good battles so far, with two athletes at the front, as we've seen, with Lois Garland fighting with Serena Grace. Before that, Jasmine Moss and Shani Skirvin. What about this one? We've got Louise Robinson, Christina Poulsen, Lucy Fraser, Isabella Wigley, Michelle V. Wamba, Gwen Datey, Rebecca Matheson, Paulina Dibotti as well. Matheson, I'm not sure that she actually started, so giving someone else an opportunity with the Commonwealth athlete. The Scottish international not there, so it's Gwen Datey of Loughborough, Michelle V. Wamba of Brunel trying to come through on her, and Lucy Fraser in third place. A closer third place than some of the other athletes, but behind a pairing that go through to the final of Datey and Wamba. And Gwen Datey may be looking stronger over 200 than she did over 100. She was fourth indoors over this longer sprint. Wamba had a big personal best in, well, a small personal best actually, just looking at it. 24:44 in the heat, and she may have improved on that again in the semi-final, so that's very encouraging stuff. Gwen Datey just outside her PB of 24:27. Having another look here, Gwen Datey might be an important part of Loughborough's relay quartet as well. The England under-20 indoor bronze medalist from last year, beating Wamba, who I think gets two personal bests from a pair of 200-metre races, which is good because obviously Brunel on the women's side, on the women's side, trying to match up to an incredible men's team performance from Tyler Panton, getting the medal in the 100 metres. Over the years, they've had the likes of Lily Beckford, Emma Nwafor, and other great sprinters, but at the moment, there's more depth to their men's sprint team. That's just the way it is. And we're saying that Edge Hill, for example, more depth on their women's side. Two athletes in these semis that we've just seen, and also making it through to that relay final with that club record. And we think 10 club records for Edge Hill before today began.
The silver medalist from Birmingham with a time of 14:17.63 to their Cardano.
So now in terms of field action, we have pole vault and javelin women's B finals, and then shot put qualification. Their final will come up later on at 3 o'clock. So essentially 3 pieces of action. Women's shot put qualification with 2 pools happening adjacent to the women's pole vault, and it's all in that corner really. Javelin being thrown obviously from that end of the stadium. So as you can see, quite early stages of this pole vault B final at these lower heights. So in the women's shot put, which is the only qualification out of these, as I say, the automatic distance is 12.90, and Jess Hopkins has already flown over that, 13.78. And yes, Jess Hopkins, she's had Serena Vincent in front of her in previous years, outstanding international athlete, and this has been her year to take advantage of the fact that she's been so consistent behind her and to take gold for Brunel. And I believe that she says that this is the last dance. This is going to be her final BUCS. So yeah, looking to do what Serena Vincent did and added it indoor to outdoor double, similar to Adele Nicol did before her. And that's sometimes the case. You get one outstanding athlete above the rest who kind of cleans up in terms of the gold medals. I'm sure others will keep her honest though. So it's those 3 pieces of action that I've described in the field. Men's 200 metre semi-finals coming up on track next. Elise Fryer-Francis of Leeds with 10.32 so far. So first semi-final of the men's 200 metres coming up. This time it's just the winner and then 4 time qualifiers going to the final. So we've got Rocco Ter of Liverpool John Moores, Liam Roberts, Julian Priest, Mandeepa Ala Mamvura, Harry Taylor, Joel Hoslin, David Chapman in the indoor champion, Corey Neelan Richards of Sheffield Hallam on the outside. Some real shouts down below us. Harry Taylor of Bruckner leading from Chapman. Hoslin trying to come through as well. Just the winner going through. Chapman gets it. Wow. That was extraordinary because Harry Taylor had held them off for so long, but Chapman seems to be a great 200 runner, like he did indoors. Really looking strong. That was a crazy end to that race. Angelica Operinde joins me from Stirling. You've been running around on track and off it. You're part of the 4x4 yesterday. How are you enjoying this weekend?
Yeah, I love it so much because I'm actually team captain as well, so I'm running around making sure everyone's got numbers, making sure everyone's all right. It's a bit of a stress, but last day, enjoyable times, especially the final as well. I love finals day.
You were fist bumping as that race finished there. Let's have another look at this. So it's Harry Taylor on the inside, and then the slightly lighter purple vest of Chapman on the outside, and then it's the Brunel athlete Hoslin in the middle. Were you supporting anyone particular there, or you just love the excitement?
I love the excitement also. I love a bit of an underdog as well when Loughborough's competing, you know. Every now and again I like to see someone else, especially because Dave Chapman won the indoors and Harry Taylor was a bit of a shoe-in. He was backed, but Chapman's took it from him, so it was quite exciting.
That's brilliant. Great to see other universities, a real range of universities on the podium. In terms of Stirling and your medal opportunities, you've already had 1 gold medal, certainly, with Donaghy. I don't know, actually, when you have one athlete
We've got 3 gold medals so far.
Okay, go on.
So we have Adam in the seated discus.
Cameron Thors
in the Ambulant 100 metres, and then we had Adam again in the seated shot.
Right. So, 3 gold medals. That's fantastic, really. And you've also got Ben McMillan to come in the 1500. A good chance. Obviously, that race really unpredictable, but still a great chance.
It's scary as well because there's actually 5 Scottish boys in the final, and so Stirling bring quite a big team, but some of the other Scottish unis don't. So we kind of all come together and support one another. So I don't really know. Hopefully Scotland 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm hoping for.
That would be fun. Did I see on your Instagram, the Stirling page, that you were neck and neck with Glasgow's bus coming down on the motorway?
You know what? Someone actually mentioned that they were saying in the live stream. So
we
get like a big coach that comes down, and Glasgow have like a little minivan, and they were behind us for a while. So we have a little bit of a joke with them.
Oh, I see. So you got your driver to step on the gas.
Yeah, we had
Is that
to
the
beat
captain's
them.
responsibility?
We had to beat them all the way.
Brilliant. So this is the second semi-final then, and it has Wojtek Berger of Portsmouth, Ayanla Mustafa of Kingston, Jacob Hockin of Leeds Beckett, Liam Sutty of Robert Gordon, more Scottish representation, William Dean of Loughborough, Tyler Panton Brunel, Stephen Awerbafour de Montfort, and Joseph Foster Birmingham. So we've got the 1-2 from the men's 100 metres, but also some DNSs. Oh, but a recall there, which is still going. Don't know if you saw anything there. Not sure I did on the far side.
No. False starts get me so nervous. I actually don't watch the starts anymore because
you don't watch the starts.
No, I had Stuart in the 100 men's final, and I watch when he gets to about 20 metres because I can't watch the starts. It makes me too nervous.
So what, you kind of turn away, wait till the race is underway properly,
just look
and then
at the
turn
finish
around.
line, hear the gun,
okay.
then I'll turn back around.
Wow, okay. Yeah, Stuart Growinghall, he was having a good run, and unfortunately just seemed to have a slight injury. He could feel something.
Yeah.
He didn't look to be in huge amounts of pain, but clearly he had felt something.
No, he has a bit of a bad hammy.
Okay.
So it happened at indoors as well in the semis. So I think it's just better to be safe than sorry.
I think the officials are trying to be safe than sorry. I think they're just testing the gun at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the issue rather than any athlete fault.
The last thing you want is team captains coming to complain. It's scary for the officials, I imagine.
Yeah, well, athletes just have to refocus themselves if there's a technical issue. We'll get a green card. Imagine you like green cards because they're the right colour, aren't they?
Definitely.
We were saying we had Edge Hill on yesterday, and it's a very similar vest.
It is.
It's hard to spot from the other side.
I don't think we've actually ever been confused with Edge Hill before.
I guess not. I think they have black strips as well.
Yeah. We do actually get confused with Strathclyde quite a lot.
Oh, well, that's just because, like, it's...
Because we're both, like...
STR, yeah, okay.
In the relays.
I see, yeah.
But they're normally quite a bit ahead of us, so then
when
you
that
can
happens,
tell.
sometimes you hear that at, like, an Olympics, and the commentator will confuse the country.
Yeah.
And that's a diplomatic incident. You'll get, like, a prime minister on the phone or something like that, but hopefully won't upset too many universities. What will the athletes be trying to do now then?
As they're getting into their blocks, kind of just trying to focus back up. The shakeouts kind of thing, just because they've been recalled back. Because some of these boys, their starts are like amazing. So they'll probably just want to repeat what they've done in the last heat.
So there's no Mustafa or Sutty. So it's Berger, Hockin, Dean Panton, Awerbafour and Foster. So Awerbafour looking very strong. He did at the end of the heat. Really coming through, but Panton, I'm sure, will want to make amends in this 200 metres. He's going nicely as well. Awerbafour from Panton, just the winner going through, don't forget. And Panton this time does it. And he will be very, very happy with that. 20.89 as well from someone who only the other day ran 20.99. I wonder what the wind reading is. It's wind legal as well. So considering that 21.16 was his personal best until very recently, that is massive stuff. And don't forget, we've still got 2 more semi-finals to come. It's really tough, isn't it, when only the winner goes through? It seems really harsh.
You get a lot of support for the semis because it kind of feels like a final because it's literally the first one and you're through and all the other boys are just waiting.
Yeah, and I think really it is a final because the athletes at the top end will deserve to be in the final even if they do finish second and don't make it. I will before, it'd be a shame if he didn't end up with a chance of double gold because ultimately that'd be quite exciting. And De Montfort University, you know, when do they get on the top of the podium? That's it's great. Shout out for some of the smaller unis.
Pan will probably be hoping for double gold, like he'll get the gold in this. He's hoping, I guess, and then the 4x1. Brunel, I've heard rumours that they're coming for a stormer against Loughborough.
They'll be
planning
desperate
a domination.
Yeah. Well, because they got silver indoors.
Yeah.
I think there was a disqualification last year, so yeah, there's amends to make up. But Stirling have got some relay teams as well.
Yes, unfortunately, because Stuart was injured, we had to pull the boys. But the 4x4 were in the final today, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, 4x4, we often get some big comebacks. It's which do you prefer out of the 2 relays?
Probably a 4x4, just because I do 4s. And 100, it could go wrong a lot more, whereas 400, you don't really need to do a baton change, pass it cleanly, and you're on.
So we have concluded, obviously, men's high jump, both triple jumps, men's hammer relay this morning. This is qualification in women's shot put and B final in the javelin. Still Jess Hopkins the only automatic qualifier, it looks like, in the women's shot put with 13.78. Next best with 12.44. So a couple more semi-finals for these men's 200 metres. So pole vault B final is the other field event going on. As you can see, still making our way up the heights. Bar coming down there. So as there were a ridiculous number of heats yesterday, just the 4 semi-finals. This one has Simon Akiti of Glasgow, Durham's Daniel Hindle, Giovanni Seeley of Brunel, another one of that strong relay group we were talking about, Isaac Marsh of Sheffield, Finlay War, Glasgow Caledonian, Evan Blackman of Loughborough, Blake Brown, Cardiff Met, and Joshua Maggs of Bath. Let's watch. Maggs gets a good start right on the outside, and also impressed with Marsh of Sheffield there, who don't normally top the timesheets in the sprints. What about Blackman in the second half of this race? Storming through the centre, rocking from side to side here. Brown also going nicely, only the winner going through though, and it's a good margin for Evan Blackman, 21.1 seconds. Not as fast as Tyler Panton, but I think sometimes athletes feel they have a point to prove or that they want to really show themselves strongly, even if it's just for their own confidence in a semi-final.
Oh yeah, 100%. You just, especially because it's so close the way it goes, you kind of want to go in there, best lane draw you can get, and know that the other's a bit frightened maybe that you've gone under 21, and that's a big step for a lot of the boys.
Yeah, so Isaac Marsh was going well at this point, but you always felt Blackman, who of course previous winner of the indoor title in the colours of Durham, would go nicely here. And not many of these athletes fresh as well, haven't done the 100 metres. And looking good. Again, lots of variable running styles in this. Brown coming through second.
Let's go, guys. Let's get behind that podium.
And we have one more semi-final to come. So what year are you in and what are you studying, Angelica?
So I'm in 3rd year, going into 4th. I do law and politics, and I'm actually president next year for still in athletics. So
wow, so you will have done
ahead.
captain and president.
Yeah. It's normally the stepping stone. It's quite exciting.
What does the president do and how is it different from a captain?
So
President just sits in a big chair.
I
in a
wish.
throne.
I really, really wish. Captains, obviously, we organise indoor BUCS, outdoor BUCS. We have Scottish unis as well. We normally do organise that. President is kind of more day-to-day stuff, making sure everyone else is doing their jobs. But I'm quite a good delegator, so I'm looking forward to that part of the job.
Anything you've delegated this weekend?
So there's two of us. I'm the women's captain, and then there's Rami, who's the men's captain. So I actually had to deal with a disqualification yesterday, and it was while the relay forms were getting put in. So I had to be like, Rami, you need to sort out the forms. You need to sort out the forms. I'm in the officials' room.
So were you protesting the disqualification? Were you looking to see what the information was, basically, to transfer
Yeah,
it to
it was
the athlete,
actually
or?
not for my team. It was
okay.
for someone from my
right.
home club, from
Okay.
University of Derby. Jonathan was basically false started in his heat, but it didn't get called back. You can kind of see it on the live stream, and there's only 2 athletes from Derby here, so he didn't actually know he could appeal it. And I was like, Jonathan, let's go. Like, I'll take you. I'll be your captain. Let's go sort it out. He's actually in the final today, so successful.
Oh wow! So which final was this? Sorry.
110 hurdles.
Oh right. Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
men.
that's okay. Well done on that part.
Yeah, so because we're quite lucky here, because there's obviously 10 lanes, and there was 9 boys yesterday in the 100 final, so
Yeah.
you can kind of use that as like, oh, just put another hurdle out, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm very glad there are more than 8 lanes, because otherwise someone might have had to do drawing of lots.
Yeah.
We don't want to see that, do we? Obviously, it's unlikely to happen, and there's not many ways of separating if you didn't have 8 lanes. So, just having a look at where we are in these field events. So, this is the B final in the pole vault. Sarah Stephen of Imperial, 254. She's gone over. Naomi Sutton of Birmingham, 244. Sarah Herbert Ruiz, Strathclyde, and Sophie Horning of Cardiff Met have also gone over this height. Really brave of these athletes to have a go at the pole vault, really. You've got to start somewhere at these lower heights, and I think many of us, if we knew that it would be a more basic technique at lower heights, we'd be more encouraged to have a go at the pole vault compared to if we were watching Mondo Duplantis and thinking it's absolutely no way I would ever get up to 6 metres. Okay, so 4th semi-final with Babalola, Cassidy, Wood, Azu, Jeremiah's brother Alex this is, Odiniran, Mostin, Kalala and White. I think Kalala may be a bit slow to rise there. That may be why they're standing up, or athletes weren't already on time. That's definitely an Edge Hill vest there, rather than Sterling.
Yes, I know. Everyone, when people come with the same colours, we needed a way to signify which is which. I think it would be a green card. I don't think anyone will be getting.
I think so, and there is a certain level of leniency at these championships as well. The officials were there was a little bit going on that there shouldn't have been. It's like a teacher when there's a bit of talking in the classroom. So Palumi Babalola, Eddie Cassidy, Tom Wood, Alex Azu, Moyena Lua, Odiniran, Ryan Mostin, Jason Kalala, Thomas White. Jason Kalala, we're very keen to win this race. Ryan Mostin already with personal best over 100 and 200.
Ooh. Yeah, they'll really not be happy now.
The officials or the athletes?
I think the athletes, yeah, they will not be happy. Especially maybe some of more the big time names. Yeah, they definitely won't be happy with that.
But what was the issue though? It's
I'm not really seeing what's going on. It seems fine. It might be something on the.
Oh right.
No, I didn't even notice that myself.
Athlete in lane 2, conduct warning for delaying the start. So at the 3rd time of asking, you sometimes get groans when this happens. Groans
yeah,
of the
definitely.
excitement of the drama, as I was saying yesterday.
Especially when your athlete's in it, you don't want it to be them, so you're kind of like, oh, what's going on?
So Kalala, Mostin, Azu should be the strongest in this. Now they do get going, and it's a really good start there from Azu in the maroon of Cardiff Met. Kalala has pulled up with injury, and that's a shame for both his personal campaign and Brunel's relay squad. Mostyn, as a result, battling with Azu. Amazing if Ryan Mostyn could get into 2 finals for Edge Hill. He has done just that. 21.35, and it's another personal best in another round here, following the 21.44 heat PB. So that is sensational for a university like Edge Hill, getting an athlete in 100 and 200 finals. I think he's someone who hasn't done a huge amount of athletics that seriously, and as a result, there's that improvement is almost waiting for him.
Yeah, especially when you're not quite a big name as well. To come in and make 2 finals, you'll definitely be a big name next year. A shame about Kalala, though.
Huge shame for him. I know Brunel have the best strength in depth of all of the men's sprints teams, so I'm sure they'll be able to bring someone in.
Definitely. Probably wanted to redeem the 4x2 indoors silver, though, so it is a shame. Maybe it's just a niggle. We'll have to see.
So Azu obviously trying to get that one spot to get into that final, but we'll have a look at, for the time qualifying points as well. It's interesting that obviously it is just the winner. What do you think about that? I mean, because we've had some 2+2 qualifications as well, but obviously in events from 800 metres, above 800 metres, so 15 upwards, no time qualifiers at all. So yeah, there's been some mixed opinions on that as well.
Yeah, so obviously I don't do endurance, so I'm not 100% sure what's going on. So I actually asked Ben, who's in the 15 final today, kind of what he thinks about it. And he was kind of letting me know it's kind of, so tactics aren't playing a bigger role because boys will kind of work together and girls
are playing a bigger role or aren't?
Like, because the times aren't qualifying them, it's the positions. Then tactics will play less of a role. It's more about like getting there instead of working together to be like, oh, we've seen the last heat, we know what time they came through, we can just kind of go together and beat them by a second or so. Yeah, so
we could get some more exciting racing. We could also get some more congested racing, which if someone ends up tripping over, be a shame. In any case, we have still this women's pole vault B and javelin B final alongside shot put qualification. What was the journey like then coming down? We mentioned the kind of motorway battle, friendly battle with Glasgow. What was the journey time on that?
It's actually not too bad. It's only 4 hours to Manchester from Stirling.
It's not bad.
And Sheffield's like
Where is Stirling in Scotland?
So you've got Edinburgh, Glasgow, and we're like smack bang in the middle.
I thought so, yeah.
So about 40 minutes from both. So yeah, outdoors is a lot nicer for us because it's a lot quicker journey. So most of our athletes, you know, we all come down together as a team, about 20 of us and so it's a nice event.
And what's the Scottish, you mentioned it a moment ago, the Scottish student champs like?
Yeah, it's one of the highlights. It's really exciting because it's always a week or two before BUCS, so all the big athletes preparing, kind of seeing if they can get their times in. And then it's a big team event as well, so you're all competing for a big trophy at the end. So it's actually really exciting. Glasgow actually are champions 10 years in a row, but this year Edinburgh did defeat them. So Edinburgh took away, and that was probably the best part of the weekend. It was a really nice thing to see.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a big rivalry. So where did Stirling finish in the middle of all
We
that?
came third, so we're a bit of a smaller uni. So you kind of work together with the other unis to take as many points away from the bigger unis. So that's mainly our goal, and definitely to see Glasgow taken down was a nice feeling.
Sarah Stephen of Imperial, who we've been watching in this pole vault B final. So the final coming up a little later on at 2:10.
And the 2024 BUCS Women's Triple Jump Champion, the gold medalist, representing Loughborough, Lily Holland. The medalist in the women's triple jump.
Well, we've had some really busy moments of simultaneous action across track and field, but what are you most looking forward to seeing today as we have so many finals back to back?
The hurdles, I actually really look forward to the hurdles. I know quite a couple boys in the 110 hurdles finals that be really exciting. The girls as well. I'm a secret fan of Molly Jessup, so hoping that she wins gold.
So will you get her autograph then? Secret fan.
I might have to.
Yeah, fantastic athlete, and she gets great starts. She's had some really good battles with heptathletes as well.
Yeah.
So it's interesting when you see that kind of specialist hurdler against someone like Jodie Smith
Yeah,
and
definitely.
others. It's been great to watch.
We also have Jane Davidson from Aberdeen
Yeah.
in the final. So, you know, when you don't have a Stirling team, any Scottish team you support.
So you're like an adopted Scot
Yeah.
from Derby.
Oh, yeah, of
Derbyshire.
course. I am Scottish through and through.
Brilliant. Yeah, so just having a look at the timetable then, and obviously everything has to be concluded today. Those sprint hurdles finals coming up 12:20 for the women and then 12:30 for the men. You want to stay for those?
Yeah, I'm so
okay.
excited.
I don't know what, you probably have quite a few responsibilities to get through, but we can see actually the women down below us. They're getting ready, making their way across. A few stern faces there, a few competition mode
Yeah.
game faces there.
I always am interested in what all the finalists are like in the call room. Like, some of them are chatty, some of them definitely not.
Depends on the event group, doesn't it?
I think so, yeah. I was talking to Ben and Stu about it yesterday, actually. Ben said he's a bit of a chatter, and I was quite surprised by that. Stu said he's quite focused, but I think a lot of the boys are quite head down. Some of the girls, I find the 400s quite friendly. I'm quite a chatty person in the call room,
But
so
you
maybe
see,
that's why.
if you know the people from other circumstances, for example, your club or English schools, then you might be more likely to catch up with them.
Yeah, definitely.
We saw the discus throws, for example, having a real laugh and a joke after every single effort,
Yeah.
which is quite unusual.
Field events are all, I feel, a lot more friendly.
Right, so just waiting for the results to come through because they are doing so quite slowly. But I know that Shira Byrne is leading the women's javelin B final. Irene Constantinou behind her, 39.40 to 38.25, going into the second round, and Helena Van Hullen of Birmingham, 32.06. I don't think the right way of phrasing this, but there are some athletes who are having a go at some of these field events, and obviously we know someone like Becca Walton, capable of 60 metres. They're using the opportunity for competition, getting sort of 20, 30 metre efforts in the hammer and the javelin, and I suppose just having an opportunity to test their athletic potential, which is nice, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's like why BUCS is such a great event, because obviously some people's goals is to make it out of the heats, some's obviously medals, finals, but you wouldn't have your 3 rounds without the athletes who aren't as strong. So the ones who make up the numbers, kind of, you know, you're not going to get to the final, do make the competition, because then you have your rounds to go through and you've earned your place in that final or a medal or that kind of thing.
And what's your best memory of BUCS watching here personally? We've seen some good moments for your team, and Sarah Tate obviously won gold last year, didn't she?
I was just about to say, Sarah won gold in the Steeplechase, and like she stormed her way through the race, and kind of a big group of us were around at the last Steeplechase water jump, and it was just amazing to see. And she is just an amazing athlete, so she's so down to earth as well, so it was really nice for her to win.
And also someone who's got very, very close to breaking 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I think her PB was 10 minutes flat for a while, and she's like, oh, you know, when's that going to happen? When am I going to be in a fast enough race? And then similar case for a number of athletes. I mentioned Jess Hopkins getting silver and silver and silver. Sarah Tate got a silver behind Maisie Grice, an international athlete, and then you kind of think, well, now's your turn, because she's not here. It was the same in the 400 hurdles as well. So to get that,
Yeah.
I'm sure was a big motivation for her.
Yeah, it was so exciting.
So here we go then with these sprint hurdles finals. Women's coming up first of all. There is Marley Jessup. There is Jane Davidson, who I was saying just seems to have a knack of getting on the podium. Any predictions as to how this might go?
I think Molly Jessup, I reckon she'll be getting a gold. Nice to see Jane on the podium, Scottish athlete, of course. And then, I mean, it is all up for grabs in the hurdles. You never really know what's going to go.
So it was Abigail Paulett, Marley Jessup, Jane Davidson indoors this year, and Jessup winning gold outdoors from Davidson. That was a terrific silver medal. And from Lauren Evans, another heptathlete getting on the podium. Full lineup with Ariana McGee of Bath, 13.92 PB in the heat. Bryony Pavel also personal best in the heat, 14.21. Davidson already with those 3 BUCS medals to her name. Then Marley Jessup, 5 times BUCS medalist. Danny Hales, really good in qualification. Etienne Morn as well, a PB. Grace Morgan and Yasmin Owakwe completing the lineup. Jessup always gets a good start. Hales chasing her down. Morn looking strong in the blue once again. And Morn trying to come through to win gold for Newcastle. Well, that is a bit of a surprise, but you have to say she was brilliant in the heat.
Yeah.
She's already set a personal best in this competition, and that's a second clocking now that is faster than her PB coming in. It was 13.78, and 13.63 backs up that 13.59 time that we saw in the heat. So fantastic stuff for Newcastle, because Joy Eze also took gold for them.
Yeah, because Molly Jessup got such an amazing start as well. So to come back and really make a clear win was very amazing.
And it was like yesterday in the sense that she was really, really consistent and fluent throughout, was Etienne Morn. And someone who was 4th indoors as well. So to just miss out and to suddenly take the top step. And actually, by the end of it, it was a bigger margin than we were expecting for sure. And I think Jane Davidson getting the bronze from Danny Hales.
I'm not sure. I just watching it there, it was so close. I'm not really sure what happened. Might have to look at photo finish for that.
Yeah, because the angle we just saw there, we were watching just after the finish, certainly by the time that my eyes were tuned to what was happening in the 3rd place. So we'll wait for that full result to come through. But people are reluctant to use the word surprise in athletics. Certainly whenever I have used that word, people are like, oh no, it isn't a surprise. As yes, I think that's clear for Jane Davidson. Another medal, so that's her 4th BUCS medal, and I think that's Marley Jessup's 6th, unless we've lost count, which would be easy to do. I think it's Morn's 1st medal
that's
at these
First
championships.
medal and a gold as well. Lovely
Yeah,
to see.
you've done it all at once, yeah. Fantastic that. And for Newcastle, if it's not Scotland, it's the North East.
Yeah,
it's as
I'll
close
take
as you
it.
can
I'll
get.
definitely take it. I'll definitely take it.
Fantastic. You're going to stay for the men's
Yeah,
sprint
I'll
hurdles
stay
final
for the
round? Brilliant,
men's.
okay.
Very exciting, because the men's, I mean, they're just up in the hurdles now, and they just go up so high. It's just ridiculous when you see them going over them, even in indoors when they're training over them. It's just,
Yeah, of
can't
course.
quite fathom it.
Well, some people say, why can't they be the same height?
Oh, I don't know about that. Have you seen the hurdlers? Some of the boys are so tall.
But you could have them equalised rather than bringing the women's up. You could have an equalising height somewhere in between or something.
I don't know about that one. I'm not sure.
Yeah, look, there are people that argue both ways, aren't there, anyway? So, B final. Results now starting to come through. So I believe this is Madison Hamer of Brunel, 284. Grace Brennan also over this height. And I think they are the two still going in this B final. And then in the javelin, Irene Constantinou taking the lead for Newcastle, having a good few moments, 40.66. New personal best from Sarah Byrne of Brunel. Apologies if I'm completely slaughtering some of these names. Helena Van Hullen of Birmingham in 3rd place. Top 3 all showing as personal bests. Jess Hopkins of Brunel getting that automatic qualification through to the women's shot put final later on, as mentioned, only athlete to do so. So Grace Brennan of Aberdeen. I know that they both cleared 284, so if logic goes, this would be 294, the next height. So yeah, another new thing this year, of course, is the B finals and A finals. You seem to have talked to some athletes about the lack of time qualifiers. Have you heard from anyone about the introduction of the B finals? It does allow more people to get 6 throws.
Yeah, some of my athletes have been doing discus, shot, and they've quite enjoyed it because I don't think 3, I'm not sure if it's 3 or 4 you normally get, but it doesn't really seem like enough if you've got 1 no throw, 2 no throws kind of thing. So I think the B and the A final works really well, and you never know, you can get someone from the B final throwing more than the A, and medals are changing.
Yes, I guess so. I mean, that's reasonably unlikely in this particular circumstance, but we've also seen where there are 9 athletes that all 9 get 6 throws, you know, which is kind of a little bit like, I hope that official is okay. I think it was a fact that he was holding javelins and just got out of the way. So hurdles being put up for the men's 110, as we say, as we watch on here. So anyone back home at Stirling watching on this weekend who isn't joining us? We might even have some people here who aren't competing but are spectating too. Yeah,
we normally, so we bring about 20 athletes down, and pretty much everyone else on the team tunes in throughout the day. I'll normally send times, da-da-da's in this heat, make sure you watch at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Yeah, I really love the live stream as well. Kind of, especially, I normally go back as well and screen record my race. It makes me feel a bit more professional.
Yeah, do you know what? Like a few years ago, screen recording just didn't exist, and people are like, I don't know what I do here. It's like revolutionised in that way. But Sarah Tate could be watching on from the States potentially.
I think she will be. She'll definitely be watching Ben's final later on today, 100%.
Yeah, where is she in the States? I just wonder what the time difference might be.
Right, I don't want to get this wrong. I feel like she's in maybe Virginia, West Virginia, maybe, somewhere like that. Ben was actually telling me yesterday about how the whole thing works, because they have the, what is it, NCAA finals or nationals coming up.
West Virginia.
Yes. Oh, I got it right. So proud.
Just need to remember the song if you know it. I'm not going to sing, but you know it. She knows.
So final adjustments being made to the hurdles.
Sarah Stephen, this is still going at 284 here. Madison Hammer, Grace Brennan, Naomi Sutton, Sophie Horning and Sarah Stephen all involved. Stephen clearing there at the 3rd attempt, 294 second attempts we're going up to. So roster results a little bit behind on the live picture that we're seeing. Still Constantinou leaving the javelin B final from Bern. 40.66 relative to 39.40. And looks like women's shot put pool A has concluded. And final coming up for them at 3 o'clock, along with the Ambulant final as well. So the athletes are out on the start line then for the men's 110 hurdles. Watching here, Anna Conroy, American athlete, going at this height of 294. So not everyone has entered yet, and she makes it over very cleanly. So we will also have athletes that will enter at later heights than this. Natasha Clark of Birmingham, for example, Trinity O'Connor, her teammate too. So we saw Etienne Morn win that women's race. What about this men's race? Any thoughts on this, Angelica?
Yeah, again, it'll be a really interesting one. I know Joe from Nottingham Trent medalled indoors. I think he'll be looking to take the gold.
Joseph Agbodza, yeah, in the pink.
Got Adam Hall from
Harriet Watt.
Harriet Watt, yeah. He came 4th yesterday in the pole vault, so maybe we're looking to get on the podium today.
Yes, so Rico Cottle on the inside for Leeds. 14.52 at best. He was 4th outdoors last year, 5th indoors this year. So again, as we're saying, opportunity to improve on that. Ruben Hedman of St Mary's, blue and white stripes alongside him. 14.66 he's improved to this year. Then Joseph Agbodza. So winning the title indoors last year. Always great over the 60 hurdles in particular. Tom Wilcock, a former BUCS champion himself in 2022 in Chelmsford. He was second indoors to Daniel Goriola. There, what an outstanding young talent he is. European under-18 semi-finalist 2 years ago and the BUCS indoor champion this year. He's improved to 14.36 in 2024. Between them, as we said, is Adam Hull, talented multi-eventer and winner of the long jump indoors. 14.65 his best. Then Callum Holder of Cardiff Met. In 2022, he was the indoor and outdoor silver medalist, so obviously behind Wilcock outdoors. Ben Ince, the second of the Loughborough athletes, and then Jonathan Mann of Derby, appealing to get into the final, as Angelica was saying. So he was 8th indoors. So what a lineup this is. Cottle, Hedman, Agbodza, Wilcock, Hull, Goriola, Holder, Ince and Mann. So now underway, Wilcock got the best start. Hull trying to follow him through. Agbodza on the other side. Watch out for Goriola now. A real battle of nerve here. Wilcock and Goriola comes through for gold in 13.67. The same result at the indoors. So Goriola for Nottingham, his first BUCS season. What a sensational year. So, Goriola with a ridiculous time there, 13.67. 13.66 now given as officially. Wow, what a run that was, Angelica.
I know. Oh, nail biter it was. Adam Hall came through in third though. Very proud of the Scottish athlete.
Oh, well, I mean, it was very close though. I think that Hull might have just got there, because obviously you can see Agbodza with this long lean, but ultimately it was kind of the top of his head. And where you see that angle, that's a really good angle to see actually. Shouldn't say anything before seeing that angle.
sorry.
No, you don't have to apologise, you got it right. And yeah, good spirit between this group as well. I think they're just getting a picture between them. The big hitters in those men's sprint hurdles. Yeah, 2 really great finals there. So what are you hoping then for the rest of the weekend to try and get some enjoyment for the next few hours? Sure, it won't be hard.
No, definitely not. I've got Cameron in the Ambulant 400 men's
Cameron
race
Thors.
today. Yes, so hoping for him to medal. Not sure which colour. Then obviously we have Ben in the 1500 metres men's final. Maybe a gold for Ben, maybe a gold. We'll have to see. And then we have the 4x4 as well. So it's always nice to make a BUCS final as well. That's quite an achievement for us in Stirling.
But who's your main rival, do you think? Because we mentioned that, Edinburgh and Glasgow, the Scottish Student Championships tend to be the bigger clubs. But actually, I think you're having a very good performance relative to them.
Yeah, at BUCS, I would say it'll probably still be like Glasgow, Edinburgh. I'd say medals wise, I think we do outperform them. So we like to give ourselves a pat on the back for that.
What's Stirling Uni like?
It's really nice actually. It's all on one campus. It's so pretty as well. It's like right in the countryside. We have a castle as well on our campus, especially now that the weather's been getting a lot warmer. It gets dark really late at night, so it's nice to be out and about, especially when it's sunny.
Funny, just as you said weather getting warmer, I looked around and I could feel like a drop of rain. So I think that's your commentator's curse, so thank you for that.
It was a lot warmer yesterday.
Yeah, and this morning, yeah. I think some people actually had sun cream.
Yeah, actually some of Stirling athletes did get burnt yesterday. So
wow, okay. Sorry to hear that. But isn't that one of your captain's responsibilities, to be handing out sun cream and...
Oh, difficult. You know, I can only do so far. These are
That's true.
adults. They have responsibilities.
Are they?
So,
They're young people.
Well,
They're in that transition phase.
they're over 18. They're over 18.
Yeah, I guess so. No, well, yeah, by the letter of the law, they are absolutely adults. Well, it's been great to have you join us, Angelica Operinde.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. It's been so fun.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
So you're watching live coverage of the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships 2024. This is the pole vault B final then. Last time we looked it was at 494. To the final then of the women's 400 metres. They're going to come thick and fast here on in. We've got Kiama Kofi of Brunel, Isabel Skelton of Birmingham, Raquel Chinagle, Brunel, Poppy Malik of Loughborough, Charlotte Kelsey of Teesside, Jess Astill of Loughborough, Catherine Reynolds, Sheffield, Indy King of Loughborough. So, quite a few athletes here setting personal bests in the semi-finals, including Kofi of Brunel, 55.82. Coming into this competition, she'd never gone sub 57 seconds. Poppy Malik, 53.39, looking like a marginal favourite here, but another strong young emerging athlete, Jess Astill, she overtakes there. Malik storming through now. Terrific this showing is. Charlotte Kelsey battling behind in the red vest of Teesside, but Poppy Malik, this is truly sensational. Coming down this home straight with a massive lead. Kelsey fighting over the medals with Astill, but what is this time going to be from Poppy Malik? She's looking at the clock, 52.95 in BUCS competition is fantastic. So gold for Loughborough, who are always so strong in the women's 400 metres. And that time, half second off the championship best performance at a time when we had full GB internationals at BUCS like Lavia Nilsson and Kirsten McCaslin. But Poppy Malik, where did that come from? Well, I'll tell you where. She's someone who, we mentioned yesterday, her performance in the England 4x4 team with the Katarina Johnson-Thompson, Louise Evans. Someone who's been getting faster and faster, but yeah, just last month, her personal best was 53.71. Fantastic semi-final of 53.39. One of those athletes who we've been saying who clearly just wanted to put a marker down in that semi-final. But this is a quality field. Jess Astill, who's been part of gold medal winning relay squads at the European Under-18s and also bronze at the World Under-20s. Charlotte Kelsey raced in the 400 metres individually at the European Under-20s in Jerusalem last year. Raquel Chinagle, who has a personal best 52.52, and some of these girls will win medals in the relay for sure. Indy King, a gold medalist over 800 metres. And look at that formation as they come through like a Christmas tree in a triangle, crowned all the way through. Poppy Malik leading them home, and look how long you have to wait on the slow-mo for others to come through. That is one of the performances of the weekend so far from Malik. Clearly not only wanted to win gold, but wanted to do it as fast as possible. It's the time really that's, I have to say, taken me by surprise. We saw Emily Newnham taking Amy Alcock's championship record indoors, doing it last year when she really exploded on the stage with a 53.1 performance. And don't forget, you know, sub 53 seconds, that's often good enough to make international relay teams for major championships. And obviously that time, you know, no one can take that away from her now. What about the possibility of making the European Championships in Rome? The relay team for that, of course, there's a team out there for Great Britain at the World Relays, and really good strength in depth so far as women's 4x4 with the likes of Victoria Hiragu, the Nielsen sisters, Amma Pippi, Jodie Williams. But yeah, spots are available, particularly indoors, where we saw Hannah Kelly and Hannah Breyer, who are kind of new to the senior international stage. Poppy Malik, I'm sure that time will open the door for other opportunities. I understand it's World Under-20 standard as well. Certainly one of the fastest times that we've seen in a BUCS women's 400 final.
Top of the grass bank. I now understand why, and rightly so. Okay, to the men's 400-metre final. In lane 1, the BUCS indoor finalists representing Manchester Met, Nathaniel Dyer. In lane 2, representing Birmingham City, in 3 from Newcastle University.
So from the women's final on to the men's we go now.
The reigning BUCS indoor champion, European.
So indoors we had Alex Houchin, Cam Bailey and Tom Hunter, the top 3. Christian Samuel Nash just pushed out of the medals on that occasion. A great battle, one of the best races that we saw. And then Ben Higgins, Alex Cooper, Ellis Greatrix winning medals outdoors last year. But listen to this. The athletes from lane 1 to 5 have all set personal bests in the semi-finals, which is incredible stuff. All 8 of them set at least season's best in those semi-finals. Obviously, it is early on in the year, so a good possibility that that would happen in any case. So Nathaniel Dyer of Manchester Met in lane 1. His PB was 48.8 prior to this comp, and now 48.4. And then Kasper Matusiak, the Midlands Under-20 silver medalist from a couple of years ago, his PB had 3/10 taken off it in the semi. James Shaw of Newcastle, well, before this comp, he hadn't ever run sub 50 seconds. So he's taken a huge chunk off his best. Alex Houchin, the indoor champion. Tom Hunter, indoor bronze medalist. Then Alex Cooper, 2 years ago winning the indoor title. Panacidi, top ranked coming in. Great semi-final winner. And then Ben Hawkes, silver medalist last year's indoors. So all of these athletes have great credentials coming in, whether it's being on previous podiums or running their fastest ever races in this very competition here this weekend. So Panacidi came through so well in the second half of the race, the Italian in the semi-final. Can he do so again? Because Alex Cooper is going fantastically in the centre for Loughborough. You've got Hawkes on the outside. And also coming through nicely there on the inside is Tom Hunter and Alex Houchin. So we could have 2 Loughborough athletes on the podium. Hunter still closing, and still Cooper tiring just a little. He's fighting to the line, but he gets there. 47.22, and another BUCS title for Alex Cooper. And it was really close with Hunter and Houchin. It was a purple 1, 2, 3 across that line. Panacidi, we said he'd come through strongly in the latter stages of the race. Did he leave himself too much to do? Alex Cooper shaking his head like someone who has just lost a final. But he has done brilliantly. He needed to hold on there, certainly in the latter stages. Look at that great start from Matusiak, someone else who's had a good competition. And I'd be very interested to see whether the swirling wind actually plays a factor in all of those semi-final personal bests. And whether we see some good times once again from those further back behind Cooper, who's, well, a couple of tenths off his PB, but still a strong time from him. So Houchin and Hunter, we know, end up closing in on Alex Cooper, who's here in lane 6, huffing and puffing down this main straight. Houchin tries to find another gear. It's Hunter with really strong closing speed, and Panacidi. So there we go, Hunter from Panacidi, Houchin just outside of things as far as the top 3 go. Oh, do you know what? From that angle, it looks like Panacidi has in fact overtaken Hunter as well. So waiting for those times to come up as a full official result. But through all 3 rounds, a really, really exciting men's 400 competition. Just getting ready for this 400 Ambulant final. Sean Delaney, Cameron Thors and Tando Malangu, all of whom have competed in other events this weekend. Cameron Thors winning the 100 metres, of course, for Stirling. So Sean Delaney on the inside here. You can see starting without the blocks there, and he's in third place at this point. Malangu in second, Cameron Thors once again getting a good start, but look here, Malangu now really gets going here, the double amputee on the outside, and this should be a nice battle here on the racetrack. So Malangu up to speed now on the outside, but Thors maybe finding it easier there to negotiate that part of the bend. And Thors saving something for the home straight, but so has Malangu. Really exciting race that, 52.94. Thors very pleased with that. So first and second across the line. Thors and Malangu. Delaney finishing third here. And different classifications, Thors T47, Malangu T61, so they will calculate that once again on the Rasa point scores. I can give you some results now confirmed. Panacidi did get second place in that men's 400, so Alex Cooper 47.21, Panacidi 47.50, Tom Hunter 47.54. In the women's final, 52.94 for Poppy Malik, Charlotte Kelsey Teesside 54.66, Isabel Skelton 55.08. Got the bronze medal, so yeah, once again doing really well to beat some top athletes like Jess Astill and Indian King. Another personal best for Kiyama Kofi, I can see there as well. Just having a look to see, yes, it is. Again, 55.82 in the semi-final, and now 55.60 in the final for 6th place for Brunel. Earlier on in the men's 400 metre hurdles, Jake Minshall winning gold, another excellent time of 51.22 for Onyeka Oko, 2nd place, 52.65. Ben Heron, Strathclyde, 52.70. In the women's 400 hurdles, Orla Brennan winning gold for Birmingham, 58.83 from her teammate Amelia Briggs-Good, 59.62. Mel Coxon of Loughborough, 59.78. In the women's triple jump earlier, as we watched the B final of the pole vault. Lily Holland, 13.05 to win gold for Loughborough. Latifa Agbaremi, big personal best, 12.73, and it was wind legal. Georgie Ford-Wells getting bronze on her return from ankle injury, 12.63. In the men's triple jump, Daniel Akinradewo taking gold from Jordan Aki-Sawyer and Michael Alajiki. So this then is the men's 800 metre wheelchair race with Thomas Miller, the T34 athlete representing the University of East Anglia. He has a personal best of 2:17.57. So the announcer calling on those inside the stadium to give him some support, racing out there alone. So as a result, helped by that extra lift. Let's see how he can go versus that personal best. 2:17.57 as he makes his way into the top bend for the first time. Of course, a great points opportunity for East Anglia as well as a university. Serena Grace doing well for them in the sprints. So let's have a look here as he comes round, looking for something around 1:08. Obviously, he has to try and pace this himself as well. So coming up to the bell, 1:15. And now he'll try and push on during this second lap of the race. So Delaney of East Anglia getting applause as he goes down this back straight now. Approaching 2 minutes on the clock into this top bend. Nice close-up shot there. 100 metres to go now. Thomas Miller. And good to hear the applause pick up down this home straight. Thomas Miller, the T34 athlete for East Anglia, coming through in 2:35. So hopefully he's enjoyed that opportunity for an 800 metre race. Shaking his head, but difficult obviously when you are out there on your own and not pushed by anyone else being on the competition. I mean, in one sense you have the inside line to yourself, or you don't have to fight over space, which can be quite tricky sometimes, but he's done really well there as Miller.
While we celebrate on the track, we have got action on our women's podium final, where the bars up to 1 metre 61. Now goes the presentation for the women's 100 metre hurdle. The bronze medalist, Rabbani, with a performance of 13.93, Jane Davidson. Your medalist for the women's 100 metre hurdle.
And two presentations from the men's sprint hurdles, please. Adam Hall, Tom Wilcock, Daniel Guardiola. From the men's 400, Alex Cooper, Andrea Palestini and Tom Hunter.
For the women's 400 meters, this is Shelton, Doug Pelton and Costa. We are very early on in our women's long jump competition. They start with Florida Wilson Robinson with 5.78, 6 over second, with 5.96, with 6 meters,
So I've done a call inside for the following athletes. Next time another call outside. Sprint hurdles, men, Adam Hall, Tom Wilcox, Daniel Goriola. 400 metre men, Alex Cooper, Andrea Panasini, Tom Hunter. 400 metre women, Poppy Mallet, Charlotte Kelsey, Issy Skelton. Student presentation, please.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCap next summer.
Event Management Group. And it quite rightly says here, without Sandra, these events would not run. She is the person who brings together this tremendous team of officials from across the country, so you, the athletes, can compete. Sadly, Sandra will be stepping back from her in-person role this year, but will still be helping with online recruitment of the officials team. I want to extend my personal thanks to Sandra. She brought me to the BUCS Championships in 2005, and that led to a journey that I didn't ever imagine, culminating in my memory at the 2012 Olympics and Paralympics. Sandra, we want to thank you for your amazing commitment to student athletics across GB and Northern Ireland. Now make some noise and show your appreciation to Sandra.
Common goes to presentation coming 110 metre hurdle. The bronze medalist from Ambulant. And your gold medalist.
And thank you to the medalists in the men's 400 metres for responding to our call. We do appreciate it. The medal ceremony for the men's 400 metres. The bronze medalist, representing Manchester University, Tom Hunter. The silver medalist, representing Imperial, Andrea Cansini. And the 2024 BUCS 400 metre men's champion, the gold medalist, representing Loughborough, Alex Hooper. The medalists in the men's 400 metres.
With the second round of our women's long jump final, Georgia scored well with Loughborough now with 6:02. In that second round, 6:02. With back at second, Loughborough Blue serving in third with 5:99 in the third round.
You're watching the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships 2024. This is Lily Holland, who won gold in the long jump, of course, earlier on today. Gold in the triple jump, now going in the long jump here. Men's long jump also to come in half an hour's time. So Cleo May Martin-Evans, who won this title indoors this year with 6:25 so far. So first time we've gone over 6 metres in this competition. Georgie Ford-Wells in second place, personal best of 6 metres and 3. Don't have a wind reading on that at this stage. And Ruby Georgis of Lapra in third place, 5:99. Amy Ware with 5:84 in fourth place. And this looks to be her third round effort. Hits the board nicely. She drives her way through, and just looking out for a flag on that. Hard to see such a congested group of people on that far side. Cleo May Martin-Evans improving on her 6:02 from the second round with that 6:25. Otherwise, there was 1 centimetre between her and Ford-Wells at the end of the second round. And those are the two athletes over 6 metres. So I make it that we have 24 sets of medals still to be handed out at these championships. 16 finals on the track and 8 in the field. So of course the Roster Athletics app and website becomes an important place to keep across it all. Women's long jump in action now, as well as women's high jump. And from 2 o'clock, as I say, men's long jump final, then 2:10 women's pole vault, 2:30 women's javelin, women's shot put from 3 o'clock, and ambulant shot for both genders at 3:20. On the track, the neck action in a few minutes' time with the men's steeplechase final. In fact, the whistle has just gone ahead of this final getting underway. So we'll let that starter's gun go, and then we will run you through the lineup in a moment.
So there we go, that men's 3,000 metres steeplechase final. This one from Loughborough, John Stolberg from Cambridge, and Thomas Doon from Durham.
So the second half of finals day getting going after a bit of a break of action, giving the officials as much as anyone a chance just to take that breather to go again with the action coming thick and fast, of course, in the conclusion of these championships here in Manchester. The men's and women's 200-metre finals is the action which follows this men's steeplechase.
Just a few weeks ago, it's Thomas Bridger of Birmingham in second place.
So it was a Birmingham 1-2 last year, with Christian Imroth leading Tommy Bridger in those red vests. So the full lineup here, with Bridger returning for Birmingham. Personal best of 8:47.51. He was also second in the 3,000 metres indoors in Sheffield. You've got Luca Manali just in front of him in the predominantly white vest of Northumbria. Manali, who was 13th at the European Under-23 Championships last year. He has a best of 8:45.58. We were saying with Jeremy Dempsey, the Cambridge athlete and silver medalist over 1,500 last year, that this could be a good chance of a medal for Cambridge, similar to the 5,000 metres as well. Well, they've got Terry Forden in this, and he was 4th last year. He's in 3rd place now, and we've seen quite a few athletes who've been just off the podium in the past, managing to move 1 or 2 steps up, or even, as the case may be with the indoors, going from something like 4th or 5th to 1st 4th to 1st was where Etienne Morn of Newcastle went, compared indoors in those sprint hurdles. Much higher heights to jump over here, but these two very, very close. We've also got John Stolberg of Loughborough, who looked good in qualification, and his teammate Alexander Spruston. Zacharia Cohen is in this chasing group for Plymouth. Alex Stewart of Bristol, Exeter's Jamie MacDonald. Then the other Birmingham athlete is Joshua Geddes. Matt Grenterod of Brighton setting a personal best in the heat. Don't often see that in the steeplechase, particularly as qualification is quite straightforward. And even though it's a changed system this year with no time qualifiers, ultimately we don't lose too many athletes compared 2 heats to the final. Oliver James of Durham, he is second in the chasing group. But as you can see there on your screen, Luca Minali, Tommy Bridger, neck and neck, and then the gap behind, something like 50 metres. And one more athlete to mention is Thomas Dugre of Cambridge. So they have 2 in this, and they're currently sitting in 3rd and in 5th places. Well, often when 2 athletes pull clear... Oh no, Luca Minali. So what's happened there? Will he give it another go just to build momentum and get over that water jump? He will, but gosh, an athlete of his pedigree just got caught out there. And Tommy Bridger, that is something of a gift for him. And suddenly the complexion of this race changes dramatically. I'd have to see another look at that. I think I mean, Luca Minali has been round steeplechase many times, just came in with no momentum to that water jump. Luckily, he didn't panic, went back, got himself a bit of momentum and got over. He'll get over that, but ultimately the error has also allowed those further behind to believe that they could still be in contention for a silver medal as well as a bronze. And it's Ford and James who are working hard now.
For GB, the under 20 and under 23 level, European under 23 championships.
So Bridger,
under 20 championships,
who competed at the European under 23s in Finland last year in the heats, already with those couple of BUCS medals to his name. Minali not closing him in now, but there was always the possibility that Bridger might relax a little bit and allow Minali to obviously work hard, but close that gap somewhat. It's Forden who has managed to close on 2nd place, if anything. Let's see if we can have another look at what happened here. So Minali, our leader, he's approaching this water jump, and I think he just loses his balance coming in. Yeah, maybe timing was just a little bit off there, or there was just a split second where it went from approaching normally to having to come to a complete stop. Bridger looking very strong though, trying to keep this title in Birmingham hands.
And the trio that I mentioned a short time ago, the 2 Cambridge athletes and the Durham athlete, closing on Northumbria's Luca Minali.
So Bridger with 2 laps to go now, and he's not looking like tiring at this stage. And Forden has caught Minali in front, and they're now really quite separate in what was a chasing group. So Minali, will he have enough then to hold on for a medal here? Forden coming through nicely. He's run quite an even race. Bridger, 7 minutes into this race, 600 to go. So medal positions at the moment, Birmingham, Cambridge, Northumbria. And Tommy Bridger will only have to go through that water jump one last time. You can see there, Forden just come out of the water jump now. And Manali in third place, but very close company are Dugra and James of Cambridge and Durham in fourth and fifth places. 7:38 at the bell. Forden is really breaking away, having a very, very strong final lap, but he's surely not going to catch Tommy Bridger. But I can tell you that Cambridge look like they're on for 2 medals here. Dugra getting into third place. Minali dropping back behind James into fifth. Maybe he came in not in full shape. Zacharia Cohen in sixth place. There is Dugra in third, so that's the bronze medal spot as things stand. And looking quite good for him, because James now 30 or so metres back. So that is a measure of the gap. Final water straight for Foden in second place for Cambridge. But as far as gold is concerned, that is going to Birmingham. And Tommy Bridger, 8:47.45 as he crosses the line. And then this Cambridge 2-3. Here is Dugra in third place. And silver goes to his teammate Terry Forden, who was third last year, fourth last year even, gets third this time. Good battle between Cohen and James. And they are neck and neck there on the line. Minali finishing behind in sixth place. Well, sometimes it just doesn't pan out quite the way you expected and quite the way it looked in the opening stages, as Bridger, Birmingham, Minali of Northumbria, the two who've represented Great Britain at those European Under-23 Championships last year. And I think Minali made the error, but yeah, not at his best today. And sometimes you just can't extract everything from your body on the day. Joshua Geddes of Birmingham finishing there. Clock still running past 10 minutes now. Some very tired, exhausted athletes following that steeplechase.
Holly Smith, Teesside, and clear there at 1:71. Kelly Coates, next to jump. So the BUCS indoor bronze medalist has, I think, one more attempt, and then she passes at 1:71. I think they're going to go to presentation.
Over to the women's long jump final. Our leader, Cleo Martin Evans. So 6:25 to this point. This is the fourth round. and there have been no improvements in this fourth round, so haven't missed any big jumps since we were last with this competition. Martin Evans from Ford Wells from Gergis, so 2 Loughborough athletes, 2nd and 3rd. Katie Beadle of Brunel, who finds herself in 8th place. 5.62 so far, 5.99 needed for a medal as things stand. So Beadle, this is her 4th jump.
Lily Holt, Birmingham, next to jump.
Lily Holland,
Finished 3rd at these championships last year and went on to finish 2nd.
what can she do following that triple jump gold? Obviously, both the case for her and Ford Wells that is their favoured event, but great to seeing them having a go at something else. And I'm sure they'll just take the opportunity to enjoy it as much as anything else and pick up some more BUCS points as well, given that they have quality in this event too. Certainly Cleo Martin Evans, long jump specialist in her own right.
So I think that cheer
Holland in 7th place, 5.67 so far, 23 or 33 centimetres off a medal. So Holland now goes again and long into this pit. So it'll be very interesting to see whether she can get closer to 6 metres. So plenty of spectators there on the back straight. Steph Jones of Edge Hill next. So Jones 5.69 to this point. Holland 5.43 with that recent measurement. So return to that because they're about to go here, as you can see, in this women's 200-metre final, with Navneet Kaur, one of those who's been setting personal best after personal best terrifically for Surrey. Millie King of Loughborough was 3rd in her semi-final. Michelle V. Wamba of Brunel just in front. Jasmine Moss, twice a BUCS champion. Lois Garland, University of Highlands and Islands, be terrific to get a medal for them. Gwen Datey of Loughborough, Shani Skirvin of Nottingham Trent, and Serena Grace of East Anglia. So Garland in the orange vest going well. Watch out for Moss down this home straight on her inside. Grace fighting over 3rd place with Datey, but Moss, is she going to hold on? Garland trying to come through here, but Moss takes another gold for Loughborough. 23.89 for an athlete who has incredible quality. She's had some issues with injuries in recent years, but good to see her getting back to her best as well. And I think that equals her personal best as well. So wait and see what the official time is on that. But 2019 outdoors, 2020 indoor, and now 2024 outdoor gold.
Another well contested
Well, Jasmine Moss came in as the favourite here. Let's have another look. Of course, she was second, beaten last year. Lois Garland very much kept her on her toes, on her outside. And we'll look here at the battle for bronze as well. Datey coming past Grace there. So 2 Loughborough athletes on the podium. We have said that a few times this weekend, of course. Garland's dip on the line, but Moss had already passed through. Let's check in with this women's high jump final now. So obviously going up to higher heights and progressing to now what, similar as we said in the men once we checked in at 2 metres, seems to be quite an important stage. That men's gold medal obviously won by Kimani Jack, clearance at 2:09, beating Luke Baller-Bath, who up to that point had been pretty much neck and neck with him. And this is Jack's teammate Lily Holt of Birmingham at 1:71. So teammate Zion Ateba actually. So first time failure at 1:91. As we see here, Ruby Jurgis of Loughborough. Red flag, unfortunately, for her. Bar will go up to 1:74, I understand, in the women's high jump. Wondered for a moment whether Ruby Jurgis was protesting that foul. Difficult to see exactly where the foot placement was, of course. Okay, so Georgie Ford-Wells already with 1 medal from earlier today in the triple jump. So I understand from her mum that she's holding back with a short run up. Long jump, a little bit easier on the ankle, of course. Not as explosive going through the 3 phases, but she's been back to training for a few weeks now. So Ruby Jo, as we've seen, this is Georgie Ford-Wells in second place, only 4 centimetres above her teammate. Jurgis more of an out-and-out long jump specialist, and Ford-Wells in her second best event, but yeah, obviously a background in netball, quite a versatile athlete. So she's just waiting. The pit is just being raked at the moment, so not quite time to go. Bar in the high jump up to 1:74, as I say, and we'll check in with that in a moment. Still 8 sets of field medals to be awarded. Men's long jump, women's pole vault, women's javelin, women's shot put, and 2 sets of ambulance shot. Georgie Ford-Wells won the British titles outdoor last year. Looks like she's very keen to get on with this next jump. So Ford-Wells 590, 603, 553, 554, 594. So I think that 3 of her jumps today were over her previous 587 best, if I'm not mistaken there. So here goes Georgie Ford-Wells now. Big gap in front to Martin Evans, but looking to consolidate this silver. Red flag has popped up. So I think that means that we're very close to knowing our medalists. Don't know if you heard that massive roar, but that was because David Chapman was introduced, the BUCS indoor champion over this 200-metre distance. So let's take a look at the lineup then for this finals. The athletes are called to their marks. David Chapman looking to add outdoor gold to what he did indoors, of course. So now underway in this terrific men's 200-metre final. Tyler Panton going for gold here. Silver for the 100 for him. Awuah before looking for double gold. And Chapman wants indoor and outdoor. And Panton does get his gold for Brunel. And that is truly deserved. Silver medal after silver medal, including last year behind David Morgan Harrison, including in the 100 behind Stephen Awuah before, and now he is on the top step individually. And he's been working so hard for it, really pushing through the heats and semi-finals. Of course, he was drawn in the same semi as Awuah before, and ultimately he beat him in that, and therefore came into this looking pretty strong. And gets the gold medal on that top step of the podium. 20.81, so another personal best through the rounds. It was 20.99, then 20.89 earlier today, and 20.81 the official time. So, having another look here, Panton in the navy blue, maroon of Awuah before. Chapman was closing fast as he always does, but couldn't quite contend from that far back. Having another look here, Chapman does, though, get that silver medal.
Silver medalist from Cambridge, the time of 3 minutes 1 second, .81, Terry Fuller. And the gold medalist from Birmingham, the time of 8:47.43, Wilbert Strunken, Thomas Bridger.
In this women's high jump final, second attempt at 174 for athlete 947, Callie Coates of Leeds Beckett. So those 200-metre finals now concluded, but we still have 13 finals on the track to be decided.
Could we have the medalist, please, from the women's 200 presentation? Loughborough's Gwendolyn Beatty.
A few more jumps to go in the women's long jump as well. Lily Holland, 5:40 in the final round, no improvement, but does make the top 8 for more BUCS points. So seeing that jump here. Amy Ware is in 5th place in the navy vest of Brunel. In front of her, Steph Jones in 7th. Steph Jones of Edge Hill doesn't fully execute the jump, unfortunately, so red flag for her. Lucy Robinson next to go, 5:78 in 6th place. Lucy Robinson of Liverpool. 5:97, her personal best.
So the women making their way down to the start for the Ambulant 200 final. Just 2 competitors in this final.
Just confirming the result, by the way, from that men's 200 final. Panton personal best 2081. Chapman did get silver 2092 personal best before bronze 2099. 2 medals for him. Robinson, Liverpool, final round, long jump.
Could we please have the medalists for the 200 metre men's final? We have Stephen McCall of the Watford, David Chapman of Leeds, and
Amy Ware. No improvement for Robinson, 395. Ware, 5th place, 584. Needs 599 for a medal. Silver indoors in the triple jump, 5th in the long jump. That could be better. She was really disappointed after that triple jump final earlier on today. Byron Williams high jump now up to 177. We're going through first attempts in that.
Very quickly, the 2 athletes contesting this women's Ambulant 200. In lane 3, representing Nottingham, Subran Kaur, and in 4 from Loughborough, India Oates.
Ruby Gergis, final round of the women's long jump then. Needs 6:03 to improve and go past her triple jump teammate. Be some coup for Georgie Ford-Wells to be second in the long jump and get on 2 podiums, especially given that she's recovering from injury. Just shows you the level she's risen to. And even in her first year at BUCS, though, she was very impressive. So, women's 200 metre Ambulant final now. Simran Kaur and India Oates both did the 100. And Kaur here up against Oates, going nicely early on here. Again, 2 different categories of athletes. India Oates T35 classification, Kaur T46. So Kaur wants to build up that gap here down this home straight. Oates looking stronger, making it a closer race than the 100 metres this one. Between these 2 athletes, again a great battle, as we saw in that men's final earlier. And India Oates coming through very quickly on the line. 33:37 on the clock. It really is a great test when you've got one competitor. A real head-to-head there. Well, let's get another look, if we can, at the conclusion of that 200 metre final. So here we are, coming off this bend then, and Simran Kaur started the race off nicely, obviously coming first across the line in the 100 metres previously. India Oates here, you can see she knows that Kaur is within her reach. The gap actually grows here, and then Oates just begins to reel the Nottingham student in. Still so close. Kaur may just have held on. Oh, that is very difficult to call. This then, the final jump of the women's long jump competition. We know that Cleo Martin-Evans has won gold for Birmingham City University, following up what she did indoors. 6:25 to this point. Another really good jump. I'm not sure it's going to improve on distance. So Fordwell's silver, 6:03. Churches 5:99. Martin Evans 5:44, so 6:25 remains her best. So that concludes the women's long jump final. Women's high jump continues on the other side of the stadium. Martin Evans able to celebrate. So as far as the field goes, men's long jump just getting started, and women's pole vault, women's javelin in the next half an hour, they will be up and running as well. On the track, we have the men's 200 Ambulant coming up next. The women's 200 Ambulant actually getting underway a little bit earlier than is scheduled. So that is the result based on time. Of course, that goes down to point scores because of the different classifications. Hallie Ferguson waiting there next to this long jump bar. 1 metre 80 is the next height.
So our men's long jump final just getting underway as well. So far we have James Coleman third with 6:92, Josh Whitman second with 6:96, with Samuel Ebenard, who leads with a 7:59 early in the first round of our men's long jump final. So we need Jasmine Moss and Lois Garland to join Gwendolyn Beatty at presentation. So we here to have Tyler Phantom and David Chapman. De Montfort Stevens before, please. Stephen before to presentation. We will go with the presentation for the men's 200 metres. Because we can see the 3 athletes there. The medal ceremony for the men's 200 metres. The bronze medal representing De Montfort, Stevens before. The silver medalist representing East Beckett, David Chapman.
Hallie Ferguson of Manchester Met at 1 metre 80, first attempt.
And the 2024 BUCS men's 200 metre champion, the gold medalist representing Brunel, Tyler Panton.
Ferguson then approaching this bar for the first time and clears very, very nicely at 180.
Put gold round his neck rather than silver.
Ferguson, who won the BUCS indoor title with a best of 178, so gone higher than on that occasion. Going to have another look at what she did there on the video recording. Something you see more and more nowadays, just to get that instant feedback mid-competition.
In the women's 200, Jasmine Moss, Lois Garland, Gwendolyn Beatty. announced inside and outside on several occasions.
Looking very relaxed, some of these competitors. Trying to shield themselves from the sun as well, but as comfortable as you can be on this kind of surface.
So, it's the 3 women's medalists in the 200 go behind the podium. The medals are making their way down.
Well, not by themselves. So here we go.
Please, with the medal ceremony.
So this is the result from the women's long jump, excuse me. Cleo Martin Evans, BCU, 6:25. Georgia Ford Wells, 6:03. And joined by her teammate Ruby Jerzis on the podium just outside 6 meters.
The silver medal, representing the University of the Highlands and the Islands, Lois Garland. And the 2024 BUCS Women's 200-metre champion, the gold medalist, representing Loughborough, Jasmine Moss. The medalist in the women's 200 metres.
Josh Woods of Birmingham there in this second round now, I believe, of the men's long jump competition. Samuel Ebenein leading the way with 7:29 so far. Dylan Ryan, 6:98, behind the Manchester student for Brunel, and Woods of Birmingham, 6:96 in third place at the moment. In the background there is Halla Ferguson, having cleared 180. She now goes up to 1.83 m, the new height. Ferguson, I mentioned, winning the BUCS indoor title, also the Northern indoor title, and was 4th at the UK Senior Championships. This is her first year as an under-23 athlete. Last year she was second at the UK under-20s in Chelmsford. That got her a place at the European under-20 Championships in Jerusalem. Bar comes down at 1.83 though. This would be a personal best by 1 centimetre.
With first attempt, I think, at 183.
So next athlete in this long jump, Matthew Cox of Birmingham. So he doesn't have a mark yet. It was a no jump in the first round. So Cox, another leaping high, tried to stay in the air as long as possible. The white flag comes out. There's a real swirly wind once again, but also a bit of sunshine, so it's a bit of a chaotic combination.
Next up on the track is the final of the Ambulant men's 200 metres. In 3, from Cardiff Met, Liam Bishop. In lane 4, from Robert Gordon, in Boyd. And in 5, from Loughborough, in Tandu Marangu. The final of the Ambulant men's 200 metres.
So still 19 sets of medals to be awarded here as we go into the second round of the men's long jump. Still Ebenine, Ryan and Woods, our top three. Just the one athlete over 7 metres to this point. Well, we had a really good battle between Tandu Malangu and Cameron Thors in the 400 metres ambulant race. And here he is now up against, I was going to say 2 other athletes, but 1 DNS. So looks to me like this is Ian Boyd on his inside. And you'll see here, Ian Boyd gets a good start, but Malangu gets up to full speed now. On the outside here, the Loughborough student. So what about down this home straight then? Is Malangu going to be challenged? Doesn't look to be. That'll be the case. Malangu comes through very, very strongly then to the line, easing up 25.48 on the clock. Boyd finishing behind him. So that's the men's ambulant 200 metre race. I wonder whether we'll see any more appearances from these two. Of course, Malangu was in the long jump as well. Next event on track in about 13 minutes time will be the women's steeplechase. They are seemingly taking these races a couple minutes early, up to 4 minutes early or so, to just keep an eye out for that on the schedule. All available on the Roster Athletics website and app. Hala Ferguson, this would be a personal best by 1 centimetre, 183. He's had 6 competitions so far this year. Hustopek in the Czech Republic, that famous indoor meeting in February, specialising in high jump. That was where she set that personal best. This, of course, therefore would be an outdoor best and outright. Just looking, in fact, to see whether 180 is already an outdoor best. And yeah, I can't see that she's cleared higher than that too many times. So twice last year, in fact, 181 she cleared. Still, this is her 4th competition ever in which she's gone over 1 metre 80. And again, another local athlete, the Trafford Club and Manchester Metropolitan University. So now here for Brunel, still in 2nd place, Dylan Ryan with that 6.98, and this the 2nd round jump. So, watching men's long jump, women's pole vaults will get underway in a few minutes' time. Hasn't started yet. They're still warming up there in the pole vault. So back to the long jump we focus on once more. Sam Danson, this is of Loughborough, finds himself in 7th place with 6.73, and he only needs 1 centimetre more to move up past Rob Woolman of Sheffield, who is in 6th at the moment. So quite often see just a couple of centimetres between the best athletes. You can see there Lucas Sevilla here coaching the jumps athletes. Michael Alajiki, I also saw watching on there, who has got himself a medal as well. Silver with 14.91 in the triple jump. Hannah Ferguson, one more attempt at 183. Can be difficult in these circumstances. All about focusing on yourself and your own performance. Owen Hurd tried to go for a championship record. I think it was 5:37 in the pole vault yesterday. Hallie Ferguson at 183. The 186 is the championship record by Laura Ziala, who's watching on here. It was set in 2022, so one of the more recent ones. Ferguson climbed high, but brought the bar down.
I have a feeling that concludes the women's high jump competition. So hopefully very shortly we can make the presentation for the 1, 2, 3. Next up on track, in approximately 8 minutes time, the women's 2,000 metre steeplechase final. And we now have the confirmed medal positions in the women's Ambulant 200. So if we can have India Oates and Simran Kaur to presentation, please. And from the men's Ambulant 200, we need Will Bishop, Ian Boyd, and Natando Malanga. I apologise, it was just Ian Boyd and Natando Malanga.
Your women's long jump medalist. Result from our men's long jump in the second round. Adam Fuel is now in first place with a jump of 7:35, with Samuel Ebenai in second and Dylan Ryan in third place currently.
Next up on the track is the final of the women's 2,000 metre steeplechase.
So let's enjoy this women's steeplechase final then. Over the 2,000 metres, so fairly rarely run this. And as a result, some of these women have more experience over the 3K. So let's take a look at the lineup. Emily Parker of Loughborough, Martha Collings of Birmingham. She also has her teammates Abby Mikulek, Ellen Weir and Edith Yelling. And Yelling was part of a really curious incident where the leading pack were well in front of her, but was somewhat caught out by her closing sprint. That brought her back into contention, given that the top 6 only went through based on positions. So Lewis Dooley of Uwe, Lizzie Ingram of Bath, Shun Duval, also University of the West of England, Amelia Wills, Loughborough, and then Morgan Squibb of St Mary's. The blue and white stripes there, just closer to the outside next to her teammate Imogen King, and Anika Schwarzer Chintapala of Oxford. So Emily Parker from Martha Collings in these early stages, with Squibb and King also in contention at this point. Well, we've seen a couple of championship records in the last few years in this event. First from Emily Moyes and then bettered by Amy Pratt, who has of course gone on to World Championship selection for Great Britain and British titles as well. 6:26.14 stands as that record then for the Manchester athletes, but set in Bedford of course, and that was 5 years ago. They come through the water jump here. Well, we didn't anticipate that incident involving Luca Manali, where he was neck and neck with Tommy Bridger of Birmingham, the eventual champion. Came into the water jump without any momentum, had to go back and rerun it again, but I think he just wasn't quite on top form today. 4 Birmingham athletes in this race, but 3 of them just dropped off the pace of this leading group, coming through with 3 laps to go there. Still Parker of Loughborough out front. Slight gap being opened up by the top 2. Parker of Loughborough, one of those without much experience over this 2K steeple, even though I'm sure she would have done it in training. 3:58, 10:58.89 for 3K steeple. So a bit of an unknown quantity as a result to some extent. Wills, Squibb, Weir all with personal best sub 6:50. Wills, the bronze medalist last year. Emily Parker growing this gap now. Morgan Squibb in this lead group with Martha Collings. And the second Loughborough athlete is Amelia Wills. So in 4th place, having finished 3rd last year. 2 laps to go.
So still Emily Parker, who leads with women's
Ingram and also Imogen King just off this lead group in 5th and 6th places. And then Schwarzer Chintapala in 7th. But Imogen King out of shot there, but still in contention for a medal in 5th place along with Lizzie Ingram. They can work hard perhaps together to bridge this gap to Wills of Loughborough, the taller athlete of the chasers, in 4th. Squibb in front of her as they hit this water jump for the penultimate time now. And Wills actually making up a bit of ground there. As we see back to Schwarzer Chintapala. But look at this. This is now the lead. Parker really impressive now. And Collins just stuttered into that final barrier on the straight. 5:21 at the bell, by the way, for Parker. Collins having a bit of difficulty just establishing that momentum before the barriers, but we often see that in these races. Squibb has dropped back into a more distant 4th place now, so our medalists are clearer and clearer, unless Squibb can claw that advantage back, because she does still look quite strong. So, half a lap remaining in this women's 2,000 metre steeplechase final. Emily Parker of Loughborough out of the final water jump, drives away then. Collins falling back. It's going to be a Loughborough 1-2 with Wills in 2nd place. Squibb, you can see there, in 4th. Ingram in 5th. All spread out here, but what a race run here by Emily Parker for Loughborough, who takes gold in the steeplechase. 6:35.64. A really strong time for the Loughborough athletes. Wills and then Collins come home, and Squibb, don't know whether she had an issue on that last barrier, but losing 2 places late in the race. So dramatic in a different way to that men's 3,000 steeple, this women's 2K. There we had Bridger all alone following that Minali water jump issue, but here Emily Parker just led from the off and did not look back.
I'm sure that everyone our thanks first of all to Maddie Cannell, who leads the BUCS staff so brilliantly at these championships. But these championships most certainly would not happen without the volunteers. And our biggest group of volunteers are our officials, and they have worked tremendously hard over the last 3 days. They've been a pleasure certainly for the comms team to work with. So please, make some noise and show your appreciation for our officials.
Next up on the track is the final of the women's 800 metres. In lane 1 from Birmingham, 3rd place at the Steel Cup indoors, Charlotte Ewan. In 2 from Leeds Beckett, 5th place at the English Schools Championship last season, Isabel Burke. In 3 from Loughborough, 7th place at these championships last year, Jessica Norkett. In 4 from Edinburgh, 5th place at these championships last year, Leah Kaiser. In 5 from Oxford, a BUCS indoor silver medalist, Charlotte Buckley. In 6 from Loughborough, 4th place at the BUCS indoor 1500 metre championship, Ty Langford. In 7 from Cambridge, 6th place at the England Athletics Under 20 championship, Ella Coble.
So there's the full result from that women's 2,000 metre steeplechase final. Parker, Wills and Collings, Loughborough, Birmingham, winning time 6:35.6. So on we go to this women's 800 metre final. So once again, Aurora gets the athletes underway with Charlotte Dewar of Birmingham, Leeds Beckett's Isabel Burke, Jess Norkett of Loughborough, Leah Keisler of Edinburgh, Charlotte Buckley of Oxford, Ty Brockley Langford of Loughborough, Ella Colborne of Cambridge, Abby Ives of Birmingham. So Ives, a previous winner of this title, of course. Brockley Langford, who loves to front run, 2:06.80 her best, but really based on times. Ives, head and shoulders above the rest, 1:59.92 for the European under-20 silver medalist last year in Jerusalem. And it's incredible to think that she was still under 20 then, because really it's been a great rise. Well coached by Luke Gunn, a training partner of Isabel Boffey, again a previous winner of this title also. So nice, exciting pack of great athletes here. Norkett just dropping off the back of it, 63.26 at the bell. Never expect too fast a race here, but ultimately that's a bit of an equaliser for those trying to fight against Abby Ives, knowing that their times aren't as quick on paper. So Brockley Langford on the inside, Leah Keisler on the outside for Edinburgh, who are having a good championships. Colborne of Cambridge in 4th at this stage, someone who ran a fantastic 2:05 a couple of years ago that remains her personal best. What's she capable of? Looking out for who might kick round the outside. That looks like Buckley of Oxford making a big move here. Ives checks around and now pushes on down this home straight to get away from the other athletes. Buckley in 2nd place. Colborne trying to close. Brockley Langford as well. Ives gets the gold. Brockley Langford silver and Buckley bronze in an almighty battle in behind. Abby Ives watching only in front of her, of course, as she wins in 2:08.30 in what is becoming a great day for Birmingham. Started off, of course, with that 5,000 win for Barnacle. You have the steeplechase victory as well for Bridger. A couple of athletes just going to check on Colborne, who fell across the line there. Ty Brockley Langford, who was close to the front initially with Ives. And I think when you have a very fast athlete in the race, others are going to say, well, I'm just going to stick with her for as long as I possibly can. Let's have another look here. So Ives, I mean, really part of her race plan, just kick on down the home straight, like Orla Brennan did as well. Another gold medal win for Birmingham early in the 400 hurdles, obviously a quite different event. So Keisler's on the inside, Buckley finishing strong, but not as strong as Brockley Langford. Sticks her arm out, guarantee the place, but might as well have doubled up as a celebration too. And another local athlete as well. We've seen her previously in Manchester colours and Trafford as well. Colborne falling across the line, and yes, well, that looked a little painful. Does look to have got back on her feet though, Ella Colborne, the Cambridge student. So just outside the podium, but I think she can be quite pleased with that as well. Cambridge also having quite a good day with that double podium in the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase for them. with Forden and Dugra behind Bridger of Birmingham.
Representing Birmingham with the jump of 171, Lily Holt. Our silver medalist representing Bath with a jump of 174, Evelyn Fontaine. Our gold medalist in 2024 BUCS champion representing Man Met with a jump of 180, Sally Place. Your
Very even start and they approach a split now. Looks like Ty Copley-Langford of Loughborough is going to head up the race. Abigail Ives in second place.
So fairly early stages of this women's pole vault A final here. This looks to me to be the Anglia Ruskin vest of Bronwyn Yeendel. She's cleared 3 metres and 14.
We also have another medal ceremony for our Ambulant women, 200 metres. Our silver
So the men out now for their 800 metre final. Still have 5 or 6 minutes to the due start time. Due at 14:50.
This result from the women's 800 that we've just seen, 2:08:30, not a time Abby Ives will care much about. She's got that gold medal in the bag. Brockley Langford, the silver, 10th ahead of Buckley of Oxford.
We will come to the line-up when preparations are complete.
So impressive. That medal for the Oxford student obviously follows up a silver behind Indian King indoors. King opting to do the 400 here outdoors. Women's pole vault A final we go back to. Not everyone has entered just at this stage, and certainly Sophie Ashurst and Jade Spencer-Smith, some of the medal contenders, I'm sure will come into the competition a bit later once we get to those higher heights. This is Jasmine Carey, their teammate. So nothing showing so far as what height the bar's at, I don't think, but just looking over, I think it might be 3:34 on that far side.
So I think the athletes are now ready. Races time, run through complete. The 800 metre men's finalists. In lane 1, we're representing Birmingham, finalists in 2024 indoors and 23 outdoor.
So to the men's 800 metre final then.
Birmingham, 2023 BUCS indoor silver medalist Archie
With
Parkinson.
Ben Gardiner of Birmingham and his teammate Archie Parkinson. So more inter-team battles that we see here, and more from a Birmingham point of view as well as Loughborough. They've got Jack Dixon and Henry Jonas Ryan Elston and David Race. So, of course, Jacob Smith took the title indoors for Durham. He returns. And Race and Jonas were fighting with him on that track in Sheffield. I'm sure we'll see similar battles between them. Basil Rocker-Bath, who's also been quite impressive coming into this. But Race is the fastest ranked athlete on paper, but as we know, that doesn't mean too much in an 800 final like this. The 800, always one of the most enjoyable races to watch at BUCS. And I'm sure we're about to see two great laps of the track from these men. So reminder that it's Gardner of Birmingham, Parkinson, his teammate, Dixon of Loughborough, Jonas, also in the African Violent, along with Elston and Race, and then Rocker-Bath and Smith of Durham. So David Race going off pretty hard. He's there on the outside. Jacob Smith, who ran a great tactical race indoors and just eked out a gap to the point where it was too late by the point Jonas and Race tried to challenge. Race, though, has good speed. He was part of that quartet that won gold at the European Under-20s, along with Charlie Carvel, who's here spectating, and Jake Minchell, who won 400 hurdles gold, of course. Elston on the inside, Jonas then on the outside. Rock moves through, 55.58 at the bell. Henry Jonas here, looking to go better than he did indoors. He's also an English schools champion, of course, 1:49.46 at best. A couple of faster athletes in this, but doesn't matter too much at this stage. The psychological, the physical battle of these last 200 metres. Henry Jonas of Loughborough still. Jacob Smith of Durham. And now Elston on the outside for Loughborough. Rock, does he have anything left in that blue shirt? Jonas still trying to push on. Elston, is he going to make it a Loughborough 1-2? Three-way battle behind Henry Jonas of Loughborough. 1:49.63 there. Certainly was pushed very hard, Henry Jonas. But unlike the indoors, he made sure he ran a better, more astute race, especially in that closing stage. And you could say somewhat similar to Smith. Once they all tried to push, like they did in Sheffield when it's a Durham vest in front, ultimately the gap was just too big by that point. But coming down to the line, you had Smith of Durham, Elston of Loughborough, and Rock, his colleague from Bath. And David Race also had a lot to do. The two Birmingham boys run out of it. Gardner and Parkinson. Let's have a look here. Jonas and then Elston. They all look like they're closing for a couple of metres at one point. Smith looks to have got the silver, though. That's a little bit more clear than the bronze, which I think Rock does get. He's very close. But really good battle, as we were hoping for. And don't forget, the 1,500 metres are coming up after the two finals of the women's 5,000, the B and then the A final. So, once again, we think this is Bronwyn Yeendal of East Anglia, pole vault A final here.
Backwards movement. Ryan Nelson now takes up the lead. So in the opening 2 to 300, he leads down 3-9. Ryan Nelson. Henry Jonas. Tackle left on the outside. Still on. It's Ryan Nelson, he still leads. Tackle what? Roger in third.
So 3:44 is this new height in the pole vault. Looking here at Manon Baines. Eva Kutman of London South Bank and Emily Oakton of Birmingham are already over this height. And add Baines to that. Starting to get really windy once again, and hopefully it will stay dry though for the remainder of this competition. Back to the men's long jump. Samuel Ebening was leading 7:29, but Adam Hall's overtaken him. Dylan Ryan, this is a Brunel behind that pair with 7:03 so far. Latest measurement, in fact, coming in for Sam Danson of Loughborough, moving him into third place. Ryan down to fourth. Confirming what happened in that men's 800 metres. Henry Jonas of Loughborough from Jacob Smith and Basil Rock of Durham and Bath, respectively. So Rock did indeed hold on from Ryan Elston, and David Race back in fifth place there. In the early stages of this javelin final as well. So Becca Walton, who recently was just a few centimetres away from breaking the 60-metre barrier that of course she got very close to also at the European Team Championships last year, where she was third for Great Britain. Really strong showing from her, and we'll hope to make this summer's European Championships certainly, even if the Olympics is a tall task. 52.41 for Walton in the opening round. Dawn Russell in second with 46.91, and then 42.36 for Nicola Bell, but very early stages in this javelin competition. Becca Walton, the championship record holder, with 56.31, so that could also be a target to break that again. It was one of her big ambitions, really, to break it. Doing so last year, a record that had been held for 9 years, I think it was, by Izzy Jeffs. Lauren Davey here in the javelin, the heptathlete who was seen in quite a few events this weekend, including the hurdles, of course. Back to Manon Baines in the pole vault. So again, a situation where not everyone's entered yet, so that's why we're seeing the same few athletes battling between them at this point. So it's a new height of 3:54 that we've moved up to in the pole vault A final. So bar coming down at this new height of 3 metres and 54 centimetres. So that is an A final in the pole vault, and this is a B final in the women's 5,000 metres. So I'll take you through who we have here. Sophie Kauper of Anglia Ruskin, who of course also has a teammate in the pole vault with Yindel. Ellen Griffiths, she represents Nottingham. Maddie Barker of Bath, you can see her there in 4th place at this point. Naomi Kingston of Oxford. Grace Buchanan of East Anglia, our early leader. Evie Warren of Surrey. Bethany Wallace of Exeter. Jade Morgan of Liverpool. Neve McLaughlin of York. Neve Thompson of Cambridge. Then Merce Sanchez Oller, who represents Edinburgh. Tara Beige of UCL. Bronwen Stratton Thomas, also here for Exeter. Katrina Entwistle of Bath. And Leonora Lynn of Durham. So this is quite impressive in the early stages from Grace Buchanan, the East Anglia student. So we'll have a look for the split times. Of course, they come through with 10 laps to go. That will be 4 kilometres of the race remaining. And we'll also keep an eye on the field action as the pole vault gets more exciting up to those higher heights. The javelin, of course, Becca Walton, the one to watch in particular. She tries to break 60 metres for the first time. Maybe this could be the occasion, who knows. Grace Buchanan, who has a personal best of 1918. That was back in 2021, so it's been a while since she's done a 5,000 metres like this, even if she has a 5K performance of 19:05. An Easter 5K at the end of March. So really spreading out here, and obviously that means that if it's a good fast race in the B final, then the gauntlet thrown down to the A final. Go on, see if you can better this. Still is being kept honest though. Grace Buchanan, our leader. So just having a look next to her, that is Naomi Kingston, the Oxford student, and Evie Warren of Surrey is in 3rd place. So Buchanan has done this hard work in these early stages. Overtaken by Kingston. Change of lead then. 3:19 on the clock at the 1K point. As we see in the pole vault, 3:54 remains our height. I believe that's Jasmine Carey who has joined Eva Kutman in going clear. So Buchanan, even though she's been overtaken, trying to hang on to the pace that's now being set by Naomi Kingston. Kingston with a lifetime best of 18 minutes exactly. So 1 minute 18 faster than Buchanan, although obviously she's not done 5,000 for a long time. And in that time, she's improved on her 3,000 metre personal best by 46 seconds. So the Oxford student out front in this B final. Brackheath and Bromley club athlete. She was 21st at the BUCS Cross Country Championships held this year in Leeds. Bronwyn Yindel. So she brings the bar down at 3:54 now. We've certainly seen 2 athletes go clear. Cutman of London South Bank, Carey of Loughborough. But we still know that Sophie Ashurst, Felicia Miloro, Sarah Barber, big hitters yet to enter. So 4 of those athletes still waiting for them to come into the competition. So obviously the A final to follow this in a few moments' time. We have sometimes seen cases where you have an athlete who hasn't run a 5,000 in a long time, so as a result that personal best doesn't play into the seeding of A versus B. There was the case with Jess Judd a few years ago, I think it was. And ultimately we would have liked to have seen her up against some of the faster athletes. And yeah, I'm sure some of the athletes, even if they wouldn't ordinarily aspire to win gold overall, would quite like to be in the A final because they'd be pushed by faster athletes as well. But yes, you can't have everyone on the track that enters necessarily. And would seem quite a lot to have 5,000 metre heats, especially you see in the 3,000 steeplechase, you know, quite a few people actually dropped out compared to who entered. Buchanan remains in second place, by the way, and then it's Ellen Griffiths of Nottingham in third. Then a bit of a gap back further to Bronwyn Stratton Thomas, who is in a 3-way scrap behind. So that's the third group effectively. There's a 1, there's a 2, and then there's a 3, and then a group of 5. I think that covers everyone in the field at this point. So passing 2 kilometres, of course, Kingston there. 6:38.27, so very even. 3:19 for the first 2 kilometres across those splits. 6:38 now, and she's 7 minutes into the race, is Naomi Kingston. So even though this is a B final, obviously, it's still big opportunity. And even though you don't get a medal, as I say, still an opportunity to win. Right, Becca Walton in the javelin. We know that her own championship record is 3 metres off her lifetime best now. So what can she do here? Transfer of energy, comes to block. Javelin just goes a little off to the right-hand side. And just looking across, I think that is quite a bit shorter of what she would consider her best. So just a little off to that right-hand side. Still got quite a few more attempts to come. I believe we're still in this second round now. Indeed we are. So the 1, 2, 3. Walton with a 49.97 now, but her best from a moment ago of 52.41. Dawn Russell, 46.91. So some 5.5 metres back. And then again a big gap of 4.5 metres to Nicole Bell in third place, 42.36. So Kingston. This is her second track race of the year, I make it. Ran 10,000 metres, and from Para 10 looks like it might have been her 10,000 metre debut on track, in fact. 35.16, that was in Loughborough. So I think that would have actually been the BUCS 10,000 metres that was incorporated as part of that, in which she finished in 7th place. Jasmine Wood, best overall in that, the Durham student. So as well as that, bit of opportunities on the road and cross country earlier this year, including BUCS as mentioned. Bronwyn Yeendel in this pole vault final. That's gradually increasing in height as well as tension now. So Yeendel, well, the last clearance of hers I can see is 3:34, so I just wonder if she's passed up to this particular height, showing us one failure at 3:44. on the scoreboard. Of course, sometimes they take a little bit of time to come through. We know certainly that Cutman and Barber are now over 3:54, and we've seen Carey attempt it as well.
Kingston in first, with Evie Warren second, and Griffiths in third. And leading the group behind is Bethany Wallace. 10:07.7. It is for the leader, Naomi Kingston, through 3 kilometres there. First group kind of follows her through.
News in the men's long jump. Samuel Ambulant has taken back his lead with a 6-1 jump for 7.4. And third is in second place, and Southampton still in third.
So this chasing group now we're looking at. Kingston still our leader. Here we pick her up now. So leader of around 100 metres. See the athletes on the infield preparing for the women's shot put final. They had their qualification a little earlier on today. Jess Hopkins and Abby Paulet could be set to do battle once again. Hopkins, of course, winning gold for Brunel indoors this year, her first BUCS gold medal, and we believe this is her last BUCS. Abby Paulet doing BUCS just before going to the World Indoor Championships, where she competed in the pentathlon for Great Britain. Major championship debut. Well, I guess European Team Championships is in theory a major championship, but really won the top 4. Kingston then still leading. She's been competing at BUCS since 2022. His appearance in the cross-country championship was her second, but she was also 6th in this race 2 years ago. Yindel with another failure, this time at 3:54. And you can see shaking the hands of the officials. This is her 3rd attempt, and she is out, unfortunately, of the competition.
So our leader, Naomi Kingston, takes the 4 kilometre mark. Cross the width is 13:43 dead. Still Ellen Griffiths of Nottingham. 3rd, Evie Warren, sorry, 2nd, with Bethany Wallace of Exeter, who continues to lead the group in 4th.
Lauren Davey in the javelin as this second round continues then. No improvement from the top three. Last improvement was Dawn Russell consolidating second place, 47.15. So, Naomi Kingston of Oxford hits the bell, 15.52 on that clock. This is the women's 5,000 metre B final. And Evie Warren, we believe, is in second place, around 75 metres back. And then it's the Nottingham student, Ellen Griffiths. Katrina Entwistle in fourth for Bath. Bethany Wallace in fifth for Exeter. So Kingston, this has been a metronomic performance. Hasn't put a foot wrong throughout this race. Buchanan was our early leader and not able to respond when Kingston pushed on. So it's going to be a great time as well. A personal best by some 47 seconds, I make it, for Kingston. Fantastic. First time sub 18 minutes with 17.13. Warren looks to have come through in second place. It's a good battle in behind, though. What was the chasing group that has been broken up on this final lap. Entwistle of Bath it is in third place. Wallace of Exeter in fourth. And Sanchez Oller in fifth. Falling back there was Griffiths of Nottingham and Leonora Lynn of Durham just behind all of them as Maddie Barker of Bath comes through there. So the Barnum women's pole vault's gone up to 364, by the way, as we remain in the second round of the women's javelin competition.
I think still to come into the competition. As I believe is Susan Laurel. So yeah, the bar is at 364. The top has taken one attempt at that height. On that track event, the women's 5,000 metre A final, that's doing approximately 10 minutes time at 15:25.
.35.16 in the javelin for athlete 922 in this final, and athlete 922, that is Gemma Reid of Leeds.
Over to the women's short put. Abigail Paulus of Loughborough has just taken the lead in third round throw of 14.02. Jess Hopkins of Brunel currently sits in second place with a throw of 13.93.
So 17 athletes in this javelin final. So as a result, the rounds will be rather longer than the shot put, for example. Potentially, in which we've had qualification, one of the few events in which there has been a qualification as a result of the changed format for this year. This is Jasmine Carey in the women's pole vault. So just going underneath the bar there was Carey, and just looking across to see, I think this is the height of 364. So, women's shot put final, first time we've checked on this. Pole vault happening alongside, of course. So, 364 we remain at. We've been watching Eva Kutman, Estonian international here, going over 364. A few athletes have had some difficulties at this height, but Kutman, I believe this is her second attempt. As we head back to the javelin, also a final, also medals to be decided. So, women's shot put. Jess Hopkins, the favourite, but it could be a good battle with Paula, who of course is a heptathlete. So another interesting battle so far as a multi-eventer against a specialist. So Paulette leads with 14.02 from Jess Hopkins, 13.93, and then Sinead Dutoit, 13.32. That's the top three in this early stage. Pole vault and Manon Baines. So going through these later attempts at 364, and looks to me like this is the second attempt, and she'll have one more go in a moment.
So they are ready for the women's 5,000 metres. I'll let them get under. They're almost ready to get underway. We need Adam Hull's presentation.
So, as ever, Loughborough with a good contingent in this final. 4 athletes once again: Paulette, Dutoit, Abouaguier and Balthazar Hall. This is Dutoit, who's in 3rd place, as I mentioned, with 13.32.
I've got time to take you through the lineup for this women's 5,000. Lining up on the inside, 2 St Mary's students, Maddie Jordan-Lee and Meg Gadsby. Then for Strathclyde, Meredith Reed, Jasmine Wood in the Durham vest. She took the BUCS 10,000 metre title very recently in Loughborough. 2 Birmingham students, Rosie Hamilton-Jones and Holly Weedle. Then we have Loughborough's Tia Wilson, who had such a successful World University.
So Jasmine Carey, though, does keep the bar up at 364. Really good result for the Loughborough athletes. She continues in the competition, knowing that her teammates Ashurst and Miloro still yet to enter.
Charlotte Alexander, representing Birmingham, 3rd those BUCS 10,000 metre championships, also a successful World Unicross. Charlotte Janet of Loughborough, 2023 BUCS 10,000 metre bronze medalist. Then Loughborough's Katie Hawkins and Birmingham's Alicia Tate.
That's your lineup for the women's 5,000.
The gun goes in this women's 5,000 metre final. Let's have a look at who's involved. Obviously that time a moment ago for Naomi Kingston, just to remember, was 7:13. And well, while we don't expect that to be necessarily faster than the winner in this race, it could still be faster than a good few of the athletes in it. So the full lineup with Maddie Jordan Lee of St Mary's, Meg Gadsby, her teammate, Meredith Reid of Strathclyde, Jasmine Wood of Durham, who's the BUCS 10,000 metre champion, winning that recently in Loughborough. As always, a separate event. It'd be quite tough for athletes if they were to try and double up 5,000 and 10,000. Does give that opportunity, though, to win both golds in the same year. Rosie Hamilton James of Birmingham, her teammate Holly Weedle and Charlotte Alexander, along with Alicia Tate. Loughborough also with the full complement available of 4 athletes: Tia Wilson, Abby Brooke, Charlotte Dannett, last year's BUCS 10,000 metre bronze medalist, and Katie Hawkins. And then also in this, Neve Britson-Hubbard, another of the contenders in this. As we were suggesting, one of Cambridge's best hopes for a medal. They do already have some good distance medals, that 2-3 in that steeplechase for the men, with Dugra and Forden. And Britson-Hubbard, 17:16 her personal best, 1,500 metre bronze medalist last year. But Charlotte Dannett leading the way for Loughborough from Tia Wilson in these early stages.
Champion, the gold medals, representing Manchester University, Sam Everdine. The medalists in the men's long jump. So Charlotte Dannett leading there narrowly from another Loughborough student, Tia Wilson.
Our silver medalist representing Durham, Jacob Smith. And our gold medalist in 2024, representing Henry Gillian.
So at the 1K mark, around 3:24 then on the clock. Still Dannett leading.
And going through the front there, Charlotte Dannett, the Loughborough student, followed by Tia Wilson. Up there also
So
leading
that is 4 seconds slower than the opening split for Kingston. Which will be interesting to follow. Certainly some real quality athletes in this group capable of improving.
So the BUCS indoor silver medalist into the competition. We also took silver at these championships last year.
The pace beginning to pick up in this women's 5,000 metre A final. Still Charlotte Dannett at the front. Alicia Tate, I think, might be alongside her as they go down the back straight. Lee Briggs and Hubbard now taking closer order at the front of the field. Lee Briggs and Hubbard, top 10 finish from her at Rollerton Park at the Inter-Counties Cross Country Championship. She finished 9th there. And she was a member of the gold medal winning team at the European Cross Country Championship 2023. So she has a
So 5,000 metre A final. Charlotte Dannett was our early leader. Incidentally, the first kilometre split from this final was actually 4 seconds slower than the B final. Now, I'm sure that will change before too long, but these athletes have to watch a little bit carefully that they're not just tripping all over each other and going too slowly. Of course, we've got action in the field as well to look out for. So if you're with us early on by the start of the day, we had a 1-2 for Birmingham in the 5,000 metres. Will Barnicott and Toma Tarragano. That was a great race. It set the tone for Birmingham's day in some ways, so who better to comment on it than Oscar Frost, who's here with me again from Birmingham. Yeah, let's start on that note really. Will Barnicott and Toma Tarragano, that 5,000 metre race was fantastic, particularly right at the end.
Yeah, I mean, really good to again to get on comms with you, Alex, and it was just such a good way to start the morning. Obviously, Will Barnicott coming off a fantastic cross-country season. Pretty magnanimous, really, very difficult to beat.
Magnanimous, that's a big word. Yeah. That's a good word.
What else have I spent my degree doing other than learning big words?
Okay.
But no, him and Tamer had a real battle in that last 400 metres of that 5,000 metre race earlier this morning. And it was just a showcase of how good the Birmingham middle distance and distance events are. And it really set the tone. We then took home a 1-2 in the women's hurdles, Orla Brennan and Amelia Briggs-Good, followed by Jake Minchell with, again, a pretty imperious 400 metre hurdles gold medal for him. So it's been a fantastic day for Birmingham, and hopefully Charlotte Alexander can stay at the front of the pack here and challenge for a medal in this 5,000 metres for the women.
Yeah, well, certainly early on in this race, Loughborough had the 1-2 at the front, but it's only now they're starting to break away. It's Tia Wilson with Neve Bridson-Hubbard. So Bridson-Hubbard, who's got good pedigree over 1,500 metres. Of course, she was a medalist last year. Tia Wilson, who is someone who's been getting call-ups as part of GB junior teams, cross-country in particular, but otherwise don't know too much about her compared to Bridson-Hubbard, who's been racing at BUCS for a few years. You can see this is quite a big gap now back to the second group, but we've certainly seen so many different styles today of distance races. You felt that in that men's race. Will Barnicott, he just looked like anything that they threw at him, he could deal with it. Toma Tarragano put in a sprint, but Barnicott just had enough, and I think that was down to his experience as well.
Yeah, definitely. They both got really great experience. Both had GB vests multiple times, so it's almost a stepping down to BUCS for some of these athletes that are of such a high pedigree. So Will Barnicott has been preparing amazingly well. Both of them were on a training camp for at least 3 weeks before this at altitude. So, you know, they've put the work in and they've really reaped the rewards this morning. Starting off the day fantastically for Birmingham.
And I'm sure the success that you've had earlier on in the day very quickly filters through to other athletes, particularly when it comes in quick succession and people think, well, I want that for myself as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's such a buoyant atmosphere in the Birmingham corner of the indoor track at the moment. And with the 4x4s and the 4x1s warming up at the moment, especially in the 4x4s, we've got so many people who've already got individual medals that the confidence going into those relays is pretty high.
It's more than a Birmingham corner. You've got practically, you know, half of the warm-up area, it seems.
Yeah, well, I mean, we always like to bring a big team to BUCS Championships where we can. We like there being a sea of red. I know Luke Gunn this morning on our WhatsApp chat said that whenever you put on the red vest, you've got 100 lions screaming for you in red. And it really does feel like that when you're coming around this blue track here in Manchester.
So 9:40.2 then, with 5 laps and 2 kilometres to go. Very clearly Tia Wilson and Niamh Bridson-Hubbard. So great battle between this pair. You've got then a chasing group of 3 athletes, and Charlotte Dannett is leading that. Having a look at the shot put as well, one of a few finals going on right now. Of course, the javelin, Becca Walton leading that. And pole vault, we're waiting for the Loughborough athletes Maloro and Ashurst to actually enter that final. What's been your moment of the weekend so far then?
Oh, it's really hard to pick one. I'd say that women's 400 hurdles, I had quite a lot of personal investment, lots of girls from my training group doing amazingly well in that. Obviously, all are coming out with the gold, Amelia coming out with the silver, and then Meg Willis and Molly Swingler both doing really well. And then that followed by Jake Minshall running away with the 400 hurdles in the men's.
Yeah,
it has to be the moment of the weekend so far.
Didn't expect the margin to be so big, the margin of victory in that, really. But obviously he does have great flat speed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's one of the most, I say natural talent in very big inverted commas, because he is one of the hardest workers out there. He works for every yard that he gains. But having been on a training camp with him earlier on this summer and seen him when he's come back to Birmingham, it may be a surprise to other people, but it's no surprise to us how fast he's been able to run this weekend. And he will be in action in the 4x4 later, so we're very excited to see what he can split there over the flat.
Yeah, a very good pair of hands to have. Obviously, you helped the 4x4 qualify, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I was lucky enough to be on the anchor leg yesterday. Hamstring issues mean that I definitely won't be a part of it today. Partly hamstring issues and partly because the team is so fast today. But no, it was a very different way of running a 400 for me yesterday, just because I couldn't push to the regular speed that I'd go at. So I pretty much even split the whole race, which is very strange for me coming from a sort of 2-4 background rather than a 4-8 background. But nevertheless, it was a really, really fun way to end the day. And it was really nice to be able to say that I played my part in trying to get that Birmingham team through to the final and hopefully onto the podium.
Yeah, let's hope so. Meg Gadsby of St Mary's and Charlotte Dannett are the two chasing. They're around about 10 seconds back from Wilson and Bridson-Hubbard. So really no movement there, but the first Birmingham athlete then is Alicia Tate in 5th place, with Abby Brooke in 6th and Holly Weedle in 7th. Behind her, Jasmine Wood of Durham, the 10,000 metre champion, winning that title in Loughborough, as I say, quite recently. So going into this final kilometre now, just having a look, closing on 13 minutes into this round. 12:43.9 did I hear, or 12:53.9? The announcer said, I think 12:53. But still, these two inseparable, what would they be thinking right now?
Well, I mean, I can't say that I'm a 5K connoisseur, but I mean, surely the voices are starting to get into their head about how far they can push.
Have they got 100 lions?
Well, I don't know, maybe not lions, but maybe some other lesser mascot.
Yeah.
But
did you say lesser mascot?
Well, than the mighty Rory the lion.
Right.
But no, I feel as though this is where the demons start to creep in. 2 laps to go now for this leading pack. You do feel as though this is where it's all about the mentality. They've both got the running in the legs. It's just who can push through from now. And this 3rd place isn't wrapped up yet either. We have the leading pack of 2, but the 3rd place is not yet done.
Yeah, 100%. Charlotte Dannett has moved into 3rd place, so she's broken away. Just looking at this shot put final row, because this is quite big, because Jess Hopkins, the shot put specialist, she was actually equal lead, I remember, indoors with Abby Paulett, and then Hopkins pulled it out the bag later on. But Paulett, the heptathlete, really one of Britain's best ever in terms of shot put heptathletes, when you consider it's often been a weak event for the likes of Katarina Johnson-Thompson. I don't think that's disrespectful to say, because she is a world champion and everyone knows that, and ultimately she's good across all 7 events, and that's what matters. But yeah, for a British heptathlete to throw or to put over 14 metres is fantastic, and she leads by 7 centimetres going into the final round.
Yeah, I mean, lots of the time with these heptathletes, you see them having a very high pedigree in the hurdles or in the high jump in different events, but it's strange to see such a powerful athlete sometimes. Just as this 5,000 metre A race, they go into the final lap here. But no, I feel as though with the heptathletes, usually you see a lot of speed-based heptathletes that sort of take the sacrifice on the shot put. They maximise their potential that they have. But no, it's great to see Abby Paulett throwing so well here today.
Yeah, and it was great to see her also at BUCS before she went to the World Indoors, obviously earlier this year. Now, so amazingly, we still haven't separated Tia Wilson and Neve Britton-Hubbard. Britton-Hubbard, the more experienced athlete, she would absolutely love to get gold for Cambridge. Not something we see too often. Different story, obviously, for Loughborough, but there's a certain professionalism about Loughborough to pay them a compliment in turn. Britton-Hubbard, is she about to make a move? Finally on the outside here, waiting and waiting for so long. Comes round the outside here and looks up, focuses on a race, and Wilson just cannot respond.
Yeah, surely it's Hubbard now moving really well up this home straight, and it looks though it will be Hubbard who comes through and wins this women's 5,000 metres.
And that's fantastic for Cambridge, 16:01.31. And extraordinary. I mean, Wilson, I think, is just processing really what's happened as she takes the silver. Dannett gets the bronze then, and quite far clear in the end. A good last kilometre ahead of the St Mary's student Meg Gadsby, but they're still fighting behind. I think it's Alicia Tate, who's the first Birmingham student home, in 5th place. Had to do a lot of that race on her own, of course.
Yeah, Alicia Tate has consistently got BUCS points for Birmingham, not necessarily got the podiums that she may deserve, but a really unsung hero in that Birmingham contingent.
Yeah, and her teammate Holly Weedle just behind her, and then 2 Loughborough athletes see well back. We're now nearly a minute behind the leaders, but still positions well inside the top 10 being fought hard for.
Yeah, and you have to remember, Alex, that it's the top 8 that score BUCS points. It's not just the people on the podium that matter. It really matters all the way down. And every BUCS points counts as the gap between Loughborough, Birmingham and the rest sort of becomes less and less as the years go by, it seems.
So all athletes finishing now, 16:01. They're the time for Britton-Hubbard as she came through the line there. So final round we go into in the shot, but Britton-Hubbard with a huge personal best, by the way. Extraordinarily, it was she doesn't run many 5Ks, that's why, but 17:16 becomes 16:01. I feel like I have to double check that, given the margin that she has taken off. Yes, but that is the case, but she hasn't done a 5,000 metres since 2018, and she's had many PBs since then, including 9:07 in the 3K. So that was almost like, there should be a word for it, it's like a personal best that's in the locker. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you feel as though it is coming. If you have a look at her previous results, not on the track, then you wouldn't be as surprised. But it does happen quite often at BUCS because it's so early, especially outdoors, that especially these distance runners start to transition onto the track and see BUCS as their season opener. I mean, I don't think Will Barnacote's done many either, so it must have been a season's best for him today.
Yeah, I remember he won the trials race in a 3,000 metres that was part of the British Championships on the night before, if you remember, in which I think Mo Farah was also part of a race to try and get him an opportunity to qualify, maybe the World Championships, or was it Tokyo Olympics that year? Either way, and then since then he's just kind of grown and grown and grown, getting more international opportunities. So final round then of the shot put, 14:33. So that measurement coming up. Who was that for? Jess Hopkins anyway, here as we wait for everything to come through. Hopkins in the final round, one last chance to take this gold medal away from Abby Paulett. Manages to summon something in the last round. Quite often, that is close to 14 metres. It was Dutoit who was in 3rd place, who has gone into the lead in the final round. Well, just as we thought Paulett was a surprise being at the front of this pack, Dutoit then goes and potentially steals it right at the end of the competition. 14.10 for Hopkins, so she has now demoted Paula into third. I'm really going to see what she's made of.
This is the thrill of the field events, isn't it? Where Paulette now goes into the final round in first, now is just clinging onto a medal position as she does her final throw. That seems to be over 14 as well. So I'll have to wait and see what the measurement is, but what a finish to this women's shot put.
That is absolutely crazy. I mean, always thought that Hopkins was certainly capable of coming through, but didn't quite see that PB from Dutoit coming, the Australian. So what's this going to be? Aston Niles is like 14.36. She's won the gold medal with the final effort. That is incredible from Abby Paulette, and what a talented athlete to do that.
Gosh, special plays, special players. That is unbelievable. All three of them besting the previous best mark in that final round. And that just shows the magic of these field events here, where it can all be snatched away at the last minute, but you can still claw it back.
Yeah, I guess the one you have to feel for there is Jess Hopkins, because she improved and got over 14 metres at what I believe is her last BUCS, and gets that bronze medal. Dutoit the silver, and Paulette taking the gold. But you see, there's still the embrace between them, and that is sensational for Paulette. It's a personal best as well. Her coach, Ashley Bryant, here supporting, and yeah, I'm sure they'll be absolutely thrilled with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's great for the neutrals and great for the athletes involved. You feel as though there's not much more that you could write as a script for the perfect shot put competition there. I mean, Abby Paulette coming through with the final throw of the competition to throw the furthest and take home the gold medal. You feel as though all of them have earned their positions on the podium there and more.
Yeah, it was 14.16 from earlier this year, so she's improved by 20 centimetres, but she's improved by 52 centimetres, I think it is, compared to her personal best from last year as Paula. So javelin final continues here. Obviously we've got the 1500 metre finals to come on track. 5000 metre B final, Naomi Kingston winning that by 7 seconds for Oxford. So no medals there, but still we look out for the times, and I think that 17.13 certainly might put her above a couple of the athletes in the A race as well. It's tough when you're in that B race and you think that actually you're quite far ahead. You might have liked to have been seated in the A race.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw, was it Zach Mohammed in 2022 who ended up winning the 5,000 metres from the B race, which was pretty incredible for that race, but he front run the whole thing.
Yeah, I look back at that. I think it might have been that he was second overall, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because I think it was Tom Mortimer who won the A race, and Zach Mohammed. They were very close on time, is what it was. But certainly you triggered that memory. Certainly well done for remembering that. Neve Britson Hubbard of Cambridge from Tia Wilson then, right at the end of the race. And Wilson, who'd led for so long, managing to just being overtaken in the closing stages by Britson Hubbard. All credit to the Cambridge student. Charlotte Dannard in third place. Ran a good race ultimately, stayed at the front for as long as she could, was in that chasing pack and got the bronze medal.
Yeah, you feel as though Wilson, just going into that final lap, was trying to cling on to Hubbard and then suddenly blinked and Hubbard was 5 or 10 metres up the road. But a fantastic women's 5,000 metres concluding there. As we begin the women's final for the 1,500 metres, a very stacked final in this one in both the women's and the men's, so we'll definitely see some fast times out here today.
Yeah, so in there, Sarah Coots of Leeds, 4:22 she's improved to this year, the Leeds student, UK indoor semi-finalist. Megan Harris, one of the Loughborough girls in this, 4:28 at best. Hannah Anderson, silver medalist from the indoors, 4:20.95, her PB in that race for Edinburgh, again bringing a good distance crop of athletes. They won the 5,000 metre B final earlier with Peter Bradshaw. Samantha Mason of Leeds, another well-drilled team over these sorts of distances, the Northern Indoor bronze medalist. Kate Willis of Birmingham, as we see there, I think that's Mason on the outside coming towards the front. Willis, who was at 5th over this distance last year, Lucy Armitage then of Leeds Beckett, also right at the front of this race in the early stages. Personal best for her by over a second in the semi-final with 4:28. They're all really squabbling for space here, you can see. We've also got Jess Spilsbury, the defending champion, winning brilliantly in this stadium a year ago. Beth Barlow, the Northern Indoor champion. Kira Brady-Jones, Elsa Palmer, former BUCS 3,000 metre indoor champion. Inca Padfield of Exeter, doing really well to make it into this final. Again, an athlete with big personal best. It was actually 4:45 coming into this, then 4:31 in the semi-final. Another PB to make the final of 4:30. Don't often see that in the distance events. And then another athlete from Birmingham, Zoe Hunter, PB recently, BMC Sheffield Grand Prix of 4:22. I think that might have been indoors, in fact, for Sheffield. So fantastic race that this is lining up to be as they come through with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, really bunched up to start off with here, and quite a few of these athletes will have stepped down as well from the longer race. I know Elsa Palmer has been running more towards the 5k and 3k distances for most of her season so far. So maybe coming through these rounds, and by the time you made it to the final, you've already run 1500 twice this weekend. So you feel as though it's whoever recovers the best will end up on top rather than the best athlete in a one-on-one shootout.
So Kira Brady-Jones is the tall athlete at the front. Now, she was an England under-17 champion. That was a kind of a real breakthrough level for her, and then trying to get back to that best. So we quite often see that, and certainly I think we're seeing that more and more athletes around that 15, 16, 17 age group. Maybe it's they're training more seriously than they have been in previous years, or just inspired by being part of good training groups like Trevor Painters, for example. But yeah, athletes like Phoebe Gill and Ella Colborne, who was just missed out on the medal in that 800 metres. Hannah Anderson, though, silver medal, as I say, from the indoors. Obviously, quite different running a 1500 outdoors, but she still remains at the front of this race. Coots on the inside, Spilsbury on the outside, 1 lap to go.
And this race has absolutely flown by. I feel as though, especially compared to these 5,000 metres, now we're already in the closing stages with a front group of 4 athletes.
Yes, Hannah Anderson and Spilsbury now moving alongside, so maybe she's going to do what Bridson Hummon did and wait and kind of that 200 or 150 to go mark. Coots is still there, and then the Birmingham student there.
It's Elsa Palmer just moving up into 3rd place, looking strong just on the shoulder of those front 2 runners.
Elsa Palmer maybe stepping down to the 1500 in this case. She might have good endurance on this final lap, but Spilsbury trying to get this successful defence of her title. Anderson gritting her teeth. Spilsbury of Loughborough looking very much in control at this point, but that gap isn't changing. Still right with her. Anderson now kicks for home, now pushes on. Palmer is still there. Still this fight. Loughborough against Edinburgh. Now Spilsbury goes clear. Now she takes that gold. 2 years in a row for Loughborough. 4:20.67 from Anderson and Palmer.
I mean, back to back for Spilsbury there. 2 championships in 2 years. She ran that race absolutely perfectly, just coming to the front with about 200 metres to go, and then fending off the other 2 athletes in that last 100 metres for kicking to the line just before the finish.
And again, from a Birmingham point of view, I think Zoe Hunter just dipped on the line, maybe getting Beth Barlow there for 4th place, again fighting over each point.
Yeah, that'll be a 3rd and a 4th place finish if that is correct, Alex. I mean, Elsa Palmer with a fantastic bronze medal there. She was looking over her shoulder coming into the final straight and knew that she had a lot of space between her and the 4th placed athlete. So very good from her to secure another medal for us Lions from Birmingham.
Yeah, really exciting. At this point we know who our medalists are, and yeah, Palmer just looked over her shoulder there, and I think that was at the point where really Spilsbury and Anderson were reaching top speed. Palmer just behind them, as we see now, battles on for gold and silver. Anderson did really well to stay with Spilsbury for as long as possible. Have a look here then. I was very close in the line, and it was the fast finishing Hunter overtaking Barlow, but not quite conclusive there, I don't think.
No, we've already seen some really fast finishes to gain places before. we saw the likes of Edie Yelling in the steeplechase yesterday,
That was
fighting her
mad.
way into
People
the
were
final.
yelling at her.
It was quite incredible. You feel slightly bad for the athlete who ended up not making it, but it does
that's
look
clearer
as though
there, isn't it? Yeah. And the times have come up as well. So Spilsbury 4:20.67 from 4:21.06 Anderson. Personal best showing for Palmer. Yes, personal best by nearly 6 seconds, if that's correct. Was 4:27, now 4:21.93. And Hunter 500ths in front of Barlow, 4:26.62.
Yeah, very smooth run from Elsa Palmer there. You feel as though her 5,000 and 3,000 metre experience really kicked in there, and she just managed to stay with that leading pack of two and wasn't quite able to get round into those top two medals, but held on really, really well to emphatically come through with a third place.
Felicia Maloro wasn't quite able to get over that bar at, I think, 3:94, given that we're seeing that she's clean 3:84. Jasmine Carey, one of those who's been vaulting for longer, because Maloro just entering the competition. Carey's been out there for some time. Obviously, sometimes see that in the pole vault, and some athletes like to be a bit careful towards that, not getting too fatigued later in the competition as well, but still going out there.
Yeah, well, we saw that from Owen Hurd yesterday in the men's pole vault. I mean, he's a real star in this BUCS field, and he actually opened as the winning height, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, he's sort of in his own world in many ways, and was at British Champs earlier on indoors this year, and a really exciting prospect, Owen Hurd.
Yeah, and there was a curious situation whereby he was initially red flagged, but then that first attempt was reinstated. So yeah, that was something, sometimes where you get like a collector's item where you're like, I've never seen that before in athletics, but an attempt was reinstated.
Yeah, you could cross that off the bingo card. You feel as though in high jump and pole vault it should be pretty evident whether it's a red or a white flag, but you never see everything in athletics.
For sure. Spilsbury, Anderson and Palmer, their confirmation of those times we just read out, but yeah, I mean, you could run that race again and see some different combinations realistically, because it was an exciting race. Ultimately, the gap was there from the top three on that last lap. That was crucial. Jade Spencer-Smith of St Mary's. Don't often see too many field events for them. I feel as though Birmingham have overtaken some universities that they used to kind of be battling against and brought stronger contingents, whereas some teams like to sort of take the competition to Loughborough a few years ago, but Birmingham have risen above. I'm deliberately focusing on Birmingham on the positive rather than naming names of universities who've maybe got smaller contingents than they used to.
Yeah, definitely. I think success breeds success in many ways, and Birmingham really is establishing itself as a powerhouse in the athletic scene in the UK for universities. So it's really becoming a question of why wouldn't you come to somewhere like Birmingham? Obviously, Loughborough is still the gold standard in many ways, but I think Birmingham's really asserted itself in more events than it has ever before. Obviously, we've seen many gold medals here today, but also it's great to see how many BUCS points Birmingham are taking home in a plethora of different events. So as well as sort of expanding on the pedigree at the top of the game, I feel as though Birmingham are doing really well and just expanding the pool of talent that we have across all of the events.
Yeah, but I mean, what would it take, though, to overtake Loughborough?
Well, I think Loughborough's facilities for ambulant athletes are just fantastic, and I feel as though it's fantastic for the sport, and no one's ever going to have any qualms with that. But I think that's where Loughborough get really far ahead of us, for sure. So that's somewhere that I know that Birmingham will be looking to improve on in the future. But I feel as though it's difficult to overcome the reputation that Loughborough have as a powerhouse of athletics, because it's been self-evident today across most of the events that you see that African violet at the top. But I think with the likes of Jake Minshall leading the way, he's got another few years at Birmingham. With the distance events that we've just seen with the likes of Will Barnacote and Tamer Tarragano, they're not done in Birmingham yet. So I feel as though those athletes leading from the front will just bring more and more talent to the Midlands.
It's quite nice as well to get a sort of lockout of, say, like you won both 400 hurdles, or was it indoors where the men won, I think it was last year actually, because it all blurs into one a little bit, but it looked like won 400 and 800 and 1500. Yeah, so nice, you can say we're right across there. You can see you've taken all of those.
Yeah, I think this year especially our shorter sprints athletes have been doing especially well. In the 15s and the 8s we've been doing well for a few years, We've got Tyler Billiard coming up next, and Henry Fisher, who's a University of Birmingham alumni, which should be getting underway very shortly. But now we've sort of expanded. We've got Cameron Bailey in the 400. We've had Darian Moore getting in the medals in the 60 metres indoors. And we had 3 semi-finalists in the 100 a couple of days ago.
So, in this javelin competition, we are heading into the 4th round. Becca Walton, Dawn Russell and Eva Duran, top 3. And then pole vault bar at 394. Ashurst has entered. She's cleared 394 along with Spencer Smith and Melora. The big hitters are now all in. Talking of big hitters, let's go through this 1500 lineup. So Sam Cherrig of St Mary's comes in with a pretty fast time at 3:41, but yeah, not as experienced at BUCS, so a bit of an unknown quantity. The St Mary's student you can see here, I think he leads just early on, St Mary's. Rowan Mill Ingram of Loughborough. There's Henry Fisher of Birmingham City in what is quite a change fest for them. For some reason they decided there weren't enough purple universities. Andrew Thompson of Edinburgh, just seen that silver medal for Anna Anderson a moment ago. They're having a good chance. Simon Coppard, always a contender. Tyler Billiard, of course, plenty of BUCS pedigree for him. Again in the Birmingham vest. Jack Patton of Strathclyde, Andrew McGill of Glasgow. Lots of Scottish representation, because we've also got Ben McMillan of Stirling. Some might say that he's a marginal favourite, coming in as well with a lifetime best for McMillan. Here we are, 3:40.60. Luke Richardson of Birmingham and Ross O'Brien, University of the West of Scotland, yet more Scots, and he ran really bravely to try and throw down the gauntlet to the rest of the competition, really. Should mention as well, a couple of personal bests in the semi-finals. Again, reasonably rare. Henry Fisher, 3:48.34, so take 3 seconds off, and Ross O'Brien taking 3 seconds off as well to 3:50, so coming through with 800 to go.
Yeah, Henry Fisher, an 800 athlete by trade. You feel as though this pace seems to be reasonably fast, but nevertheless they'll be going through 800 metres in about 2 minutes flat, it looks like, which should be a reasonably comfortable pace for the likes of Fisher, who will have that finishing kick ability that we saw in the heats and the semi-finals.
So, at this stage in the race, Sam Cherrig of St Mary's up front, Tyler Billiard moving onto his shoulder, Henry Fisher. Well, those two must seem inseparable no matter what race they're in. Got Jack Patton of Strathclyde, and then Rowan Mill Ingram, I think, is the first of the Loughborough athletes, with Andrew McGill in 6th place.
Yeah, Tyler Billiard running really well indoors to take the gold, and with an outdoor gold medal last year, he has to be one of the favourites coming in today. He's done it before. We'll have to see whether he can do it again as they come into the bell. Now we have the St Mary's athlete out in front with Tyler Billiard on his shoulder, Henry Fisher just behind in 3rd in the medal positions at the moment, but still pretty bunched up, and you feel as though these final positions could well change.
Tyler Billiard, of course, a champion indoors. Henry Fisher winning that 800 title indoors last year in Sheffield. We've had some great athletes being part of these races over the years, not least Ben Patterson, who won gold and then ended up at the World Championships. So some inspiration for these athletes. Billiard, though, up against Cherrig, who's fighting here. Billiard looking very relaxed now. Fisher in 3rd place, Mill Ingram in 4th, Patton in 5th. But this battle between Birmingham and St Mary's, red against blue and white, and Tyler Billiard is going to hold on surely now to win 1500 gold for Birmingham.
Yeah, fantastic last 150 metres there from Tyler Billiard, just beating out Jerry from St Mary's, and I think that it was Rowan Mill Ingram who came through for that 3rd place, getting on the podium for Loughborough.
Yeah, so a nice spread of universities across the medals, 3 of the middle distance greats, of course.
And well, you really saw that pace wind up. I think Harry Fisher as well was just pipped to that 4th position, maybe finished in 5th place, but nevertheless a really good run from him, stepping up from the 800 metres to the 1500.
Yeah, certainly he was very much in the mix, as you say, there or thereabouts. And that pace began to wind up. I mean, we have seen a real head-to-head on the last lap in quite a few of these races, including that 5,000 metre for the women. But ultimately, in this case, Tyler Billiard, he just looked like the more calm. He looked like he knew exactly the move that he was going to make at that point.
Yeah, I mean, he's won gold before and he wins gold again today. You feel as though maybe it was that experience that came through and made the difference. But Tyler Billiard, as the times pop up, Tyler Billiard winning the race in 3:42.45 ahead of Sam Charrick from St Mary's in 3:43.04. And it was Rowan Meal-Ingram from Loughborough in 3:44.07. And I mean, Tyler Billiard's been doing lots of running above the 1,500 metre distance. We were saying earlier about the athletes in the women's race who are stepping down to the 15. And you feel as though he's really used to making that move in the later stage of the race when the legs are a little bit tired. We saw in the 800 final earlier that it was more of just a free-for-all from the start. So maybe it's that experience that came through and eventually got him the win there.
Yes, it is in the end quite a good time for a race like this. 0.4 seconds off that personal best. Ingram has taken more than 2 seconds off his best. Was 3:46.2, now 3:44 flat. So Javelin and Becca Walton, don't forget, she's only a few centimetres in terms of personal best off 60 metres, the golden mark, and looks absolutely delighted with this measurement, Becca Walton. So in the 5th round of the competition here, Walton, whose dream is to become an Olympian and an engineer, 51.32. So she's gesturing as if to say, surely it's further than that. Well, I thought she was gone over 60 metres there, but in any case, maybe they'll have to have another look at that one. I know certainly Kate Rooney has her iPad filming these, so, or she was with Owen Hurd yesterday, so someone might be over there just having a look at that measurement.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen it more and more with people stationed around and taking videos, and with the relays coming up next especially, I know that Birmingham have a whole team of people who'll be filming every changeover ready for any disqualification charges.
It's interesting though, yeah, I mean, we're almost like preempting what might happen, but which is a dangerous thing to do. But yeah, we have often seen that obviously it is the kind of the athlete or the team manager's job to disprove what the official has said. You know, that the burden is on you to try and say, actually, that was wrong decision. I remember there was a video that one of our social media team on the broadcasters took quite a few years back, and we posted it a couple of weeks after saying, you know, watch back BUCS, and someone said, hey, this video, if that was there at the time, would have shown that we handed in the baton safely. But actually, I thought the opposite, because I mean, it's very difficult to see something conclusively, even if you are track side, you're not looking at the line. And I thought, ooh, this could be incriminating and could lead to a disqualification if it's unclear. So I thought, from the other point of view, whereas the athlete thought this could have avoided our disqualification. So, I mean, even when that video evidence comes in, you know, it's always difficult.
It's always very tight. I feel as though the way that we've done it this time around and the way that we will do it is having people not taking videos for content but taking videos purely looking at those lines, where I feel as though that's where our appeals will come from anyway. But we definitely do have some more videographic camera people going around as well. I mean, you can check out on the UB Sport Athletic Instagram all of our reels, and also some on the BUCS Sport Instagram as well. Some fantastic showcasing of the pedigree of talent that we've had on show here today and over the last 2 days as well.
So 5th round of the javelin, and well, Becca Walton certainly showing us her best effort, 52.41, unless we hear otherwise. It's a certain amount of suspense, I guess. Dawn Russell 47.30 and 45.64. Just talking up those relays then, which are to come. Let's have a look at the timetable. 10 minutes for the women's 4x1. We're just going to look at this result though for Tyler Billiard of Birmingham. Is that one of the most satisfying victories, do you think, for your team?
Yeah, definitely. I feel as though obviously Tyler came in as a reasonably big medal hope for us. just judging by the fact that he's won the medal twice before, indoors and outdoors. So we weren't expecting him to win. You can never expect someone to win in an event like the 1500, but it's always nice for him to put the stamp on it. And I feel as though he's really becoming somewhat of a poster boy for Birmingham athletics, just because of his level of competition that he brings each and every year. So it'll be a really sweet one for us and a really sweet one for Tyler as well, I bet.
So what's going to be happening during those relays from a Birmingham point of view? How many lions are going to be screaming?
I think, well, hopefully you'll be able to hear it through the microphones, but historically we've tried to be the loudest people, and it's always my favourite events of the weekend are these relay finals, because we're all in there together. Obviously there are 4 athletes out there racing, but when you are out there, as I felt yesterday, you have got more people behind you, and it is different to the individual event. Athletics can feel a little bit like you're on your own a lot of the time, and a relay is a really good chance to feel as though you're part of something bigger. And I feel as though at Birmingham we really sort of nurture the fact that you're part of the Lions Den. You're not just on your own out here.
Okay, well, it's been great to have you join for the 5,000, 1,500. I'm sure you want to watch the relays as a team and make sure you're adding your voice to that cacophony of noise.
Yeah, I'm not sure that my reaction to these relays could be could be put on the live stream. So I think it might be time for me to bow out.
Brilliant. Oscar Frost, thanks for joining.
Women's pole vault, Jade Spencer-Smith, clear, first attempt, 4:14. She's looking to add the BUCS indoor title, she's looking to add the BUCS outdoor title to her indoor title, twice the British University's indoor champion. GB under 23 international, she qualified for the pole vault final last year at those European under 23 championships. We are going to turn our attention to the presentation area. The medal ceremony for the women's 1500.
So, closing stages of this women's pole vault A final then, and looks like the bar's moved up to 4:14 at this point. Javelin happening just adjacent. It's all in that corner. The action at this point. Javelin in the 5th round.
And the 2024 BUCS 1500.
So Jodie Dale at Bath that was. She is in 11th place with 37.54. And then we believe that Jade Spencer-Smith of St Mary's is over at 4:14, and Ashurst and Miloro are looking to clear that as well, of course.
Steve Miloro taking her first attempt at 4:14 in the pole vault. So off the screen, Jade Spencer-Smith so far is only 1-2.
So these three, the standout names in this. Sarah Barber in 4th, out of the competition at 3:84, but showing up as a personal best. Jasmine Carey likewise at 3:74 in 5th. Obviously we'd seen her out vaulting since some of the earlier heights. The risk you take by coming in later, though, is that you might not clear anything at all and get no points. This is Sophie Ashurst. Been to the World and European Junior Championships for Great Britain and does just clear that bar. There was a moment at which the camera pointing upwards right into the sunlight and the bar almost disappears before our eyes, but yeah, does make it over there. Well done. So Felicia Milora will try and do the same. Bar still at 14 second attempts, I believe these are now. Lauren Davey in the fifth round of the javelin here. Been a busy weekend for her. Obviously she was here in the commentary box as well earlier in the weekend. And now taking part in this javelin A final as well. She finds herself in 8th place, 39.97, showing up as a personal best. Miloro, second attempt 4:14. And Miloro is over as, oh no, I thought she'd cleared it, but the bar comes down fairly late then, by which point she'd already landed. Oof, coming to a sudden stop there. Coming hot towards that line was, I think that's the Birmingham student, Rachel Wall. So as long as she still has time to take this attempt, holding the javelin high, Finnish style, pulls back, transfer of energy, pushes all the way through that throwing arm and lands just over 30 metres there. Wall, who's in 7th place with 40.83 to this point.
In 2, Oxford. In N3, Cardiff. In 4, Brunel. In N5 is Loughborough. In 6 is Birmingham. In 7, Edgehill. And in N8, Cardiff met the final for women's 4x100 relay.
So very shortly we will have some relay action getting underway. 4x1s and then 4x4s. Quite a few whistles being blown, but I think the athletes are now ready. And we look to have 8 teams in this final, which is a good way to start. Let's see if they can get the baton round. Sheffield, Oxford, Cardiff, Brunel, Loughborough, Birmingham, Edgehill and Cardiff Met. The final of the women's 4x100 metre relay. We're going to start out with a shout out to Edgehill, who broke their club record in order to make this final and qualify. 4x1s seem to be higher in participation than 4x4s at this event. So let's see how they go in this final. Loughborough, as expected, doing very well, as are Cardiff and Birmingham on the outside in lane 6, and Birmingham with a decent lead here. Jasmine Moss, individual 200 champion for Loughborough now, as they hand over for one final time. Brunel looking good also. It's Loughborough, Brunel and Birmingham on this final leg. Loughborough still being challenged by Brunel, who come through for gold, and Loughborough just holding on for silver ahead of Birmingham in 46.84. Well, we just had a feeling this weekend that Brunel were the sprint kings, particularly in terms of depth, and It's 1-0 to them as far as the relays go. And there are big smiles down below. That's Raquel Chenagel, who's a great 200 and 400 runner, doing really well in the 4x1. And Brunel also more likely to have that success over the 4x1 than the 4x4. That's where their depth lies, and as a result, pooling in their resources very well. There are some big smiles, including from Jason Kalala down below us, who obviously got injured in the 200 semi-final, I think it was. He's been helping to coach the relay teams, so that will go a little way towards vindicating his disappointment, his own disappointment personally. But what a great run that was on the final leg from the Brunel quartet. Hugely impressive, particularly Chenagel on that last leg. Of course, when you're up against pure sprinters, a 400 runner mainly, and you can sometimes find you have good speed endurance, but maybe not that outright pace. But ultimately, it was a decent gap to try and make up on Loughborough. As we have another look here, powering through meanly, Mark Lewis Francis style. And Birmingham tend to be stronger in the 4x4, so I think they will be very pleased with that 4x1 medal. That was a lovely way to start these relays. As we wait for the full result to come up, it has now. Brunel winning in 46.85 confirmed. And I tell you what, Birmingham have actually been given the silver ahead of Loughborough. Well, from the angle we saw, it looked like it was Loughborough holding on for second place, but Birmingham did get there on the line. Becca Walton in this javelin final. Well, quite curious to what happened in that previous attempt. It was measured at 51.32. So Walton waiting on the runway. Meanwhile, the bar women's pole vault up to 4.24, and top three still involved. Spencer Smith, Ashurst, Miloro. The latter two, the teammate of Becca Walton at Loughborough. Walton on this runway, building up speed, holding that javelin high, pushing back, and then blocking to stop. Javelin comes down much too quickly for her liking.
And confirmed that the bar in the women's pole vault is now at 4.34.
Becca Walton enjoying her competition, even if she isn't throwing as far as she would like to today. She's still having a great season. Just 5 centimetres away from that 60-metre mark she is.
She set last year, so both Miloro and Sophie Ashurst in PB territory with the bar at 4.24.
Miloro will go at 4.24 here. So we're just waiting to see what order these three medalists will be in. Miloro on the approach, climbs up high, but bar falls. Heading now into the final round of the javelin, by the way. Having a look at the result as well. Women's 4x1. There you go. Birmingham just ahead of Loughborough. Brunel taking the gold in front of them, and they should be the favourites then. And I'm sure buoyed in confidence by what happened in that women's final. but also just as the athletes were coming out, there were huge cheers for Tyler Panton, the 200-metre champion individually, and he will be hugely excited to be getting going in this. Brunel with the silver indoors. It was close with Birmingham, it was close with Loughborough, and I'm sure it will be again. Those three teams really are those capable of taking gold. Others, I think, all have a chance of a medal, really. Very, very strong quartets taking part. Leeds Beckett, Sheffield Hallam, Sheffield, Brunel, Loughborough, Bath, Birmingham and Cardiff Met, right on the outside in lane 8. So Leeds Beckett, of course, will have David Chapman, individual medalist in the 200 metres. Brunel, Kalala was injured, but playing a big coaching role as well, helping boost the team's confidence. Panton, individual 200 champion. Loughborough with plenty of quality as well. And what about Birmingham from lane 7? But the biggest noise that we've heard this weekend so far as this men's 4x1 relay final gets underway, and well, Brunel with Kalala and Panton and Seeley have been so strong this weekend. They've got a bit of work to do here. Loughborough have added quality in terms of men's sprints over the last few years with the likes of Harry Taylor here. On to this final changeover. Tyler Panton, a little bit laboured there in handing over. He's now got to chase Loughborough down, but this could be deja vu. Brunel come through again! And Panton has another gold. 40-15 on the clock there. And look at these Brunel celebrations. It means so much. They want to believe that they are the best university in London, and they want to be sprint sensations. Hordes of Brunel athletes now running over to celebrate, but Tyler Panton has brought so much energy and personality to this competition. A silver medalist over both 100 and 200. Of course, he was last year, and then silver in the 100. He was desperate for gold, and now he has got 2 of them.
The 1, 2, 3 as they cross the line. We have not called the official result.
So I'm sure there'll be an announcement before too long to get everyone off the track. So it is clear for the 4x4 relays, which are coming up soon. But hey, a bit of deja vu. Let's have a look, a full race replay now. So obviously Brunel from lane 4, Loughborough in 5. And Birmingham in contention at this point, along with Cardiff Met right on the outside. But obviously those on the inside lanes having the shorter distance at this point. Panton, you see that changeover, there was a tiny bit of hesitancy, and that gave Loughborough the upper hand down this home straight. But Tyler Panton came through. Jason Kalala, they're shouting at me down from the track, reminding everyone that they are the best university in London. And yeah, clearly lots of energy and passion going through his veins at the moment. They are really enjoying themselves. Some big gaps behind, some great pace throughout there. Well, Loughborough with great success across the weekend, but you don't need me to tell you, we've heard it in the commentary box, other teams do take pleasure in beating Loughborough as well. but they may get the revenge in the 4x4s. They've got 2 athletes about to get medals in the women's pole vault final, and one who's about to win gold in the women's javelin. So being beaten on the track, but fantastic in the field. Ashurst, 4:24. Brings the bar down. I think this is third attempt at 4:24. So as well, there's further cheer because Brunel have also broken the championship best that they set in 2012, 12 years ago, and they have taken 0.12 seconds off it. Tyler Panton anchoring them home brilliantly. Loughborough and then Cardiff met really well to challenge there and get the bronze. I said pretty much any of those teams behind that top 2 could get a medal. A wall of Birmingham there, seen between 30 and 40 metres, final round of the javelin. Miloro will have her third attempt at 4:24. Spencer Smith, the only athlete who's cleared, so ultimately that may end up being a gold medal winning jump for the St Mary's student. This is a big jump then for Miloro. This would help win her the silver medal. Take the scalp of Sophie Asher. So no, she's also out of the competition. So I think it goes down to count back between Ashurst and Miloro. Yes, indeed it does, because Ashurst was perfect before. 4:04 carries 4 failures and 7 for Miloro. Spencer Smith is the BUCS gold medalist in the pole vault. Becca Walton has a lead of more than 5 metres then in this javelin, as expected. And final few throws in this competition. Lucy O'Dell latest to throw, 42.28 she has at this point. Nicola Bell of Cardiff at one point was in the top 3. So opportunity for Spencer Smith to try and go for a higher height, go for a personal best maybe. Ioana Mali, the Greek athlete, in 4th place, the Loughborough student, 44.16 to this point. She needs 45.64 to overtake teammate Eva Duran, so you can see that she hasn't managed to improve here. So her position remains as it was. Leaves us, I think, with 3 more throws to go. Eva Durand. Personal best, 45.64. So far, doesn't look like any improvement there for her either. So Jade Spencer-Smith, 4:31 is her personal best. So maybe she could try and go for that. Championship record, 4:50. So I don't think that's one for today. Dawn Russell, penultimate throw here, and she has done really, really well to get a silver medal for the University of the West of Scotland. Russell, the Scottish javelin champion at under 20 and senior level, and also the Scottish under 20 hammer champion as well. Personal best 48.77, and she is just over a metre off that today, but strong performance nonetheless. Becca Walton, last throw of the dice for her. Javelin launches long and just off to the right hand side and out of bounds. So full BUCS points for her. We did wonder whether she'd thrown a massive effort, measured at 51.32 in the end, so not quite sure what happened there. In any case, she once again is the BUCS gold medalist. Walton, this is the 4th time she has won gold at this competition. Jade Spencer Smith, I think she's going to go for 4.34, higher up by 10 centimetres once again. That would be an outright personal best as well as an outdoor personal best. So she is just waiting for her moment. Of course, she's got more time now to prepare, now that she's the sole competitor and has won the gold medal. Spencer Smith, unable to execute there, does give us a little somersault, but obviously that's not what she was intending. Maybe she'll sit there and watch this women's 4x4 relay final with Stirling, Durham, Swansea, Sheffield, Birmingham, Loughborough, Nottingham and Leeds Beckett. Angelica Operinde, who was with us in the commentary box earlier, telling us about the 4-hour drive down from Stirling to Manchester from Scotland, and they have this last chance to do well in this women's 4x4 final. Loughborough and Birmingham, you'd expect them to be the big two competing against one another. Starting well on the outside, you can see there the Nottingham team. I expect they'll have Diana Clark potentially, who did very well in the final of the women's 4 hurdles. Leeds Beckett here on the outside. Nottingham, Loughborough and Isabel Skelton, individual 400 medalist. She got a bronze for Birmingham. So now handing over Indian King for Loughborough, won the 800-metre indoor title, a training partner of Keely Hodgkinson, coached by Trevor Painter, stepping down to the 400 at this event, reminiscent of what Keely Hodgkinson has on occasion done in recent years. And she has the baton for Loughborough, just behind Birmingham at the moment. And as we expected, these two are putting out quite a gap on those behind. There's a chasing pack of 3. Leeds Beckett are in it. Looks like Sheffield and Nottingham as well. But at the front, it's Loughborough and Birmingham, and it's going to be the 2 400-metre hurdle battlers that will take up the baton next. Orla Brennan and Mel Coxon, 2 close friends as well. So King hands over to Coxon, and then Brennan, who was so fantastic off the final hurdle in the latter stages of her one lap, now has to chase, and Coxon has gone off pretty hard here, but Orla Brennan really experienced. She's had the likes of Isabel Boffey in teams with her in the past, and they have lifted gold together, and I'm sure Orla Brennan will run this astutely, but Coxon remains out front and works hard on this bend now. It's going to be the 800-metre gold medalist Abby Ives, who'll be on this next leg for Birmingham. Orla Brennan, is she going to hand over in the lead? Goes pretty wide here. Coxon still remains very, very much in this competition for the gold medal for Loughborough. Abigail Ives, again, another previous winner of this title. Neck and neck, these two athletes. Jess Astle, who's been part of a gold medal winning squads for Great Britain at the European Under-20 Championships and Under-18. Abby Ives, who's obviously personally coached by Luke Gunn, who oversees the Birmingham team here. I'm sure he's given her some good words of advice as she tries to do what she's done before and hold on for gold for Birmingham. But deja vu, Loughborough still remain on the shoulder of that red vest. But the 800-metre runner now is going to try and bring this one home. She looks over the shoulder, Astle coming through. Huge cheers, what a final gear from Astle. Gold for Loughborough, and she is chased away by Coxon and the rest of her quartet. Sheffield get bronze from Nottingham and Leeds Beckett. Well, I said Loughborough might want revenge for being chased down in those 4x1s, and boy did they get it there. Loughborough have always been supreme in the women's 4x4 since the days of Jessie Knight and Jessica Turner and Kirsten McCaslin. And as a result, you felt Jess Astle, again another experienced relay runner, would always have an opportunity against Abigail Ives, who's really doing a great job for the team to try and bring them home for that silver medal. Birmingham, having won this title previously, of course, would have loved to be on the top step and would have known that their girls would have enough to do it. But ultimately, to be that close to Loughborough is something to be proud of, because those in African Violet in the women's 4x4, to actually get that close is a fairly rare thing. So here we see it, Abigail Ives. She didn't have to work too hard to win that 800 metres. She kicked away down the home straight, but this was different against a supreme athlete like Jess Astle, who herself, I think, might have been a bit disappointed, of course, to be outside of the medals individually, whereas Ives does have a gold medal already, and Skelton does as well. She was just in front of Astle, but Birmingham, I can see, shaking their heads in disappointment. But who knows? We have got the men's 4x4 to come. So here is the result then. Loughborough from Birmingham from Sheffield as well. Birmingham, of course, did pip Loughborough in the women's 4x1. But hey, another great relay final. Much enjoyed by all in this stadium, and I hope you have back at home as well. And I hope you won't go anywhere, because we've still got this one more race to come. women's pole vault full confirmed result, and brilliant for Jade Spencer-Smith to add the outdoor gold to indoors. And certainly we've said that a few times, but it's a great way to round off a season, isn't it? At the double across the two, and let's wait and see what happens in our final race now as we try and drink it in one more time, this special feeling that we get from watching the best students in the country fight for immense bragging rights. And we know they'll brag about it for some time, for weeks on social media. They'll be doing 3rd, 4th and 5th posts continuously. Right, so if you just joined us, the women's 4x1, it was Brunel, Birmingham, Loughborough. Men's 4x1, Brunel, Loughborough, Cardiff met. And then the women's 4x4, Loughborough, Birmingham, Sheffield. So, one more go at trying to get on a podium. Qualification we saw yesterday. There were some tired legs out there, of course, particularly those who'd had semi-finals, a few races. Often in the 4x4s you get different athletes drafted in as well, some jumpers, some middle distance competitors, and I wonder what kind of teams they've put together for us here. Nottingham, Sheffield, Bath, Cardiff, Cardiff Met, Loughborough, Birmingham and Brunel. So now the final roar to get the athletes underway, and this could be really, really exciting between Loughborough and Birmingham. Maybe again. Jess Astle coming through on the inside, overtaking Avi Ives, the final leg of that women's 4x4. Now we've got to set up the story for that last leg battle. Alex Cooper, individual champion on the first leg. Well, that's interesting. I guess they're trying to build a decent lead and ultimately be out of sight. Birmingham on this first leg, also working hard. Looks like Darian Moore there, stepping up to the 400, handing over in a good position. So Birmingham hoping that Jake Minshaw on the final leg, I believe, having won the 4 hurdles and being a European under-20 relay champion, will be really strong. But Loughborough might well have Onyeka Oko, who was second behind him in that race, and will run some revenge for what happened there. And Loughborough looking like they may get out of sight here with David Race, who with Minchell of Birmingham won that European gold medal last year in Jerusalem. Cardiff Met now in second place, Birmingham in third, then Cardiff and then Brunel. Oko of Loughborough now with this fantastic lead over Birmingham and Cardiff Met. It's going to take something special really to stop these Loughborough men. Even the talent of Jake Minshall, he'll certainly be raring to go, you can bet. Cardiff Met and Birmingham absolutely inseparable as they head into this top bend, and then more Welsh representation with Cardiff just being overtaken by Brunel. I think that's Giovanni Seeley then moving nicely into 4th place. They'll have Christian Samuel Nash, former BUCS medalist, just missed out on the final this year. Again, he wants to make amends. Onyeka Oko has surely done that after missing out on the gold medal he wanted in the 4 hurdles. Great battle though, you can see, for second place, 3rd and 4th. Cardiff Met, Birmingham, Brunel. Are they going to work together to close up on Loughborough? Well, it's only complacency that can stop Alex Houchin from taking gold here, surely. A quality athlete he is. He won gold indoors. He takes a breather and then has to step back on it because Christian Samuel Nash working really hard, and Cardiff Met thought they were blocked a little bit there. Have to try and fight again. Samuel Nash making himself A wide athlete for Brunel, and Cardiff Met round the outside. Birmingham on the inside. Houchin showboating, celebrating. He's enjoying this one. Oh yes, he is. The final gold of the weekend goes to Loughborough. Cardiff Met, superb to get silver ahead of Birmingham and Jake Minchell. Second medal of the weekend for him, but Houchin, well, he certainly enjoyed lapping up the crowd when he got to where the Loughborough contingent were standing. He had his arm aloft and they all enjoyed that special moment together. 3:14.08 on the clock as for the 50th time Kelly Clarkson plays through the speakers here. But hey, we've also got a taste of Taylor Swift's new album. So a real mix in terms of the tracks that we've had, but ultimately you'd have to say what a championships this has been. And I think really we've had great levels of emotion. We've been able to pick up as well these trackside little moments of celebration and really kind of, you know, get inside the soul of this event, get underneath the skin of it to really feel what it's like to be one of the best student athletes in the country. And hopefully you've got a really good sense from track to field of what it's like to be part of an event like this. And clearly, as I say, real lifelong memories, really something to cherish that will be for many years. Experience to take into future competitions, particularly when there's so few opportunities to actually run a relay, so few opportunities to be part of a team in an individual sport. These athletes have certainly showcased it. They've done something for university sport in this country, which sometimes doesn't get the attention that it deserved. As we see, look, the cameras are out, there's so much more videography, cinematography, social media presence than there has been in recent years. As a result, you're capturing so much more that you can add to that little box of memories. So, men's 4x4 result comes through quickly now in 3:14.1 for Loughborough and Cardiff Met. That is a superb result for them to get that silver medal. And they'll be really pleased with that. Of course, yeah, in years gone by they have been getting medals like that, but Loughborough and Birmingham really have been the top two in the past couple of years, so very strong. Brunel, Cardiff and Sheffield, again, a situation where a really strong quartet, even if it doesn't have individual brilliance, sometimes can get you up onto that podium. So let's have a look here. Some of the Loughborough athletes, you can see everything on roster, of course, to catch up on what you've missed. Alex Houchin there, the last person to cross the line first at these 2024 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships. Zoe Ostrich, who helped Birmingham to a medal in the women's 4x1. Of course, you always have to take about 20 pictures until you get one right. So, thank you very much for watching these championships. Of course, you can watch it back to your heart's content on YouTube, where it will remain. Results on the Roster Athletics app and pretty much social media for everything else for the weeks and months to come. I've been Alex Seftel. Thank you very much to everyone that's been part of the production team for great work across the simultaneous action, to BUCS themselves and the officials as well for the part they played in the event, delivering a great competition for these athletes.